Chapter 1365. Su Xiaobin and Wang Lixia had been together for 3 years. Su Xiaobin was still clear about each other's personalities. The incredible scene that happened in front of him made Su Xiaobin somewhat puzzled. After the impulse, Su Xiaobin's mind immediately calmed down. Being able to endure in an office for many years without resigning to do other things also showed that Su Xiaobin was not a stupid person. He knew that his identity could not be recognized by the Liu family's children, but at the same time, he also knew that as long as he continued to stay in the Jiangyan group, he would always find an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. This also explained Su Xiaobin's vision. After so many years of waiting, his girlfriend actually cheated on him when he was about to do whatever he wanted. Su Xiaobin couldn't figure it out. What the hell is going on? Since he couldn't figure it out, then there must be something wrong. Although Wang Lixia was usually a little dissatisfied with Su Xiaobin's income and social status, she always compared her college roommate's boyfriend with Su Xiaobin. But even so, there was no emotional crisis between the two. Now, Su Xiaobin was about to succeed and sit on the throne of the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang branch, but Wang Lixia cheated on him. This was simply incredible. When he was poor, his girlfriend did not leave him, but when he was successful, his girlfriend cheated on him. If it was anyone else, they would also feel that this matter was unusual. Moreover, if the object of the cheater was a promising man, Su Xiaobin could understand, but it seemed that the object of the cheater was Liu Jifei. Although Liu Jifei's surname was Liu, his actual status was not much higher than Su Xiaobin. Both of them were collateral descendants in the Liu family. Wang Lixia was also very clear about this. Su Xiaobin didn't agree that Liu Jifei was handsome. His head was like a football. With this kind of appearance, unless Wang Lixia's aesthetic point of view was wrong, it was impossible to like him. After analyzing the reasons and pros and cons in an instant, Su Xiaobin's heart calmed down. This matter revealed a trace of abnormality. He gritted his teeth and decided to wait and see. Watching his girlfriend being intimate with another man was a kind of torture for anyone, but Su Xiaobin couldn't help it. He had to bear with it at this moment to figure out the truth of the matter. A little impatience spoils great plans. After meeting Jing Xiaolu today, Su Xiaobin felt that this Liu Jifei had a problem. This contract is signed like this. Does this Liu Jifei want to frame me? Cooperation was carried out in the spirit of mutual benefit between both parties. But the contract signed with Jing Xiaolu became a contract that harmed others to benefit oneself. Under such a contract, could the cooperation between both parties be carried out happily? With Liu Jifei's actions, Su Xiaobin no longer trusted Liu Jifei in his heart. Now that Liu Jifei was intimate with his girlfriend, this matter was even stranger. Su Xiaobin clenched his fist. He decided to find out the truth. I can't fall in a Liu Jifei's trap without knowing anything. Could it be that Wang Lixia was in cahoots with Liu Jifei from the beginning? At present, this was the only explanation. Seeing Wang Lixia's unusual cooperation with Liu Jifei, Su Xiaobin was even more distressed. Fortunately, Liu Jifei was already in the final sprint stage. Soon, the two people ended the battle and fell on the bed, gasping for breath. Liu Jifei only had time at this time. He took his mobile phone and looked at it. When he saw that the caller was Su Xiaobin, he frowned suddenly. This Su Xiaobin won't come back, right? Thinking of this, Liu Jifei wanted to get away as soon as possible. He was trying to figure out how to tell Wang Lixia that he would leave for a while. However, before he could say anything, he saw Wang Lixia staring at him with an inexplicable look of disbelief and fear. Wang Lixia had just gone through intense exercise. She sweated a lot, and her mind became a lot clearer. The effect of the incense seemed very weak. At this moment, when she saw Su Xiaobin take the mobile phone, she wondered. Su Xiaobin doesn't use this mobile phone, right? Why did he change his mobile phone after going out? When she glanced at the name of the person who missed the call on the mobile phone screen, she was even more shocked. Why is this caller also called Su Xiaobin? Could it be that Su Xiaobin called himself? How is this possible? Just as she was about to ask, the image of Su Xiaobin in front of her became blurred. In the end, it actually turned into Lu Jifei. Yes, it was Lu Jifei, because the incense was about to lose its effect, coupled with the difference of the mobile phone and the strange caller ID. Wang Lixia instantly woke up, so this Su Xiaobin in front of her was restored to Lu Jifei. Lu Jifei's heart skipped a beat. What does this look? However, he said carefully with a smile on his face, Lixia, what's wrong with you? Ah! Wang Lixia screamed sharply, shattering Lu Jifei's eardrums. Lu Jifei, why are you in my bed? Seeing Wang Lixia's shocked and frightened expression, Lu Jifei knew that he was exposed. Originally, he wanted to leave before Wang Lixia woke up, so that Wang Lixia couldn't find any evidence. Even if she confronted Su Xiaobin afterward, it was nothing. Even if Su Xiaobin denied it, Wang Lixia would only think that she was confused and had a dream. There would be no other doubts. However, even if there were doubts afterward, Lu Jifei was not afraid. Anyway, Wang Lixia took the initiative at that time. He believed that she would be embarrassed to confront him, so she could only suffer in silence. But now, Wang Lixia actually recognized him. Things had become a bit complicated. Being identified on the spot, I'm afraid it's difficult to explain. However, Lu Jifei was a shameless person in the end. He just felt guilty, and he calmed down. So what if it's me? You are shameless. I want to sue you. I want to call the police. Su Xiaobin won't let you go. Wang Lixia rushed to Lu Jifei without any warning. It seemed that she wanted to fight him desperately. Get lost, you stinky woman. What are you yelling for? Lu Jifei was tall and sturdy. How could Wang Lixia be his opponent? He gave Wang Lixia a casual push, and she almost fell over. Wang Lixia also knew that she couldn't beat Lu Jifei. The anger just now turned into infinite grievance in an instant. She bowed her head and sobbed. What are you crying for? Let me tell you, you just did it willingly. Look at yourself just now. Who can prove that you were forced? Lu Jifei sneered. I tell you, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently keep this matter to yourself. Otherwise, let's see who will believe it. At that time, you will still be the unlucky one. Think about it. If Su Xiaobin wants to know that you are so bad, he will definitely break up with you. No, impossible. I didn't do it willingly. Wang Lixia was stunned and quickly shook her head to deny it. But her confidence was somewhat lacking. Previously, she was indeed willing, but the person she saw was not Lu Jifei, but her boyfriend, Su Xiaobin. The dialogue between Wang Lixia and Lu Jifei made Su Xiaobin, who was at the door, a little dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Just now, Wang Lixia was so cooperative with Lu Jifei. Why did she turn around and cry, saying that she didn't do it willingly? Lu Jifei seemed to know that the matter was exposed, so he kept threatening and intimidating. Is there really something hidden in this matter? Originally, when he heard that Wang Lixia was not willing, Su Xiaobin wanted to rush in and beat up Lu Jifei. But at this moment, he hesitated again. Although he couldn't wait to kill Lu Jifei now, Su Xiaobin knew that if he rushed in at this time, he would never know the truth. He had to figure out the reason. Since Wang Lixia was not willing, why did she cooperate with Lu Jifei after that? Chapter 1366. Don't be noisy. You said it was not voluntary? Who would believe that? Lu Jifei snorted coldly. If you don't want to lose face, bury this matter in your heart. I'm telling you, it won't do you any good to talk about it. When Su Xiaobin breaks up with you, you will still suffer. Wang Lixia was shocked and angry, but she also knew that Lu Jifei was telling the truth. If this matter was publicized, it was indeed not good for her. She did do it voluntarily. If she was forced, she believed that Su Xiaobin could forgive her, but in the current situation, would Su Xiaobin believe that she was not voluntary? Seeing Wang Lixia's silence, Lu Jifei knew that his intimidation had worked, and he was relieved. As long as Wang Lixia did not cry, things would be much easier. Lu Jifei didn't know why, but when he saw Wang Lixia stop, she seemed to have acquiesced to this result, and his heart began to move again. Many people were like this. They didn't know how to be satisfied. After getting something, they wanted more. Lu Jifei seemed to be such a person. This could be seen from his thoughts at the moment. Lu Jifei was now not thinking about the consequences of Wang Lixia's crying, but how to continue to maintain this relationship with Wang Lixia. Thinking of Wang Lixia's charming body, Lu Jifei's heart rippled. He couldn't stop. Lixia, things are already like this. In the future, if you are still so obedient, I promise that you will eat well. Lu Jifei said, you can rest assured that I won't let Su Xiaobin notice our relationship. Wang Lixia's face changed, but she didn't expect Lu Jifei to be insatiable. He actually proposed such a condition. Isn't this asking me to be Lu Jifei's long-term lover? How could Wang Lixia agree? She was not such a shameless person. She already felt sorry for what happened before. She had decided that regardless of whether Su Xiaobin forgave her or not, she would confess to Su Xiaobin. How could she continue to be Lu Jifei's lover? Isn't this a joke? However, at this time, her heart moved, and she suddenly thought of an idea. Perhaps, if she pretended to agree to Lu Jifei's request first, she might be able to find out the truth from Lu Jifei's mouth. Thinking of this, Wang Lixia gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Perhaps this was her last chance to fight back. She had to seize it. She took a deep breath and said to Lu Jifei, let me think about it. If she agreed at once, Lu Jifei might not believe it and suspect whether she had any motives or impure intentions. However, Wang Lixia said that she would consider it, so he had no doubt. Considering it meant that Wang Lixia was tempted. However, she was struggling in her heart. Was it worth it? Okay. Think about it. Lu Jifei was very happy in his heart. Think about it. If you become my lover, how can I treat you badly? Wang Lixia seemed to have really sunk into deep thought, as if she was considering the gains and losses of this matter. In fact, Wang Lixia's heart was already filled with anger, but she deliberately concealed it and made herself look expressionless. Lu Jifei did not urge her and quietly waited for Wang Lixia's answer. After a long time, Wang Lixia finally spoke. What benefits can I get from being your lover? Su Xiaobin only felt that all the strength in his body was drained in an instant. He looked at Wang Lixia in front of him in disbelief. Is this still my girlfriend, Wang Lixia? She actually asked such a shameless question. Could it be that she is willing to degrade herself to such a point? Su Xiaobin tried hard to control his emotions. Subconsciously, he kept reminding himself that Wang Lixia was not that kind of person and would not betray him. However, the facts happened in front of him, so he had to believe that this was true. In desperation, just as he was about to break in, Lu Jifei spoke, which once again suppressed Su Xiaobin's violent emotions. Benefits? Of course, there are many. Lu Jifei smiled. What do you want to buy? I can satisfy you. Of course, when I have a foothold in the Lu family, I will arrange for you to be transferred to a position in the Jiangyan group. At the very least, you will be a middle-level leader. Really? Wang Lixia resisted the anger in her heart and pretended to be very surprised as she looked at Lu Jifei. You won't lie to me, right? Of course not. I, Lu Jifei, am a man of my word. How can I lie to you? Lu Jifei said quickly. You can rest assured that I will do what I say. Okay, then I promise you. Wang Lixia took a deep breath as if she had made a big decision. She nodded and said, Great. Lu Jifei was pleasantly surprised. He took Wang Lixia's body and held her in his arms. Wang Lixia suddenly felt disgusted, but her face remained calm as she pushed Lu Jifei away. Wait, I still have a few requests to tell you. You can only do it after you promise me. You say it. Lu Jifei's heart was about to burst with joy. At this moment, the beauty had a request, so he naturally agreed. What request do you have? As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. First, this matter must not be known by Su Xiaobin. You have to help me keep this secret. Can you do it? Asked Wang Lixia. Lu Jifei was stunned. He didn't expect this request. Even if Wang Lixia didn't mention it, he would keep the secret. His brain wasn't flooded. How could he say this in front of Su Xiaobin? So, he said, of course, this is not a problem. I'm also afraid that he will know. Is there anything else? Okay, then second, don't come to me when there is nothing. I will naturally call you when I miss you. Wang Lixia thought about it and said her second request. You're looking for me? Lu Jifei frowned. He couldn't accept this request. After a moment of hesitation, he said, You usually have Su Xiaobin with you. How can you think of me? If you're looking for me, this time is not the right time, right? Aya. Wang Lixia pretended to be coquettish and glared at Lu Jifei. Don't you understand what I said? Understand what? Lu Jifei was a little stunned, but Wang Lixia's way of speaking was very seductive. Wang Lixia's face was red, and she whispered shyly, You were so powerful just now. You are much more powerful than Xiaobin. Of course, I will miss you. Oh, really? Lu Jifei was overjoyed when he heard it. His eyes narrowed into a slit. Really? Am I so powerful? You are such an enemy. Do you want me to say it? Wang Lixia reached out and hit Lu Jifei a few times. Otherwise, why do you think I am your lover? The conditions you said are not attractive to me. Xiaobin can sit in the position of the branch's general manager this time. We are naturally not short of money. Lu Jifei heard that Wang Lixia was right. If Su Xiaobin sat in the position of the branch's general manager, he would definitely not be short of money. Thinking of this, if Wang Lixia agreed to him rashly, then Lu Jifei would definitely have doubts after he figured it out. Now, that Wang Lixia said the fundamental reason, Lu Jifei was suddenly relieved, and he was very happy in his heart. Any man who was praised by a woman would be happy, let alone Lu Jifei, this big pervert. Therefore, Lu Jifei no longer had any doubts. He thought, I have picked up a treasure this time. Since Wang Lixia thinks that I am very powerful in that aspect, she will definitely fully cooperate with me in the future. In this way, this lover is interesting. Su Xiaobin clenched his fists. He never would have thought that Wang Lixia would say such filthy and obscene words. How did the docile and well-behaved Wang Lixia become so unbearable? Su Xiaobin was really angry this time. If you were forced to have a relationship with Lu Jifei, I can forgive you. Even if you were confused for a while, I wouldn't be so angry. But even if it happened, you still want to continue being his mistress? What is this Wang Lixia's brain thinking? Is she shameless? Chapter 1367. It seems that you understand my true nature. Lu Jifei was very proud. Lixia, you can rest assured. This time is not my full strength. Let's do it again. I will definitely be better than this time. Of course, I believe in you. Wang Lixia's voice was very coquettish, making Lu Jifei's bones soften. Let's not do it again. Let's try it now. Lu Jifei suddenly began to be eager to try. Aya, even if you don't feel tired, I am tired. Wang Lixia shook her head coquettishly. Why don't you know how to cherish me? Okay, then wait. Let's talk about it later. Seeing that the beauty in his arms had an opinion, how could Lu Jifei not comply? That's more like it. Wang Lixia nodded. Actually, this is a matter between a man and a woman. It's fine if you think it through. That's true. Lu Jifei saw that Wang Lixia thought it through, and he was very happy. How could he object? Right, you tell me. What trick did you use just now? Why do I think you were Su Xiaobin? Wang Lixia pretended to be curious and asked. However, this was her real purpose of pleasing Lu Jifei against her will. She wanted to know the reason. Maybe you're mistaken. Lu Jifei said perfunctorily. He was not afraid that Wang Lixia would know the truth, but he didn't want to be looked down upon by the beauty, so he didn't want to say his despicable means. Impossible, Wang Lixia said. Actually, when we did that before, I found that something was wrong because you were much more powerful than Su Xiaobin. But when I looked at you, you were still Su Xiaobin, not you. Wang Lixia's words were pure nonsense. She was simply lying to Lu Jifei. However, if she didn't say so, Lu Jifei probably wouldn't tell the truth. Hearing Wang Lixia praising his strength again, Lu Jifei was a little confused. Since Wang Lixia wanted to know, then Lu Jifei did not intend to hide it anymore. If Wang Lixia hated him because of this little thing, then the loss outweighed the gain. Su Xiaobin, who was outside the door, was stunned. He seemed to understand Wang Lixia's purpose of doing this. He wronged Wang Lixia. Previously, when Lu Jifei and Wang Lixia were doing that, Su Xiaobin was watching outside the door. It was nonsense to say that Lu Jifei was better than him. At most, he had more tricks. It seemed that Lu Jifei was a weakling. Now it seemed that Wang Lixia had done all this to pave the way for this problem. Su Xiaobin also understood that the reason why Wang Lixia did not resist before and cooperated with Lu Jifei was because the person she saw was not Lu Jifei, but himself. Well, be her. This woman. So all those pretentious performances before were all for the sake of finding out the truth of the matter. Okay, I'll tell you. Since Lu Jifei decided not to hide it, then he would tell the truth. He also wanted to build a deeper relationship with Wang Lixia now, so it was too late to please her. And you tell me, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You even know how to disguise yourself. Wang Lixia said, right, I like the prison break male lead. Next time when you mess with me, can you disguise yourself as him? This is not a disguise. Hearing Wang Lixia talk to him so casually, Lu Jifei was even more unguarded. He said, actually, this is a kind of camouflage. Camouflage? What do you mean? Asked Wang Lixia. I have a magical incense. A Thai boss accidentally bought it in an ancient tribe in India. He gave me some. Lu Jifei explained, when this kind of incense is lit, it will give people an illusion, making them involuntarily fall into an illusion. They will see the things in front of them as things in their memory. This is the so-called camouflage method. Illusion? You mean that when I saw you as Su Xiaobin, it was an illusion? Wang Lixia asked. Then why did I see you as Su Xiaobin? Why not someone else? Hee, as the saying goes, what you think in the day, you dream at night. You must have been thinking about Su Xiaobin before. When I saw you two doing it halfway, you must have been thinking about him coming back quickly. So, when you saw me enter the door, you couldn't help but think of me as the Su Xiaobin in your mind. That's why I went to your bed, and you didn't refuse. Lu Jifei said proudly. In other words, your incense can use people's memory to make the things in front of them uncontrollable? Wang Lixia thought. Sure enough, it turned out to be such a despicable means. Something like that. This kind of incense can pass the things in the memory to the brain through the retinal nerve, making people think that what they see is the actual effect. Lu Jifei explained, Lixia, you are quite smart. You can't let a fool be your lover, right? Wang Lixia smiled, but she hated Lu Jifei in her heart. He used such a despicable means to make her mistakenly think that he was Su Xiaobin, so she had sex with him in a daze. This was absolutely unforgivable. That's right. Let's do it again. Lu Jifei saw that Wang Lixia seemed to have been completely captured by him at this moment, and he was very proud in his heart. No, Su Xiaobin is coming back soon. You don't want him to catch you in bed, right? Wang Lixia pushed Lu Jifei. There will be plenty of time in the future. Don't give yourself away. That's right. There will be plenty of time in the future. After listening to Wang Lixia's words, Lu Jifei's heart shuddered. He was so happy that he almost forgot the time and place. After being reminded by Wang Lixia, he knew that this was not a safe place, so he nodded solemnly. Dear, then I'll go first. Okay, let's go. Wang Lixia nodded. I won't send you off. You don't have to send me off. I'll go by myself. Lu Jifei jumped out of bed and quickly put on his clothes. Su Xiaobin outside the door took a deep breath, and his clenched fist slowly loosened. It was not a good idea to rush in at this time. Although Lu Jifei said the reason, this evidence was obviously not reliable if Su Xiaobin really wanted to take Lu Jifei down. However, he had made up his mind that he would never let Lu Jifei go. For the time being, before he thought of countermeasures, Su Xiaobin decided not to confront Lu Jifei head-on. Moreover, Su Xiaobin also had another plan for not entering the door at this moment. That was, he wanted to test and see what Wang Lixia was thinking. Although he guessed that Wang Lixia did all this afterward was to pretend to be obedient to Lu Jifei's incense, Su Xiaobin still had some doubts in his heart. After all, which man could really let go of this kind of thing? Therefore, this was also an opportunity for Wang Lixia. If Wang Lixiao really confessed to him and said Lu Jifei's modus operandi, he decided to forgive Wang Lixia. After all, this was not Wang Lixia's fault. He would not vent his anger on Wang Lixia. However, if Wang Lixia concealed this, then Su Xiaobin would never be with such a woman again. Hearing that Lu Jifei had begun to put on his clothes in the room, Su Xiaobin quickly flashed out of the office and entered a small supermarket opposite. President Su, are you here to buy something? The owner of the supermarket knew Su Xiaobin and knew that he was the manager of the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang office. He didn't know how much power Su Xiaobin had, but the Jiangyan Group was well known, so he was very respectful to Su Xiaobin. I'm buying a pack of cigarettes. Su Xiaobin absent-mindedly threw out 100 yuan. What kind of cigarettes do you want? Asked the boss. Whatever. Su Xiaobin's eyes stared out of the window, watching Lu Jifei walk out of the door of the office. He felt like a knife was twisted in his heart. He couldn't wait to kick this person to death, but he couldn't do so at this moment. Chapter 1368. Seeing Lu Jifei starting the car and leaving from a distance, Su Xiaobin's clenched fists slowly loosened, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Incense, the incense that can cause hallucinations. Under the impulse, just now, Su Xiaobin had no time to think about it, but now after his mood calmed down slightly, Su Xiaobin frowned. Previously, he had the thought that he seemed to have caught something, but he couldn't grasp it. At this moment, Su Xiaobin had some epiphany. Previously, when signing the contract, Lu Luyo was also arranging incense in the conference room of the Huihai Business Club. Thinking of this, the doubts in his heart were suddenly confirmed. Why did Jing Xiaolu and Wang Hong review the contract so many times, but there was still a problem in the end? It must be the incense. It was only under the effect of the incense that the content of the contract that Jing Xiaolu and Wang Hong saw became the content of the contract in their minds before, thus achieving the purpose of a smokescreen. Lu Jifei, since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Since I know, I will definitely tell Jing Xiaolu about this matter and let your efforts go down the drain. President Su? President Su? The supermarket owner saw Su Xiaobin staring out of the supermarket window in a daze with an unpredictable expression, so he quickly called him. Oh, what's the matter? Su Xiaobin recovered and looked at the supermarket owner. Your change and your cigarettes. The supermarket owner put the cigarettes and change in Su Xiaobin's hand. Su Xiaobin grabbed the cigarettes and change and put them in his pocket. He strode out of the supermarket and walked to his own office. Lu Jifei had already driven away, but Su Xiaobin's mood was very complicated. When his hand touched the door handle of the office door, he hesitated. He and Wang Lixia had many years of relationship foundation. They knew each other when they were in school, and it was quite difficult for them to be together until now. He didn't want to give up this relationship. However, he was afraid that Wang Lixia would deceive him. He had decided that if Wang Lixia confessed to him what happened before, then he would definitely let bygones be bygones. He would cherish this woman more in the future and not let her suffer a little bit of harm. But if Wang Lixia pretended not to know anything, could he continue to live with such a woman? Although Su Xiaobin had previously determined that Wang Lixia was feigning civility toward Lu Jifei, who could guarantee that this was the case? The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Everything could be changed before it was confirmed. When Lu Jifei left, he had already locked the door of the office. Su Xiaobin took out the key and opened the door of the office. After taking a deep breath, he strode in. Su Xiaobin tried to make his expression look normal, as if nothing had happened, and walked into the house. Before he reached the inner room, he heard the sobbing sound in the room. Su Xiaobin's heart tightened, and he quickly quickened his pace. Before, he was afraid that Wang Lixia would hide something from him, but now he began to care about Wang Lixia, afraid that she would think too much and do something stupid. When he opened the door of the inner room, he saw Wang Lixia curled up in the quilt, crying silently. Su Xiaobin was shocked and ran over. Lixia, what happened to you? Xiaobin, I'm sorry. Wang Lixia looked up and saw Su Xiaobin, but she didn't stop crying. Instead, she cried even more sadly. Hearing Wang Lixia's words, all the discomfort in Su Xiaobin's heart toward Wang Lixia dissipated at this moment. Since Wang Lixia could say this, it meant that she didn't want to hide anything from him. Lixia, don't say it. I know everything. Su Xiaobin's heart softened, and he forgave Wang Lixia. What? You know everything? Wang Lixia was stunned. She raised her head in surprise and looked at Su Xiaobin inconceivably. When I came back, I just heard the conversation between you and Lu Jifei. Su Xiaobin sighed. After Wang Lixia listened to Su Xiaobin's words, she suddenly showed a horrified expression. Xiaobin, you have to believe me. I said those words to lie to him. I don't want to be his mistress. I hate him. I can't wait to kill him. I know. How can I not understand what you mean? Su Xiaobin grabbed Wang Lixia's hand and comforted her with a bitter smile. You want to find out Lu Jifei's means. How can I not hear it? Otherwise, I would have rushed in long ago. I just didn't want to alert the enemy, so I held back my anger and listened to him. You believe me? Wang Lixia listened to Su Xiaobin's words and breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, I believe you. Su Xiaobin nodded solemnly, and then there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Lixia, you can rest assured. I will definitely avenge you. Wang Lixia wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and reached for a mobile phone. Xiaobin, I recorded what Lu Jifei said before. Can we use this as evidence? You recorded it. Su Xiaobin suddenly rejoiced. He didn't expect Wang Lixia to have a backup plan. He suffered for not being able to catch Lu Jifei's evidence. This was great. With the recording in this mobile phone, it was useless for Lu Jifei to deny it. Wang Lixia handed the mobile phone to Su Xiaobin. Although I am only the Lu family's grandnephew with a different surname, I believe that the old man, Lu Jiangyan, will definitely help me this time. Su Xiaobin held the mobile phone in his hand and said bitterly, Don't call the police? Asked Wang Lixia. The incense was taken away by him. We don't have strong evidence. If he bites back, I'm afraid. Su Xiaobin sighed. Moreover, in this matter, if we call the police, the Lu family will definitely protect Lu Jifei. In any case, we can't wash our dirty linen in public. At home, the old man can help us. If we really make a fuss, the old man will definitely find a way to suppress the matter. At that time, we will be weak. Okay, I will listen to you. Wang Lixia nodded. As long as Su Xiaobin could stand up for her, she was satisfied. After several stops to refuel, the plane landed at the airport closest to the butterfly castle. As soon as they left the airport, the people from the butterfly family arrived to greet them. Mr. Fong, Mr. Yang, the old master asked me to pick you up. The person who came was the butler of the butterfly family, Mu and Ping. Yang Ming had seen him once when he was here for training. Uncle Mu, hello. Yang Ming greeted politely. Although he came to break off the engagement, he still had to have the minimum courtesy. Just as Fong Tian said, even if the marriage didn't work out, the relationship between the two families couldn't be shelved because of breaking off the engagement. Butler Mu nodded to Yang Ming in a friendly manner. He was still very satisfied with this future son-in-law of the butterfly family from the bottom of his heart. Butler Mu was the confidant of the old man, Wang Songshan. He naturally knew about the matter between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. He also knew about the farce of breaking off the engagement this time. Of course, the final result was predictable. It was nothing more than Wang Songshan and Fong Tian joining forces to mess with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was a bit like an eye for an eye. It was a bit funny when he thought about it. These two old guys were already so old, but they still didn't respect themselves and were sulking with the younger generation. Wasn't it because when this engagement was first proposed, Wang Xiaoyan didn't agree and Yang Ming didn't agree? However, thinking about it was just thinking about it. Butler Mu's face didn't have any ripples. He couldn't expose himself. Otherwise, Wang Songshan and Fong Tian would hate him. Old Mu, your martial arts seem to have improved? Fong Tian looked at the hale and hearty Butler Mu and was surprised. How long has it been? It's only been a few months, but Butler Mu seems to have become younger. Chapter 1369. Aren't you the same? Butler Moo smiled and said, People at our age will go downhill if we don't exercise. Fong Tian nodded. Due to the particularity of the assassin profession, when people reached a certain age, their physical functions would age. It was difficult to maintain their peak state. Whether it was Fong Tian, Mu Wenping, or Wang Songshan, they did not slack off on their physical training. However, people would always age one day. No one could defy nature. They did this to prevent themselves from regressing. It was difficult to make further progress. Under Mu Wenping's guidance, Yang Ming and Fong Tian got into an off-road vehicle. Because the location of the butterfly castle was in the mountains, ordinary cars couldn't drive in. Only off-road vehicles could do it. What did old Wang arrange? Fong Tian, Mu Wenping, and Wang Songshan had been friends for decades, so they spoke casually without so many rules. You and Mr. Yang stay in the butterfly castle first. Tonight, the master will meet with Mr. Yang first. Tomorrow, he will arrange to meet with the Mississippi. Both of you can talk to each other again. Mu Wenping still gave considerable respect to Fong Tian. After all, his identity was a butler. They were familiar with each other, but the rules couldn't be broken. Hearing Fong Tian's question, Butler Mu was a little amused. He thought, didn't you already finalize the itinerary plan with Wang Songshan? Why are you asking me instead? Thinking about it carefully, it was nothing more than acting in front of Yang Ming. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Fong Tian nodded. Yang Ming had no objection to these arrangements, since he had made up his mind to break off the engagement this time. No matter what the arrangement was, he would not change his original intention. For the miss of the butterfly family whom he had never met, whether she was as beautiful as a fairy or not, Yang Ming would not be interested in her. There were too many beautiful women. Yang Ming couldn't marry every one of them, right? That was simply an international joke. Even if the island he bought in Africa was big enough, his energy was limited. What about Mr. Yang? Asked Butler Mu. I will follow your arrangements. Yang Ming smiled. Butler Mu nodded and said nothing. The car drove all the way to Butterfly Castle. This time, Yang Ming came here openly, unlike the last time when he snuck in and suffered a lot on the way. After entering the Butterfly Castle, Yang Ming and Fong Tian were arranged in 2 adjacent rooms. There were many vacant guest rooms in the Butterfly Castle, so Yang Ming and Fong Tian occupied 2 of them. After Butler Mu left, Yang Ming came to Fong Tian's room. Old man Fong, what is this Butler Mu planning? Why do I feel like the way he looks at me isn't right? Fong Tian thought to himself that he was lucky. Luckily, Yang Ming was only suspicious and didn't see anything suspicious. His apprentice was really not ordinary. He was so keen that he could feel the unusualness of Mu Wenping's gaze. This Mu Wenping most likely wanted to see Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan make a fool of themselves in the end. So no matter how well he concealed it now, it was inevitable that he would inadvertently reveal a trace of strangeness. It was this unintentional strangeness that aroused Yang Ming's suspicion. Maybe it's because you want to break off the engagement. Although the young lady is not willing to marry you, she will lose face anyway, so it's natural for her to look at you strangely. Fong Tian found a reason to explain. However, Yang Ming heard that Fong Tian's reason was really reasonable, so he believed it. It turns out to be like this. He was a little disgruntled in his heart. Your young lady is not willing to marry, and I'm not willing to marry. This is the best of both worlds. What's so strange about it? Women are just weird. It's like when you pursue a girl, although she doesn't agree with you and doesn't like you. If you suddenly stop pursuing her, she will definitely feel uncomfortable in her heart. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't doubt Fong Tian's reason anymore. Yeah, you are better. When I rejected Wang Songshan's sister, the Wang family wanted to kill me. Fong Tian still had some lingering fear when he thought about it. Yang Ming smiled after listening. Your situation is different. You are Uncle Wang's sister. She likes you, but you rejected her. She naturally hates you. AI. Fong Tian was a little absent-minded when this matter was mentioned. If I didn't reject her, she wouldn't have chosen to commit suicide. Yang Ming was a little silent. Although he knew that Fong Tian and the Wang family master sister had a grudge, He didn't expect the ending to be like this. Fong Tian rarely mentioned it. This time, he mentioned it when they were talking about it. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Fong Tian sighed and waved his hand, but his expression was indescribable. Yang Ming suddenly had a feeling that there seemed to be some secret between Old Man Fong and Wang Songshan's sister. Could it be that Fong Tian actually likes Wang Songshan's sister? Although Yang Ming and Fong Tian had a master-disciple relationship, one didn't respect the old, and the other didn't respect the old. Therefore, the relationship between the two was like a teacher and a friend. There was no taboo when they talked. Thinking of this, Yang Ming asked directly, "Old Man Fong, you actually like the Wang family master's sister in your heart, right?" Fong Tian's eyes flashed. He looked up at Yang Ming with some astonishment. "You brat. How did you know?" Yang Ming was just testing casually. He didn't expect to be guessed correctly. He was a little amused. "I guessed it. It turned out to be like this." "So you tricked me? You little brat." Fong Tian was stunned. He was angry and amused. "Why are you asking so much?" "I'm just asking. I'm a little curious." Yang Ming said, "Since both of you have feelings for each other, why not be together? Could it be that your brain was pierced?" Fong Tian heard Yang Ming's question and rolled his eyes. He thought, "You and Wang Xiaoyan still have feelings for each other. Why are you still breaking off the engagement? If my brain was pierced, your brain would be flooded with water." However, this could only be thought about. He couldn't say it out loud. At least before this plan was implemented, the truth couldn't be revealed. "At that time, I had a wife." Fong Tian glanced at Yang Ming and said faintly, "The woman who sought refuge with Hu San." Yang Ming knew that Fong Tian had a tragic love story. He found a woman, but this woman hooked up with Hu San. Hu San framed Fong Tian and sent him to the detention center. "Not her. She was my first wife." Fong Tian waved his hand, "But she passed away later." Beautiful women are short-lived. You have a wife, but it doesn't hinder you from being with Uncle Wang's sister, right? After Yang Ming heard it, he was still baffled. "Besides, you remarried later. Can't you marry Uncle Wang's sister? Do you think I'm as fickle as you?" At that time, I was very devoted. Fong Tian glared at Yang Ming. "Devoted? Are you devoted or are you fickle?" Yang Ming also rolled his eyes at Fong Tian. "You have admitted that you like Uncle Wang's sister. Are you still devoted?" Cough, cough. Fong Tian suddenly blushed when he heard Yang Ming's words. He coughed twice awkwardly. "Wasn't that an accident? I didn't want to hurt each other, so I chose to break off with Ruoshui. But I didn't expect to hurt Ruoshui." Ruoshui? Yang Ming heard this name for the first time. Wang Songshan's sister, Wang Ruoshui. Fong Tian sighed slightly. The beautiful figure of that year appeared in front of him, making his heart tremble. Yang Ming nodded. Wang Ruoshui, a very nice name. That year, after rejecting Ruoshui, she left a note saying that she wanted to end her life and disappeared. Fong Tian smiled bitterly. "When I remarried, there was no news of her. Whether she was alive or dead, there was no news. Then you didn't look for her again later?" asked Yang Ming. "Why not?" Fong Tian said, "You know my relationship. I cast an inescapable net like this, but there was no news of her." "You can't find her if she's alive or dead?" asked Yang Ming. "You can say that." Fong Tian nodded and sighed. "However, Ruoshui herself is also an outstanding assassin. If she really wants to hide, I may not be able to find her." Hearing Fong Tian say this, Yang Ming knew that there was still a glimmer of hope in Fong Tian's heart. He hoped that Wang Ruoshui did not commit suicide, but hid. In this way, there was still hope. If this is the case, it's really hard to say. Yang Ming hesitated and said, "It's always good to have hope. Maybe Senior Wang Ruoshui will live in seclusion for the rest of her life. I hope so." Fong Tian sighed and waved his hand. "Okay, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Have you really decided to break off the engagement?" "Of course it's true. Otherwise, why are we here?" After Yang Ming heard it, he smiled strangely. "What do you mean? Since we're here, we can naturally be engaged," Fong Tian said. Chapter 1370. Yang Ming was speechless. Why? Do you want me to marry the butterfly families, miss? I'm afraid that you will regret it in the future, and regret it for life. Fang Tian shrugged and said, just like me. Yang Ming was speechless again. No, I definitely won't. You have the emotional foundation, but I don't. Fang Tian glanced at Yang Ming with an indescribable meaning. Well, this is your decision. I tell you, you won't have this opportunity again. You have to think about it. Others don't have a chance to woo the butterfly family's Mississippi. You have a chance, so why don't you seize it? Uncle Wang asked you to be a lobbyist. Yang Ming frowned. You don't think that you owe Senior Wang Ruoshui, so you want me to marry the Wang family's miss to make up for it, right? Cough, cough. Fang Tian laughed twice and didn't speak. Yang Ming was too lazy to care about him. He shrugged, left Fang Tian's room, and returned to his room to rest for a while. Su Xiaobin hated Lu Jifei. Even Lu Jifei's attitude toward the Ming Yang Security Company's contract was very displeasing. The final operator was himself. If this contract was enforced, then this newly formed escort company would not be able to go too far. It was estimated that it would come to an end soon after it was established. Under this kind of unequal cooperation, it was impossible for Ming Yang to run the company wholeheartedly. It was good enough that they didn't deliberately slack off and play dirty tricks. It was impossible to expect them to do things sincerely. The so-called cooperation was based on mutual benefit between both sides. If one side benefited, it was not called cooperation, but an unequal treaty. No one was willing to fully implement the contract under this kind of treaty. The Ming Yang Security Company was no exception. Therefore, Lu Jifei's approach was simply trapping him. He got the performance, but he left him here to clean up his mess. It was simply an asshole's behavior. At that time, if the company did not operate well and close down, this bad debt would be on his head. What did it have to do with Lu Jifei? So the more Su Xiaobin thought about it, the angrier he became. He originally thought that Lu Jifei was here to help him. Now, it was simply a double loss. Of course, Su Xiaobin would not sit still. This matter had nothing to do with him. Why should he hide it for Lu Jifei? He picked up the phone and dialed Jing Xiaolu's number. Vice President Jing, this is Su Xiaobin. President Su, how is it? Jing Xiaolu had been anxiously waiting for Su Xiaobin's call. Vice President Jing, I have figured out the matter. It was Lu Jifei's doing. Where are you now? I will find you and tell you the truth. Su Xiaobin hated Lu Jifei. If he didn't push Wang Lixia down, maybe Su Xiaobin would help him hide it. After all, this involved the overall interests of the Lu family. If he told Jing Xiaolu the truth, he would be suspected of being a traitor. But now, there was a crack between Su Xiaobin and Lu Jifei, and it was a crack that was impossible to repair. Just after Su Xiaobin saw Lu Jifei doing that kind of thing to Wang Lixia, Su Xiaobin had already formed a gap with Lu Jifei. He would never let Lu Jifei have an easy time. I'm still in the Huihai Business Club. You figured out the truth of the matter so quickly? Jing Xiaolu was a little suspicious. Su Xiaobin just went back for more than half an hour. How did he figure out the truth so quickly? Is he just being perfunctory with me? Yes, let's meet and talk. Su Xiaobin said affirmatively. I'm going now. Okay, then you come over. Although Jing Xiaolu didn't quite believe it, seeing Su Xiaobin's solemn vow, she believed it for the time being. The most important thing was that now she had no choice but to believe in Su Xiaobin. Since things had developed like this, she could only get the truth from Su Xiaobin. Now the only hope was that Su Xiaobin was not in cahoots with Lu Jifei. In this way, it was possible to reverse the matter. Otherwise, it was really at the end of the line. For a long time, Jing Xiaolu had wanted to make some achievements and show her ability to take charge in front of Yang Ming. She wanted to become Yang Ming's assistant, a useful person to Yang Ming's career. When Yang Ming gradually became inseparable from her, the matter between the two would be logical. But now the first business was screwed up. Jing Xiaolu really wanted to die. Am I really that stupid? I can even fall into a contract trap. I'm no different from a big fool. This time, Su Xiaobin came very quickly with hatred for Lu Jifei in his heart. He drove all the way. After running countless red lights, he He finally arrived at the Huihai Business Club in 20 minutes. Walking quickly to Jing Xiaolu's table, Su Xiaobin sat down with a gloomy face. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Vice President Jing, all of this is because of that bastard Lu Jifei. Jing Xiaolu listened to Su Xiaobin's address to Lu Jifei, and she was a little stunned. Aren't the two of them in cahoots? Even if Lu Jifei did this behind his back, the profit was also for the Jiangyan Group. Why did Su Xiaobin call Lu Jifei a bastard? Su Xiaobin saw Jing Xiaolu's expression, and his face was slightly red. I have some personal conflicts with Lu Jifei. Sorry, my address is a bit extreme. Jing Xiaolu raised her eyebrows, but she didn't expect Su Xiaobin to have a conflict with Lu Jifei. However, this was other people's private affairs. If Su Xiaobin didn't say it, Jing Xiaolu couldn't ask. She nodded and said, I also guessed it was him, but how did he do it? Incense. He used a special kind of incense. When it came to incense, Su Xiaobin gritted his teeth in hatred. If it weren't for this bullshit, how could Wang Lixia be ruined by Lu Jifei for no reason? Incense? Jing Xiaolu frowned slightly, seeming to think of something. Indeed, in the signing conference room, there were a few lit incense sticks. Jing Xiaolu didn't care at first. She thought it was to decorate the signing venue more elegantly. But now, after Su Xiaobin said so, she couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Yes, Su Xiaobin said, this was obtained from a wizard in India by a Thai boss that Lu Jifei knew. After it is ignited, it can have a psychedelic effect on people. You mean because of the effect of this incense, Wang Hongcha and I both had hallucinations, so we signed the contract in a daze? Jing Xiaolu didn't believe it. That's right. Su Xiaobin nodded. What is certain is that the contract that Lu Luyo gave you before is a real contract. There is no problem. When you and Wang Hongcha check this contract, you will definitely pay special attention to some of the key details above. Is that right? Jing Xiaolu nodded. Yes, in the contract, the most critical parts naturally have to be paid attention. So, these details are particularly deep in your and Wang Hongcha's memory. Su Xiaobin said, when Lu Luyo replaced the contract, you also had doubts. When the contract was reviewed a second time, what you focused on was nothing more than the previous details. Jing Xiaolu nodded and motioned for Su Xiaobin to continue. The effect of this incense is like this. The details you see are not really fed back to the brain through the retinal nerve under the effect of the incense. Your brain has already hallucinated under the effect of the incense. The things you see are actually the things you remembered deeply before. So, no matter what you see in the contract, the feedback data in your brain is the previous correct ones. So, you and Wang Hongcha unknowingly fell into the trap of the contract, Su Xiaobin explained. It turns out to be like this. Jing Xiaolu's face had changed. This was the first time she heard of this technique. In the past contract fraud cases, there was no such situation. It could be said that this was simply impossible to guard against. If they were not careful, they would fall into the other party's trap. It could be said that this time, they did not lose unjustly. It was not that they were not capable enough, but the opponent was too insidious. He actually used this kind of underhanded method to achieve his purpose. That's about it, said Su Xiaobin. How do you know so much? Jing Xiaolu calmed down. She also had a trace of doubt about Su Xiaobin's words. Why would he tell me this? You know, he and Lu Jifei are on the same side. Chapter 1371. Since you didn't know beforehand, it can be said that Lu Jifei did this behind your back. He didn't want to tell you. However, you actually figured out the truth in a short period of time. Can you explain the reason? Jing Xiaolu continued to ask without waiting for Su Xiaobin to answer. Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. He knew that Jing Xiaolu wouldn't believe him so easily. An hour ago, he still didn't know. An hour later, he understood the truth of the matter. No one would believe this speed. Moreover, what Jing Xiaolu said was not wrong. Lu Jifei deliberately concealed this matter from him. So, how did he know the truth of the matter? At this point, Su Xiaobin had to tell the truth. He wanted revenge, but his weight was obviously not enough. He could only pin his hopes on Jing Xiaolu. In any case, the Mingyang Company was very powerful and had a strong background in Songjiang. As for whether it could compete with the Jiangyan Group, Su Xiaobin was not clear. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was good. These are all my guesses, Su Xiaobin said with a bitter smile. Guessed? Jing Xiaolu's eyes widened. You guessed? How did you guess? Because Lu Jifei also used the same method on my girlfriend. Su Xiaobin clenched his teeth and said the pain in his heart. What do you mean by using it on your girlfriend? Jing Xiaolu didn't understand. No one could understand this. Now, I won't hide it from you. Vice President Jing, I'm done. Please don't laugh at me. Su Xiaobin's expression turned into a look of pain and indignation. President Su, you can say it. I won't laugh at you. Jing Xiaolu felt that Su Xiaobin seemed to be a bit off since the second time he sat here today. Whether it was his expression or what he said, there was some unusual weirdness. Today, after I signed the contract, I was very happy. I won't hide it from you. If our cooperation goes smoothly, I can at least sit in the position of the general manager of the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang branch. Since Su Xiaobin opened his mouth, he had no scruples. After going back, my girlfriend, Wang Lixia, and I were very happy. So naturally, we went to bed. You know what happened next? Jing Xiaolu often heard Gu Xinyao say some dirty words. Now that she heard a man say these things, she couldn't help but blush. She thought, I haven't done it. How would I know what will happen next? However, this was not the time to be entangled in these details. Jing Xiaolu nodded faintly and waited for Su Xiaobin to continue. In the end, I received a call from you halfway through. Su Xiaobin sighed. You said that there was a problem with the contract. I was shocked at the time. I couldn't care about other things and rushed here. What does that have to do with Lu Jifei? Jing Xiaolu hadn't heard anything about Lu Jifei until now. Instead, she listened to Su Xiaobin's words as if he was dissatisfied with her interrupting his good deed. Lu Jifei sneaked into the office after I left and secretly lit the incense. Su Xiaobin's face became extremely ugly at the moment. Previously, Wang Lixia and I did it halfway. She naturally hoped that I would go back earlier. So, under the influence of the incense, she regarded Lu Jifei as me and had that kind of relationship with Lu Jifei. When I went back, they just finished. Wang Lixia also found that something was wrong and questioned Lu Jifei. In order to let Wang Lixia continue to maintain the relationship with him as a lover, Lu Jifei didn't hide the effect of the incense. I happened to be standing at the door and heard it. Although Su Xiaobin omitted the details in the middle and didn't elaborate, the general meaning was clear. Jing Xiaolu was a little stunned when she heard it. She didn't expect there to be such a change in it. At this moment, she also understood why Su Xiaobin's expression was so ugly. She also understood why he didn't hesitate to tell the truth to her. Su Xiaobin probably hated Lu Jifei and was eager for him to make a mistake. Su Xiaobin was also happy to see Lu Jifei use her to retaliate against Lu Jifei. It turned out to be like this. I'm really sorry to let you talk about the pain in your heart. I shouldn't have asked so much. Jing Xiaolu was a little apologetic. After all, no matter what purpose Su Xiaobin had to tell her the truth of the matter, it was difficult enough for him to tell this painful thing to her again. It's nothing. Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. I will never let this matter go. The cooperation between us will not stop because of Lu Jifei's mischief. I will report the truth of the matter to the group and ask the chairman to allow us to re-sign the contract. Then, I'll trouble you. Jing Xiaolu was naturally very grateful when she heard that Su Xiaobin was willing to deal with it. Although she now knew the truth, there was no evidence. Even if she went to court, she couldn't win against Lu Jifei. Vice President Jing, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. I need to be alone. Su Xiaobin knew that even if the contract was changed back, Jing Xiaolu would never let it go. Lu Jifei's hatred was set. With the strength of Mingyang Company, not to mention retaliating against the Jiangyan Group, it was more than enough to retaliate against Lu Jifei. This was also the reason why Su Xiaobin told Jing Xiaolu these things frankly. Of course, President Su. Don't be too sad. Jing Xiaolu was also very sympathetic to Su Xiaobin's experience. This man was also unlucky enough to be cuckolded by Lu Jifei. Su Xiaobin took a long breath, stood up, and walked quickly to the door. He left the Huihai Business Club and quickly disappeared from Jing Xiaolu's sight. After getting Su Xiaobin's guarantee to deal with it, Jing Xiaolu didn't feel much relaxed. Su Xiaobin and Lu Jifei, who had more authority in the group, would decide the final result of this matter. Su Xiaobin's words were repeated to Bao Sanli and Wang Hongxia. The two were also stunned for a long time after listening. Bao Sanli slammed the table. This Lu Jifei is too much. I believe that Brother Yang won't let him go easily if he is here. The Lu family is behind him. Even if we are angry, what can we do to him? Jing Xiaolu also had no choice. She didn't expect Lu Jifei to have such a strong background. If she knew this, she wouldn't have provoked him in the first place. Yeah, Xiaolu, since Su Xiaobin promised to deal with it, we can only wait for his result now. Bao Sanli said, if he succeeds, we will remember Lu Jifei's account for the time being. If there's a chance in the future, we will definitely get back at him. But if the deal fails, we have to hand this matter over to Brother Yang to decide. Let me think about it again. Jing Xiaolu didn't want to tell Yang Ming about it. If Yang Ming knew about it, he would definitely look down on her and think that she was incompetent. However, since things had reached the point where they were out of control, and she didn't have a good solution, she could only trouble Yang Ming. Bao Sanli also understood Jing Xiaolu's mood. When he heard Jing Xiaolu say this, he had to say, well, Xiaolu, you think about it again. If you really can't do it, you can contact Brother Yang again. Bao Sanli also had no choice. He didn't want to offend either side, so he could only drag it out one day at a time. After all, this company belonged to Yang Ming's family. Sooner or later, it would belong to Jing Xiaolu's family, so he still chose to be silent for the time being. Jing Xiaolu, where did your little cleverness go? Jing Xiaolu was a little annoyed that she was useless now. She was being played around by others, but she didn't have any power to fight back. It was simply too shameful. She had always been the one bullying others. Now that she was being bullied by others, she could only watch helplessly. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Jing Xiaolu sulked at herself for a while, and her mood slowly calmed down. If I were to put myself in Lu Jifei's shoes, would I reveal any flaws after doing this? Chapter 1372. After Su Xiaobin left the Huihai Business Club, he did not stop and drove directly to Haiqing. Driving the car that Lu Jifei temporarily provided for him, Su Xiaobin felt a little funny. Driving Lu Jifei's car to complain to Lu Jifei was quite novel. However, Su Xiaobin really didn't like the old Toyota that Lu Jifei lent to him. His bad feelings toward Lu Jifei did not reduce. Lu Jifei lent him this car just to make it more convenient for him to sign the contract. It was a bit shameful to drive this kind of car, so Su Xiaobin would rather take a taxi than drive. Now, he was anxious, so he drove this car out. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Su Xiaobin sighed in his heart. He was also a child of the Lu family. Some people were leaders in the headquarters when they were born, but he was placed in the office. There was a huge difference in office environment and salary. Su Xiaobin went to negotiate, but Lu Jifei got the first credit after the negotiation. He could enter the group as a middle-level leader, but Su Xiaobin still stayed in the office. It was nothing more than possible to be promoted to the general manager of the branch. However, this was not the case. The most annoying thing was that Lu Jifei did not treat Su Xiaobin as a partner of the same level at all. He simply played Su Xiaobin like a monkey. He even treated Su Xiaobin like a fool. Not only did he bypass Su Xiaobin after signing the contract, but he also set a trap for the other party. Although this could be said to be for the group's interests, aren't you pushing yourself into the fire pit? The contract was signed, and you left, but you left me here to continue to cooperate with the Mingyang Security Company. If the other party had resentment, it would be directed at me. Moreover, what Su Xiaobin couldn't tolerate the most was that Lu Jifei actually took advantage of the time when he met Jing Xiaolu to push Wang Lixia down. A friend's wife shouldn't be bullied. It seemed that Lu Jifei didn't regard Su Xiaobin as a friend, but a tool that could be used. Since Lu Jifei was heartless, then Su Xiaobin also thought about it. Lu Jifei couldn't blame Su Xiaobin for being unjust. After parking the car, Su Xiaobin touched the copy of the contract in his pocket and Wang Lixia's mobile phone. Su Xiaobin resolutely walked into the building of the Jiangyan Group. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" As soon as he entered the door, Su Xiaobin was stopped by the reception lady at the front desk in the lobby. Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. As the office manager, he was insignificant in the eyes of others. He only came back once a year for the year-end report. It was understandable that these receptionists did not know him. "I am Su Xiaobin, the manager of the Jiangyan office." As Su Xiaobin spoke, he took out a company's identification card from his pocket and handed it to the reception lady. "I have something important to see the chairman." "It's manager." The receptionist's face showed a smile. Although she had not taken the identity card in Su Xiaobin's hand to check it carefully, this card was specially made by the group, so what Su Xiaobin said was true. After taking Su Xiaobin's identity card, the receptionist swiped it on the computer, and Su Xiaobin's information immediately appeared on the computer screen. The receptionist compared it with Su Xiaobin. After confirming that there was no mistake, she returned the identity card to Su Xiaobin. "Manager Su, I'm sorry to have delayed your time. Please understand." "It's okay." Su Xiaobin quickly waved his hand. The reception lady was polite to him, but it didn't mean that she was afraid of him. It was just out of the formulaic work system. He was a small office manager. His position in the group was very low. "Here," Su Xiaobin didn't dare to put on airs. "I have important things to report to Chairman Lu." "Do you have an appointment?" asked the reception lady. "No, but it is urgent. I must report to the chairman immediately," said Su Xiaobin. "Well, I will help you ask if the chairman is free now." The reception lady smiled and nodded. She picked up the phone and dialed a number. "I am Shaoli at the front desk. Manager Su Xiaobin of the Songjiang office is here. I have important things to report to the chairman." "Okay, I will wait for your call." "How is it?" Su Xiaobin asked anxiously. "I called the secretary's office. They will see if the chairman is free to see you," said the reception lady. "Okay, thank you." Su Xiaobin nodded and waited. After a while, the phone at the front desk rang. The reception lady picked up the phone, said a few words, and hung up the phone. She smiled and said to Su Xiaobin, "Manager Su, sorry to keep you waiting. Chairman Lu and President Lu went to the Donghai branch early this morning. They will come back in about a week. The one at home now is Vice President Lu. What do you think?" Su Xiaobin naturally knew who this Vice President Lu was. He was Lu Jinan, the eldest son of Lu Jianyan's third son, Lu Hua. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin couldn't make up his mind. If he was facing the old man, Lu Jianyan, he was 100% sure that Lu Jianyan would make the decision for him. He wouldn't let Lu Jifei go easily, but it was hard to say about Lu Jinan. Everyone knew that the second and third generation of Lu Jianyan were fiercely fighting for power in the company, especially the third generation. They had fought fiercely. Lu Hua's two sons, Lu Jinan and Lu Zhiqiao, were fighting fiercely. There was also the eldest son, Lu Heng's daughter, Lu Huamei, who also had a pivotal position in the group. Although Lu Jianyan was also aware of this situation, he did not interfere. As long as these children did not go too far, he would not interfere. Instead, he quietly watched them fight among themselves. This could also be considered a test for the successor. Now it seemed that Lu Hua's eldest son, Lu Jinan, won, but Lu Jianyan was not very optimistic about Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan could sit in the position of vice president because of his age advantage. He entered the company a few years earlier than Lu Zhiqiao and Lu Huamei. He only became the vice president because of Lu Hua's care. On the contrary, Lu Jianyan was very optimistic about his youngest granddaughter, Lu Huamei. She entered Yinjing University at the age of 14. When she was 15, her father, Lu Heng, had a car accident. Lu Huamei took a break from school and entered the company. She went from a small marketing manager to the position of financial director. Although she had Lu Jiangyan's support behind her, even a fool would understand that Lu Jiangyan would not support her if she did not have the ability. Although Lu Jianan and Lu Zhiqiao were dissatisfied with Lu Huamei's participation, they had repeatedly suggested to their father, Lu Hua, to exclude Lu Huamei, but they were sternly rejected by Lu Hua. Lu Hua was not stupid. The old man was not dead yet. Wouldn't it make the old man vigilant if they did it so obviously? At that time, if he were to be removed from his position, then the losses would outweigh the gains. However, although Lu Jianan and Lu Zhiqiao were also fighting each other, they were in agreement when it came to Lu Huamei's problem. If they could get Lu Huamei out of her position, they did not mind joining hands once. Although the complex situation of the group was not something that a collateral descendant like Su Xiaobin could participate in, he was also very clear about it. If he went to Lu Jianan, would he help him? Su Xiaobin was in a dilemma. However, Lu Jiangyan went to Donghai and would only come back after a week. I can't wait for him here for a week, right? If Lu Jifei took the initiative to complain, I would lose the opportunity. It was unknown what would happen then. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin could only go to Lu Jianan and hope that he could help him. Okay, please help me arrange it. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin said to the receptionist. Chapter 1373. Little Su, please sit down. Although Lu Jianan was very polite, there was a hint of condescending arrogance in his tone. However, it was no wonder. He was now the vice president of the group, only under Lu Jiangyan and his father, Lu Hua. For these relatives of the Lu family, he was the sky, so there was no need to please these relatives. In Lu Jianan's view, Su Xiaobin, an outsider, didn't even need to be roped in. It was impossible for him to enter the core of the group. Vice President Lu, I am here to report to you. Su Xiaobin sighed in his heart. We are all people, but why is the gap so big? If I were born in the orthodox Lu family, then maybe I would not do worse than Lu Jianan. Lu Jianan's brows frowned imperceptibly. He was a little disgusted by Su Xiaobin's title. Generally speaking, out of respect for the superior, the subordinate would remove the word vice in front of the position and call it some president. It was only possible to add the word vice when the superior addressed the subordinate. In fact, other employees in the group also called Lu Jianan President Lu. Of course, Lu Zhiqiao and Lu Huamei were exceptions, but they all called Lu Jianan elder brother. Lu Jianan's father and old master Lu directly called him Jianan. Although they didn't distinguish anything verbally, their impression of Su Xiaobin in their hearts was greatly reduced. They felt that this was a person with poor judgment. If Su Xiaobin knew that such a title offended Lu Jianan, he would definitely complain in his heart. Isn't this Lu Jianan too narrow-minded? Please sit down. Lu Jianan pointed to the sofa next to him and said calmly, Okay, thank you, Vice President Lu. Su Xiaobin sat on the sofa. If you have something to say, just say it. I still have a lot of work to deal with here. Lu Jianan heard Vice President Lu again, and he was even more uncomfortable in his heart. His attitude towards Su Xiaobin also became indifferent. Vice President Lu, this is the case. Our Songjiang office cooperated with a local Mingyang security company to set up an escort company. Do you know about this? Asked Su Xiaobin. Lu Jianan nodded. Of course, he knew about this matter. Lu Jifei found him because of this cooperation and expressed his intention to surrender. So Lu Jianan took it seriously and let this matter proceed smoothly. I know. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the cooperation? Lu Jianan frowned. According to Lu Jifei's report, today should be the signing day. Why did Su Xiaobin suddenly come to Haicheng? Yes, I encountered some trouble. Su Xiaobin nodded affirmatively. Vice President Lu, please take a look at this contract first. Lu Jianan took the contract and looked at it. At first, he didn't think much of it, but after seeing some details that were highlighted, his eyes suddenly lit up. This contract is signed very well. This is quite advantageous to us. Very good. Su Xiaobin sweated a bit. He thought, from the perspective of your own interests, it is naturally very good. but have you considered the interests of others? Hearing that Su Xiaobin's tone was somewhat rhetorical, Lu Jianan suddenly frowned. Why? Is there anything wrong? Vice President Lu Jifei used extraordinary means to deceive the other party in assigning this contract. The other party noticed that something was wrong and came to me with the contract. Su Xiaobin said with a bitter smile. Extreme measures? What do you mean? Lu Jianan looked at the contract. Isn't this signed by the other party? Is it forged? That's not the case. Things are like this. Su Xiaobin said that Lu Jifei used incense to sign the contract. Lu Jianan listened to Su Xiaobin's words as if he was listening to a myth. He asked, is what you said true? Since you know what incense he used to deceive the other party into signing the contract, why didn't you stop it at that time? I didn't know at the time. Lu Jifei did it behind my back. Su Xiaobin said, it was only after the other party's people found me that I learned the truth. So, you didn't see all this with your own eyes, but you heard it from hearsay? Who told you this? Lu Jifei? Lu Jianan had some opinions about Su Xiaobin in his heart. The contract has been signed, and is obviously beneficial to our side. You don't help your own company, but you speak for others. What do you mean? Moreover, you also went behind Lu Jifei's back to complain about him. This is obviously destroying the unity. No, I inferred it, said Su Xiaobin. Su Xiaobin, you're also an office manager. Can't you be more mature? You inferred it? How did you infer it? Lu Jianan raised his eyebrows and changed the topic. Did you receive any benefits from the Mingyang company? Why do you speak for them everywhere? It's not like this. Su Xiaobin was shocked and quickly waved his hand. Vice President Lu, I have evidence here. What evidence? Asked Lu Jianan. I have a recording of what Lu Jifei said on my phone. You will understand when you listen to it. Su Xiaobin took out Wang Lixia's phone that recorded Lu Jifei's conversation from his pocket, turned to the recording column, and pressed the play button. You think about it. You have become my lover. Can I treat you badly? Lu Jifei's voice came from the phone. What is this? Lu Jianan frowned at the time. Vice President Lu, you listen to it first. Su Xiaobin saw that Lu Jianan was a little impatient and quickly explained, there's an explanation later. Lu Jianan nodded and listened patiently. He could still recognize Lu Jifei's voice, but when he heard Wang Lixia speak, he couldn't help but ask, is this woman? She is my girlfriend, Wang Lixia. Su Xiaobin gritted his teeth and said with some resentment, Vice President Lu, you have to give me justice. Lu Jifei used incense to occupy my girlfriend. Lu Jianan did not answer. His heart became dignified as he listened to the conversation between Lu Jifei and Wang Lixia. It seems that there is indeed such a thing as incense. However, Lu Jifei was one of his own people. He had just joined Lu Jianan. This time, if the negotiation was successful, Lu Jianan would arrange for him to be the deputy director of the Human Resources Department or the deputy director of finance in the company. These two positions, one was held by Lu Zhiqiao and the other was held by Lu Huamei. This made Lu Jianan's usual work very constrained. This time, Lu Jifei joining Lu Jianan was an opportunity. Lu Jianan believed that Lu Jifei had this stepping stone of cooperation performance. If Lu Jianan recommended him, his father should also follow Lu Jianan's wishes. Lu Jianan's business methods were not good. He could sit in this position entirely because of his father's contributions and the advantage of his age. After he sat in the position of vice president, he did not do much. Most of the time, he was competing for power with his younger brother and sister. Therefore, when Su Xiaobin wanted to sue Lu Jifei, his first thought was that Su Xiaobin was an outsider. He could not keep him. Oh, so to speak, this incense thing does exist. Lu Jianan said faintly. However, what do you want me to do for you? This contract is obviously beneficial to our company. You're also one of the contributors. I want an explanation for Lu Jifei occupying my girlfriend. Su Xiaobin said excitedly. Oh, this matter? I also heard the recording. Your girlfriend is not a good thing. She even wants to be Lu Jifei's lover. It is a consensual matter. How can I decide for you? You are not married, and she is not married. Love is free. Lu Jianan smiled faintly and clicked the delete button. This kind of thing that destroys the internal unity of the company should be deleted. Don't. Su Xiaobin grabbed the phone, but he saw a few typed words on the phone screen in despair. The recording file has been deleted. Su Xiaobin's eyes were about to burst into flames. He did not expect that Lu Jianan not only did not help him, but also deleted the evidence. He pointed at Lu Jianan, and his whole body was trembling. Why did you delete it? Okay, Xiaobin, don't be excited. Lu Jianan changed into a sincere attitude. I deleted it for your own good. If this matter continues, it won't do you any good. What the old man hates the most is infighting. If you use this obviously consensual thing as evidence, the old man will definitely have a bad opinion of you. At that time, you won't even be able to keep your position as the manager of the office. Lu Jianan's approachable tone calmed Su Xiaobin's excited expression slightly. He looked at Lu Jianan suspiciously. Really? Why would I lie to you? Lu Jianan smiled bitterly. Take my own situation as an example. Chapter 1374. In fact, Lu Zhiqiao, Lu Huamei, and I are also fighting for power. The old man saw it, but he didn't interfere. Why is that? Lu Jianan paused for a moment. That's because we are fighting with real swords and spears, and not using this kind of backstabbing method. Indeed, you said that your wife was raped by Lu Jifei with incense. But how can the recording in your phone be called evidence? I heard that it was consensual, let alone the old man. Do you think the old man will care about this matter after hearing it? Don't you think it's good enough that you and Wang Lixiao work together to trick Lu Jifei? Su Xiaobin was stunned. He only heard that old man Lu did not interfere with the power struggle of Lu Jianan and others, but he did not expect there to be such a deep rule, although he didn't know whether it was true or not. Looking at Lu Jianan's expression, Su Xiaobin had to believe it. After all, thinking about it carefully, the evidence in the phone was really not much evidence. Lu Jianan was right. The words that Wang Lixia said in the phone recording were all words to please Lu Jifei. Who would believe that she was pretending to please him? Anyone who listened to this recording would think that these two people were consensual, not forced by one party. Even if Lu Jifei succeeded with incense, it could be heard from Wang Lixia's words that she finally agreed to be Lu Jifei's lover. This was not evidence at all. If old man Lu Jianyan heard it, he would definitely not support him. Su Xiaobin did not think about calling the police, but there was not enough evidence to do so. Secondly, he was afraid that Lu Jianyan would have an opinion of him after knowing that he called the police. After all, the patriarchs of very big families were very protective. It was okay to fight openly and secretly in the family, but it was not okay to go out and lose face. Now that he heard Lu Jianan say this, Su Xiaobin was also discouraged. Then this matter is over. When you have made some achievements in the future, are you afraid that you won't have a chance to deal with him? Lu Jianan said with a smile, but he said in his heart, Lu Jifei is now my person. Will I give you a chance to deal with him? Just based on your attitude in front of me, I have to deal with you. Otherwise, keeping someone like you, who would always use underhanded methods to accuse others behind their backs, would be a ticking time bomb. Lu Jianan had a plan in his heart, but on the surface, he said calmly, this time, I can strongly recommend you to be the general manager of the Songjiang branch. You also know that this position is very popular now. There are people in the group who want to compete for this position. Lu Zhiqiao is the head of the Human Resources Department. It is almost certain that he can arrange a trusted aide. But this time, I will talk to my father and give you a compensation. How could Su Xiaobin know that Lu Jianan was talking nonsense? Seeing that he sounded like he was telling the truth, he immediately believed him. In the past, he thought that he could be promoted to the general manager of the Songjiang branch, but he didn't expect so many people to compete for this position. But thinking about it carefully, there was indeed such a possibility. The direct descendants of the Lu family would definitely disdain this position, but they would definitely have some trusted subordinates. It was not impossible for them to arrange for their trusted subordinates to be in this position. After all, a branch office and an office were two different concepts. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Then, this contract. Su Xiaobin knew that he couldn't do anything to Lu Jifei for the time being, so he had to shift his focus to the contract. Since this contract has already been signed like this, it's not something that can be changed just because I say so. How about this? I'll discuss it with my father and give you an answer. Lu Jinan said, leave this contract with me first. Okay, Vice President Lu, I will go back first. Su Xiaobin quickly got up and left. After Lu Jinan said this, he also gave up the idea of pursuing Lu Jifei's responsibility now. In the end, his strength was still not enough. When he was stronger, it would not be too late to take action against Lu Jifei. After Su Xiaobin left, Lu Jinan's face became gloomy. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed Lu Jifei's cell phone number. Lu Jifei was complacent. Not only did he retaliate against Jing Xiaolu, but he also just had sex with Wang Lixia. In his opinion, this life had become infinitely better. When he heard the phone ring, he picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. He suddenly showed a serious expression. President Lu, this is Jifei. What can I do for you? Lu Jinan wanted to scold Lu Jifei, but every time he heard Lu Jifei's flattering and humble voice, he felt indescribable comfort in his heart. This kid really knows how to talk. Since this was the case, Lu Jinan was inconvenient to scold, but his tone was still not very good. Lu Jifei, where are you? I am in Songjiang. President Lu, are you looking for me? Lu Jifei was somewhat inexplicable. This Lu Jinan seems to be a little angry. You have signed a contract. What are you still doing in Songjiang? Why don't you come back and report to me? Asked Lu Jinan. Lu Jifei's heart skipped a beat. How does Lu Jinan know that I have signed the contract? And it seems that he is very angry because of this matter. Lu Jifei was shocked and quickly said with a smile, President Lu, this is the case. I have just signed a contract here, but I was thinking of buying some Songjiang specialties for you before returning to Haicheng to report to you. Lu Jinan listened to Lu Jifei's explanation and couldn't help but find it funny. Isn't this a blatant lie? However, this lie made people feel very comfortable. Lu Jinan snorted and said, What specialties are you buying? I think you're going to seduce someone's wife, right? Lu Jifei's hand that was holding the phone suddenly froze, and the sweat on his head also fell. How does this Lu Jinan know my whereabouts? Is it a casual guess? But does he really know something? No need. Do you know that Su Xiaobin has already come to me to complain about you? Lu Jinan snorted and said, Hurry up and get over here. Otherwise, you kid won't even know how you died. Okay. I will go over right away. President Lu, you can rest assured. I will definitely drive the car like an airplane, or else I will not be called Lu Jifei. Lu Jifei quickly promised. This kid, Lu Jinan, shook his head helplessly and hung up the phone. If it weren't for Lu Jifei's loyalty to him and his pleasing words, Lu Jinan wouldn't have cared about him at all. Motherfucker, how does this Su Xiaobin know about this? How did he get a Lu Jinan so quickly? Lu Jifei cursed secretly. He was somewhat inexplicable, but he did not dare to delay. He quickly ran to the front of the car, got in the car, and went straight to Haicheng. On the highway, Lu Jifei and Su Xiaobin's cars passed by each other, but neither of them paid attention to the opposite car. Lu Jifei was now shocked and angry, and he was a little nervous. He didn't know if Lu Jinan would deal with him. Su Xiaobin, on the other hand, was vexed and had a trace of indignation in his heart, but he was powerless. Lu Jifei had recently become a frequent guest of the Jiangyan group. The reception lady at the door also knew that he was the favorite of Vice President Lu Jinan, so she smiled and nodded to him. Mr. Lu, are you looking for Vice President Lu? Lu Jifei nodded. Yes, President Lu just called me and asked me to come over. The reception lady nodded, called to confirm, and then said to Lu Jifei, Mr. Lu, Vice President Lu is waiting for you in the office above. Lu Jifei took the elevator to the door of Lu Jinan's office. He knocked on the door and heard Lu Jinan's voice coming from inside. "Please come in. President Liu, I am here to ask for forgiveness." As soon as Lu Jifei entered the door, he lowered his head and made it look like he had made a mistake. His tone was quite sincere. "I have caused trouble for you. Okay, you little brat." Lu Jinan looked at Lu Jifei's appearance as a slave, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "If I didn't cover for you here, Su Xiaobin might bring this matter to the old man. Thank you, President Liu, for dealing with me," Lu Jifei said quickly. "I will risk my life to serve President Liu. Don't say those useless things. Let me ask you, is the incense thing that Su Xiaobin said true?" Lu Jinan waved and asked. Lu Jifei didn't dare to hide anything from Lu Jinan. He carefully explained, "Yes, there's indeed such a thing. I used incense too. I didn't ask you this shit. I asked if you also used this incense when you signed the contract." Lu Jinan glared at Lu Jifei and asked, "Yes, when I signed the contract, I also used incense." When Lu Jifei heard that Lu Jinan didn't intend to pursue the matter of him sleeping with Su Xiaobin's wife, he was relieved. This matter seemed to be over, and Su Xiaobin guessed it. "He came to me and wanted to re-sign the contract," said Lu Jinan. Chapter 1375. What? Resigning? How can that be? Lu Jifei was shocked. "I spent a lot of effort to sign a contract like this. How can I just resign it? You tell me the truth. This contract was signed normally. You also made a great contribution. Why did you sign the contract like this?" Lu Jinan frowned. When Su Xiaobin took out the contract and explained everything to him, he began to wonder why Lu Jifei signed a contract like this, but he didn't ask because he didn't think Su Xiaobin would know. "Because I have some personal grievances with Jing Xiaolu of the Mingyang Security Company. This time, she was in charge of the negotiation, so I thought of such a way to mess with her. Anyway, the final contract signed is also beneficial to our company," said Lu Jifei. "Beneficial my ass." Lu Jinan glared at Lu Jifei. "Su Xiaobin told me before. You tricked them like this. Can they still cooperate with you sincerely? There's a gap between the two sides, and this newly established company won't go far." Lu Jifei really didn't think of this. He just wanted to mess with Jing Xiaolu before, and he felt that this contract was very beneficial to the company. He didn't consider the feelings of the Mingyang Security Company at all. Now that he heard Lu Jinan's reprimand, he suddenly realized that cooperation was two-sided. It wasn't just one party that had the final say. Lu Jinan sighed. This Lu Jifei still has a conspiracy, but he still doesn't know enough about the business world. However, it doesn't matter. My company doesn't lack talents. What I lack is this kind of conspiracy theorist who can help me get rid of my opponent. Well, you don't have to worry. I have already thought of a backup plan for you. Lu Jinan said, "Except for Su Xiaobin who knows about your use of incense, don't tell anyone else. I will also ask Su Xiaobin to shut up." "Thank you, President Liu." Su Xiaobin quickly thanked him. "After this time, I will transfer you back to the head office to be a Deputy Director of Finance or Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department," said Lu Jinan. "Leave the mess on your side to Su Xiaobin. Let it be a branch manager. If the company has problems in the future, blame it on him." President Liu is wise, Lu Jifei said quickly. In fact, he also thought so. In the future, he would look for Su Xiaobin for all the bad things. It had nothing to do with him. If you hadn't revealed the incense, it would have been a great achievement for you. After all, everyone saw the benefits in the contract, and you are the hero of this negotiation. As for how this branch will develop in the future, you don't have to participate. Lu Jinan said, "Okay, you go back first." "Yes, President Liu." Lu Jifei responded. "Right, that Wang Lixia isn't a good person. She promised you. Then she recorded what you said with her mobile phone and sent it to Su Xiaobin to complain to me. If I didn't delete the recording quickly, you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences this time." Lu Jinan said, "You should be careful in the future. Don't get involved with that Wang Lixia. Why you like her so much? What kind of woman can't he have? He just had to provoke Su Xiaobin's woman." Please rest assured, President Liu. If I touch Wang Lixia again, I will castrate myself with a knife. Liu Jifei promised. Liu Jianan was happy after listening to Liu Jifei's promise. He waved his hand and let him go out. After Liu Jifei left, Liu Jianan hesitated. He picked up the phone and dialed the phone number left by Su Xiaobin. Su Xiaobin? I'm Liu Jianan, said Liu Jianan. Vice President Liu, hello. I'm Su Xiaobin. Su Xiaobin had just returned to the office. Before he could take off his coat, Liu Jianan's call came. He secretly thought that Liu Jianan was efficient. Su Xiaobin, I discussed with my father about what you told me, but he refused. Liu Jianan said, the company's contract is a big deal. Once it is signed, how can it be changed casually? If this precedent is broken, all the companies who have signed contracts with our company will come to our door and ask to re-sign the contract. Wouldn't it be a mess? But Su Xiaobin did not expect that the request to re-sign the contract would be refused. But this time, the situation is different. This contract was signed under unfair circumstances. How can it be compared with a general contract? Yes, you said it's not normal. I know it's not normal, but what about others? Others don't think so. Liu Jianan said, I believe what you said about incense, but my father and grandfather don't believe it. They won't take this kind of weird reason seriously. I can't help you even if I want to. Vice President Liu, is there no turning point? Su Xiaobin asked unwillingly. Liu Jianan thought, if you didn't call me Vice President Liu, and you were more humble, maybe I could help you. But now, you are obviously not on the right track. Do you still expect me to help you? You could just be the stepping stone for Liu Jifei's promotion. No, this is a big group, a big company. It's not up to you to decide. Liu Jifei said, the contract is signed. If you want to change it, isn't it a joke? Okay, that's it. Wait. Before Su Xiaobin finished speaking, Liu Jianan had hung up the phone. Su Xiaobin had to smile bitterly. Xiaobin, how is it? Wang Lixia had taken a shower and dressed up. She sat on the bed, anxiously waiting for Su Xiaobin to come back. However, Su Xiaobin was answering the phone as soon as he returned home. When he finished the call, Wang Lixia quickly asked, AI, don't mention it. Su Xiaobin's face showed a painful look. Your matter was suppressed by the group's Vice President Liu. He didn't let me continue to make trouble. He said that he would give me the position of the general manager of the Songjiang branch as compensation. What kind of compensation is this? Can't you take over the position of the general manager of the Songjiang branch? Wang Lixia was anxious when she heard it. I thought I could, but Vice President Liu analyzed the situation. I really don't have much hope. Su Xiaobin sighed. What's going on? Asked Wang Lixia. The Liu family, Liu Jianan, Liu Zhiqiao, and Liu Huame are all fighting for power. Now that the Songjiang office has been upgraded to the Songjiang branch, the general manager of this branch has become a lucrative position. These three people all want to place their cronies in this position. Su Xiaobin explained, especially Liu Zhiqiao. He is the director of the group's personnel department. It is more convenient for him to place his cronies. So it is really hard to say if this position can be mine. What about now? Asked Wang Lixia. Now that Liu Jianan has recommended it, it should not be a big problem. Su Xiaobin said with a bitter smile. However, it doesn't matter if I take the position or not now. It is better not to be the general manager. Why is that? Why is it better not to be the general manager? Wang Lixia was surprised after listening to Su Xiaobin's words. Because Liu Jifei made things difficult and signed a contract like this. As Su Xiaobin spoke, he told Wang Lixia in detail about Liu Jifei using incense to sign the contract. Why is it incense again? Wang Lixia frowned after listening. In this way, the relationship between the two sides has become bad before the cooperation has started. You're really right. The position of the general manager of this branch was originally a good position, but now, I am afraid that no matter who sits in this position, they will not be peaceful. That's right, said Su Xiaobin. Anyway, I still have to study the countermeasures with Ming Yang's Vice President Jing first. After all, the matter was caused by us. We can't just ignore the other party. Chapter 1376. Yang Ming returned to his room. He had just taken a shower and changed into his pajamas. He was going to watch TV and rest for a while before calling Chun Ming Yin and the others at home. However, he heard a knock on the door from outside the room. Who is it? Yang Ming didn't expect someone to knock on the door at this time. He clearly put the Do Not Disturb sign outside the door. Are the people who knocked on the door blind? It's me. Fong Tian's voice came from outside the door. Yang Ming was helpless. Why is this old man Fong Tian here again? Didn't I just come back from his room? However, Yang Ming could ignore other people knocking on the door. If Fong Tian knocked on the door, Yang Ming couldn't do anything. He had to open the door and complain. Are you blind? Didn't you see the Do Not Disturb sign? Yang Ming saw another person beside Fong Tian halfway through his words. It was the current family master of the butterfly family, Wang Song's Han, whom he met once during the Chinese New Year training here. Yang Ming quickly put away his previous playful expression and replaced it with a serious expression. Greetings, Uncle Wang. Why? Aren't you going to invite us in? Wang Song's Han looked at Yang Ming, nodded and asked. Yang Ming didn't know if his nod was appreciation or something else, but it wasn't good to delve into it. He quickly moved aside and said to Wang Song's Han and Fong Tian, Uncle Wang Fong. Master, please come in. Fong Tian smiled and looked at Yang Ming with interest. Old man Wang is not an outsider. You can continue to call me whatever you want. Old man Fong is more pleasing to the ear. I feel a little unnatural when you call me master. Yang Ming laughed twice and didn't answer. He could be rude when he was with Fong Tian, but in front of outsiders, Yang Ming still had to maintain the necessary respect. Otherwise, people would laugh at him for not knowing the rules. After Wang Song's Han entered the house, he sat on the sofa and did not speak, but his face was gloomy. Anyone could see that he was not in a good mood, as if he was angry. Fong Tian, on the other hand, sat at the side. However, Fong Tian's expression was leisurely and complacent. There was even a hint of snickering. No matter how stupid Yang Ming was, he could see that Wang Song's Han was definitely angry with him. Wang Songshan's nod when he entered the door was not a compliment, but a sign of anger. When Yang Ming saw that Wang Song's Han didn't speak, he had to look at Fong Tian for help, who knew that this old man still had an indifferent expression and was laughing there. Yang Ming gave him a few signals, but this guy actually turned a deaf ear and pretended not to see. Yang Ming was also helpless. This old man dropped the ball at the crucial moment. Uncle Wang, why are you here? Are you looking for me? Fong Tian didn't speak, so Yang Ming couldn't be in a deadlock. He had to ask first. Otherwise, sitting there like this made Yang Ming feel a lot of pressure. It was as if he had done something to someone else's daughter, and her father had come to blame him. Old man Fong, is this your apprentice Yang Ming? Wang Songzhan didn't answer after listening to Yang Ming's words. Instead, he snorted and looked at Fong Tian. Fong Tian laughed but didn't speak. Yang Ming had to bite the bullet and said, answering Uncle Wang, I am Master Fong Tian's apprentice. I didn't ask you. Wang Songzhan waved his hand. He was a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming's interruption. Yang Ming smiled twice. He was a little embarrassed and complained in his heart. What the fuck is this? Your daughter also agreed to break off the engagement. Why does it seem like I made a unilateral decision? Does it make me the same as Chun Shimi? However, Yang Ming definitely wouldn't say these words. No matter how strong Wang Songzhan was, he was Fong Tian's best friend. Even if he beat him up on the spot, Yang Ming couldn't fight back. He could only admit that he was unlucky, so Yang Ming wouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. What's wrong with my daughter? Why do you want to break off the engagement? Wang Songzhan smiled coldly, looked at Yang Ming, and asked word by word. This. Yang Ming looked at Wang Songshan's expression, and his heart was helpless to the extreme. Senior Wang, as far as I know, I'm not the only one who is dissatisfied with this marriage. It seems that your daughter is also dissatisfied. Marriage is decided by the parents. My daughter's marriage is decided by me. Wang Songzhan pointed at Yang Ming and said, and you are old man Fong's apprentice. Master is master, so a master is like a father. Your marriage is naturally decided by old man Fong. The muscles on Yang Ming's face twitched twice. He originally thought that he could smoothly break off the engagement when he came here, but he didn't expect this situation to happen. It seemed that the one who wanted to break off the engagement was Wang Songshan's daughter, not Wang Songshan himself. Wang Songshan seemed to be optimistic about this marriage. He was forced to agree to break off the engagement. His daughter, and he didn't have this intention, but there was a glimmer of hope. He still hoped that this engagement would be maintained. As long as he agreed to this marriage, it would be impossible for Wang Songshan's daughter to break off the engagement unilaterally. Senior Wang, I don't agree with your words. What era is this? Love is free. How can you still mention those ancient engagements? Yang Ming knew that he couldn't weaken his momentum at this time. If his momentum weakened, he might fall into the other party's trap. He could only grit his teeth and resist. So, you are determined not to marry my daughter? Wang Songshan's face changed after listening to Yang Ming's words, and his eyes became cold. Yes. Yang Ming met Wang Songshan's gaze and said firmly. Wang Songshan only had the identity of an elder, which made Yang Ming feel a lot of pressure in his heart. But in terms of strength, Yang Ming felt that he would not lose to the person in front of him. Good, very good. Wang Songshan said good twice, but anyone could hear that he wasn't really saying that Yang Ming was good. He was saying the opposite. The families who want to marry my daughter and come to me to propose marriage can line up to the other side of the world. You actually don't want it. Uncle Wang, marriage is based on the love of both parties. I really don't have any feelings for your daughter. I hope you don't force this, Junior. Yang Ming knew that Wang Songshan would be angrier if he said this, but some words still had to be said. But there's a saying, I don't know if Uncle Wang has heard of it. It is called a forced melon is not sweet. It means that if I really get married to your daughter, then there will be no happiness in the future. Oh, how do you know that you don't have any feelings for her? Wang Songshan suddenly asked. Yang Ming was stunned. Wang Songshan's words made Yang Ming feel somewhat inexplicable. He thought, is this Wang Songshan confused? He smiled bitterly. Uncle Wang, I haven't even met your daughter. Haven't we talked about feelings? Really? Are you sure you don't have any feelings for my daughter? Wang Songshan seemed to ask somewhat unwillingly. Looking at Wang Songshan's artificial expression, Fang Tian, who was at the side, almost laughed out loud. However, he had undergone strict training and could control his emotions at will. His heart was overjoyed, but his face still had an indifferent expression that was not a smile. Fang Tian thought, this Wang Songshan is a master of acting. He obviously wants to play Yang Ming to death by asking this question. However, Fang Tian did not stop him. This old man's childish heart was not much worse than Wang Songshan's. What's more, he was just playing a little joke on Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to let them suffer a little. However, Yang Ming did not know the plan in Wang Songshan's heart. He believed his question at the moment. Uncle Wang, you don't have to force this junior anymore. I came this time with the idea of breaking off the engagement. I won't consider anything else. Good, good. Wang Songshan nodded and said angrily, my daughter is a national beauty. Others can't marry her even if they want to. I'm giving it to you for free, and you don't want it. Well, let me tell you, you won't have this opportunity again. Since you don't agree now, there's no place to regret in the future. Since Junior has already decided, how can I go back on my word? Yang Ming was stunned and said inexplicably, when I return to Songjiang, I don't even know if I can come to the Butterfly Castle again. I have offended the Butterfly family completely. I guess I won't have any contact with them in the future. How can I go back on my words? Chapter 1377. Are you sure that you won't regret it in the future? Wang Songshan stared at Yang Ming as if he wanted to eat him up. I'll give you one last chance to make your final choice. Are you going to marry her or not? I'm telling you now, if you don't marry her, don't ever think about stepping into the Butterfly Castle again. There will never be a second chance. I won't regret it. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and said, at this time I must hold on. If I waver slightly, Wang Songshan will definitely find a way to be aggressive. Yang Ming wondered, am I so good? Does Wang Songzhan have to marry his daughter to me? His daughter wouldn't be ugly, would she? Otherwise, if she was really as beautiful as a fairy, why didn't she marry anyone? Why did she have to push him into her arms? Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Great, I finally got it. Suddenly, a voice came into Yang Ming's mind. This is Wang Songshan's voice. Yang Ming was suddenly a little inexplicable. What does Wang Songzhan mean? And I didn't say anything. Yes. Yang Ming suddenly remembered his special ability that he had not used for a long time. The special ability to see through other people's thoughts. Only when my spirit is highly concentrated and when the other party's spirit is also highly concentrated can my special ability work. Being forced to retreat by Wang Songzhan, I was naturally very nervous. Unknowingly, my special ability worked. And Wang Songzhan was also nervous? Yang Ming guessed correctly. Wang Songzhan was indeed very nervous. He was afraid that Yang Ming would not be able to withstand the pressure and suddenly go back on his words. He would agree to his request and marry his daughter. If Yang Ming really agreed, then there would be no more fun. Therefore, his spirit was so nervous that he was relieved when Yang Ming finally decided that he would not go back on his words. He had the thought of, great, I finally got it. However, this sentence was somewhat inexplicable in Yang Ming's mind. Why can't Yang Ming understand? What do you mean by too good? Could it be that he thought it was too good for her to break off the engagement? If it was too good, wouldn't it be contradictory? Yang Ming thought that Wang Songzhan would definitely marry his daughter to him when he saw how Wang Songzhan wanted to kill him. But the last sentence was obviously not in line with his previous mood. Could it be that there was a problem? Yang Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. If he didn't hear this sentence later, Yang Ming wouldn't have any doubts. But now that he heard Wang Songshan's idea, Yang Ming had a little doubt. However, no matter how hard Yang Ming thought about it, it was impossible for him not to guess Wang Songshan's true thoughts. Yang Ming would never have thought that Wang Songzhan was Wang Xiaoyan's father. Although both of them had the surname Wang, in Yang Ming's opinion, they were two completely different people. How could there be any connection between them? Yang Ming didn't think that there would be any connection between Songjiang and Butterfly Castle. Yang Ming concentrated and wanted to continue to see Wang Songshan's thoughts, but unfortunately, he got nothing. Wang Songzhan did not convey any new ideas. It seemed that he had relaxed his mind and was not focused on one point. Yang Ming couldn't detect other people's thoughts when their thoughts were not active. Yang Ming couldn't do anything about this, but even so, Yang Ming already felt that his ability was amazing. This ability to see through other people's thoughts had given him many warnings. He had also gotten a lot of benefits from it. Since he couldn't hear Wang Songshan's new thoughts, Yang Ming could only give up the idea of continuing to use his special ability. He thought, maybe Wang Songshan's previous actions were all for his face? In fact, he didn't want his daughter to marry him, but in order to maintain the face of the big family, he had to make a gesture. In the eyes of outsiders, it was Yang Ming who wanted to break off the engagement, not Wang Songshan's side. Although Yang Ming didn't understand whether there was a specific meaning in doing this, Yang Ming could only guess from the current situation. Wang Songshan's voice sounded again, and Yang Ming quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Well, in this case, our butterfly family will break off all ties with you. Wang Songzhan said, we will have no relationship in the future. Do you agree? Yang Ming glanced at Fong Tian. What does it mean to have nothing to do with me anymore? Does he want to break off ties? Fong Tian and Wang Songzhan have been old friends for many years. If they break off ties, Yang Ming wanted Fong Tian to say a few words, but this man was like a stone sculpture. He sat there with no other actions or words except for a faint smile. Yang Ming looked at him for a long time as if he was looking at a statue. Although Yang Ming was annoyed, there was nothing he could do. He knew that maybe Fong Tian didn't want to be caught in the middle. Fong Tian also had his own difficulties. It wasn't appropriate for him to side with either side, so he could only shut up. Yang Ming didn't want to make things difficult for Fong Tian. He sighed and said, Senior Wang, I don't dare to have any objections if you want me to break off ties with the butterfly family. But Master Fong Tian and you are best friends. Of course, he won't break ties with me. I'm talking about you. Wang Songzhan waved his hand impatiently and interrupted Yang Ming's words. That's good. Yang Ming nodded. Since Senior Wang said so, then I'm relieved. It's fine as long as it doesn't affect the friendship between you and my master. He is him, and you are you. I'm not confused enough to confuse the two. Wang Songzhan waved his hand. Thank you so much. Yang Ming clasped his fist. Since Wang Songzhan didn't pursue anything, he wouldn't come to the Butterfly Castle again. So Yang Ming wasn't worried about anything. You're on your own now. Wang Songzhan stood up and was ready to leave. Fang Tian also stood up and was ready to send Wang Songzhan away. Before the two of them reached the door, they heard a rush of knocking on the door. Yang Ming frowned. Wang Songzhan and Fang Tian came to find him and ignored the Do Not Disturb sign outside the door. It was understandable. They were all elders, so Yang Ming had nothing to say. But other people also came and knocked on the door. Isn't this a bit too unruly? Sure enough, not only did Yang Ming frown, but even Wang Songzhan frowned. He must have thought of this and asked coldly, "Who is it? What's the matter?" "Family Master, you are really here." An anxious voice came from outside the door. Wang Songzhan opened the door unhappily and glanced coldly at the person who came in. "Who let you come? Why are you so unruly? Don't you know that I'm talking to a guest? You're also a disciple with status in the family. Why are you still so impatient?" "Family Master, you misunderstood. If it wasn't a big matter, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to find you," said the disciple carefully. "What's the matter? Say it." Wang Songshan's anger had subsided a little, and his gaze on the disciple was not so cold. "Family Master, someone is causing trouble outside the Butterfly Castle," said the disciple quickly. "Causing trouble? What's the matter? Can't you even deal with a troublemaker?" Wang Songzhan frowned again when he heard it. Although the Butterfly Castle was famous, there were also some people who overestimated themselves and came here to cause trouble. In the eyes of those people, if they could defeat the people of the Butterfly Castle, their reputation would suddenly reach the peak. So many people did not hesitate to take the risk. Of course, these people paid a painful price. Although they did not die here, they still went back on a stretcher with missing arms and legs. So, when Wang Songzhan heard that someone was causing trouble, his first thought was that some people who overestimated themselves wanted to use the Butterfly Castle to become famous. However, this person's idea was probably good, but in reality, it was impossible to succeed. "Family Master, that person is very powerful. We advised her to leave quickly and not make trouble here, but she didn't listen. We had to send a few disciples forward and wanted to forcibly invite this person away, but we didn't expect that person to knock down the 4 disciples who tried to dissuade her." The disciple carefully explained to Wang Songzhan. "What? This person has some strength?" Wang Songzhan was obviously stunned after listening to the disciple's description. Chapter 1378. The disciples who were responsible for guarding the safety of the Butterfly Castle were the best among the current 3rd-generation disciples. Wang Songzhan and Butler Muanping were the current peak of the Butterfly family. Tombstone and others were the backbone of the Butterfly family. Wang Kejin was the best among the 3rd-generation disciples. Although the disciples who were responsible for patrolling the Butterfly Castle were not as strong as Wang Kejin, they were also the best. That was why they were entrusted with heavy responsibilities, especially in terms of numbers. Wang Songzhan heard that the troublemaker outside the door had actually knocked down 4 3rd-generation disciples with one move. This person's strength was indeed not simple. Although Wang Songzhan, Mu Enping, Tombstone, and others could also do this, they were all the top assassins of the Butterfly family. How could they be compared with a troublemaker? "Why don't you report to Butler Mu?" Wang Songzhan frowned. Even if this troublemaker was quite strong, it was not to the point of alarming him. There had been such powerful troublemakers before, but Mu Enping had personally dealt with them. "Family Master, Butler Mu accompanied Miss out early this morning. Miss seemed to want to buy something, so Butler Mu accompanied her personally," the disciple said respectfully. Wang Songzhan nodded after listening. The butterfly castle was not in the city, but in a deep mountain. Wang Xiaoyan naturally had to go far if she wanted to buy something. She had not been back for a few years and was unfamiliar with the place. It was normal for Butler Mu to accompany her. "What is your name?" Wang Songzhan asked. "Disciple's name is Wang Kazhao." The disciple replied quickly. "Okay, Wang Kazhao, tell me the specific situation in detail." Since Butler Mu had gone out, Wang Songzhan had become the only person who had the final say in the butterfly castle. He had to personally ask about this matter. "Yes, family master." Wang Kazhao nodded heavily and began to say, Disciple was patrolling outside the castle with several other disciples. At this time, a middle-aged woman came. As soon as she came up, she asked if Miss was engaged these few days. Disciple thought that she was a guest who came to attend the wedding and came to investigate in advance, so I didn't hide it and admitted it. Woman? Then, Wang Xiaoyan's engagement was not a secret in the European upper class, so Wang Songzhan was not surprised and continued to ask. However, he was somewhat surprised that the visitor was a woman. Then, she asked again if Senior Fong Tian had come, but her tone was somewhat impolite. She didn't use senior, but directly called him by his name. Wang Kazhao didn't dare to conceal anything and even spoke of the details in detail. "Oh, he knows old man Fong?" Wang Songzhan was slightly stunned and turned to look at Fong Tian. Could it be that Fong Tian's enemy came here to seek revenge? At this moment, Fong Tian's expression became somewhat inexplicable. Why did someone come to the butterfly family to look for me? Wasn't this a little too bizarre? Then how did you answer? Wang Songzhan and Fong Tian looked at each other and saw that Fong Tian knew nothing about this matter. They had to continue to ask Wang Kazhao. Junior will naturally answer truthfully. Senior Fong Tian has already arrived at the butterfly castle, Wang Kazhao said. There is nothing wrong with your answer. Wang Songzhan said, since she knows that my daughter is going to be engaged in these few days, then she must also know that my daughter is engaged to the king of assassins' last disciple. It is normal for her to know that Fong Tian is here. Yes, but her next words were a little impolite. Speaking of this, Wang Kazhao glanced at Wang Songzhan and Fong Tian nervously and didn't dare to continue speaking. What did she say? Just say it. Wang Songzhan waved his hand and asked. She said, ask that Fong got to come out and greet me. After speaking, Wang Kazhao's face was a little embarrassed. Disciple was just repeating what the woman said. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to Senior Fong. I know, it's okay. Fong Tian waved his hand, but his brows were locked together. When did I have an enemy? Why did she come to the butterfly castle to seek revenge? Wang Songzhan also looked at Fong Tian in surprise at this moment. Listening to the woman's words, it seemed that she really had a grudge with Fong Tian. However, Wang Songzhan also showed considerable doubts about the woman's arrival at the butterfly castle. So, when several of our disciples heard that this woman was here to make trouble, we thought that Senior Fong Tian was looking for trouble. However, since she was looking for Senior Fong, we didn't dare to neglect. We asked her to tell us her name so that we could help her report. Wang Kazhao said, who knew that the woman sneered and said that if Senior Fong came out, he would know who was looking for him. We listened to her and asked her to leave, who knew that she would knock down 4 of our disciples as soon as she made a move. I told the other disciples to stop and quickly ran back to report. The other disciples should still be in a stalemate with that woman. Old man Fong, is there a woman in your enemy's family? Wang Songzhan glanced at Fong Tian and asked, I have retired from the underworld for almost 10 years. How can I have any enemies? Fong Tian smiled bitterly. I really don't know who this woman is. Forget it. Since you don't know, then let's go out and meet her. Wang Songzhan looked at Fong Tian's pondering look and knew that he couldn't figure out the identity of the person. So he said, no matter what this person is looking for you for, since she dares to behave atrociously in front of the butterfly castle, I will never let her go. She dares to ask for people in my butterfly castle. This is clearly not putting me in her eyes. If this spreads out, people will think that I am easy to bully. Let's talk about it after we figure out the situation. Fong Tian was not in a hurry to get back his face. Although he was scolded by name, Fong Tian was not angry. There was no hatred for no reason in this world. Since this person found him, he must have offended her. However, the only thing that made Fong Tian feel strange was that he had been living in seclusion for 10 years. How could he offend a middle-aged woman? Wang Songzhan nodded and walked out of the room. The disciple named Wang Kejiao quickly led the way respectfully in front. Fong Tian glanced at Yang Ming and said, "You go with us and take a look. If they start fighting, you have to take care of it for me." Okay. Yang Ming was actually very curious in his heart. What kind of enemy does Fong Tian have? Since this person knows Fong Tian and can name him, I'm afraid that she is either very strong or crazy and wants to die. However, judging from the fact that she could knock down 4 disciples in one move, the first possibility was still more likely. It showed that this woman still had a certain level of strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to knock down 4 disciples. Yang Ming, Fong Tian, and Wang Songzhan followed Wang Kejiao out of the butterfly castle and walked towards the gate of the castle. Before they reached the gate, Yang Ming saw a beautiful woman standing proudly in front of the gate of the butterfly castle because of his special ability. This woman was very beautiful. Although she was already a little old, she did not lose her charm. What surprised Yang Ming in particular was that this beautiful woman's figure was well maintained. She was very fit. At first glance, it was obvious that it was the result of persistent training. This was the normal physical characteristics of people who practiced martial arts. The same was true for Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria. There was not a trace of excess fat on their bodies. Such a person, how did Fong Tian provoke her? Although this beautiful woman was very beautiful, her expression was very indifferent. There was a faint anger in her eyes, which made people feel very awe-inspiring. However, when Yang Ming looked at this beautiful woman, he only felt that she was a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. A few disciples of the butterfly family stood in front of her. They were all nervously confronting the beautiful woman. However, the beautiful woman didn't look as nervous as them. Instead, she was very casual, as if she didn't put these people in her eyes at all. This kind of attitude of looking down on the world showed her strength. Yang Ming could be sure at this moment that this beautiful woman had considerable strength. Moreover, since she came here to find trouble, she must have expected that Wang Songzhan would become Fong Tian's helper. Even Fong Tian's disciple, who was himself, would not stand idly by. In this case, she still dared to do so. It could only mean one thing, that this beautiful woman was fearless. She had absolute confidence and capital to stand proudly in front of the butterfly castle. Chapter 1379. While thinking in his mind, his feet did not slow down at all. He followed Wang Kejiao and came to the gate of the butterfly castle with Fong Tian and Wang Songzhan. However, when they saw the beautiful woman, they all showed a very strange expression on each other's faces. There was surprise in this expression, but in Fong Tian's eyes, there was also a trace of helplessness. Seeing Fong Tian's and Wang Songzhan's expressions, Yang Ming knew that these two people must know the beautiful woman in front of them. Since this was the case, Yang Ming also gave up the idea of standing out. He stood quietly and observed the situation. "Sister, is that you?" Wang Songzhan's mouth squirmed twice, and he finally asked. His eyes were full of unbelievable excitement. "You didn't die? I knew that you wouldn't die. You're finally back. That's great. Of course I'm not dead. That guy surnamed Fong is not dead. How can I die before him? I'm still waiting to kill him." The beautiful woman sneered and snorted. At this moment, even if Yang Ming was stupid, he understood that the person in front of him was Wang Ruoxie, the sister of the current family master of the butterfly family, Wang Songzhan, Fong Tian's old lover. Yang Ming suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this beautiful woman was a little familiar at first glance. It was as if he had seen her somewhere. Now that he looked at Wang Songhan carefully, there was indeed some similarity between their eyebrows. However, even so, Yang Ming felt that the person who looked like Wang Ruoshui in his impression was not Wang Songhan, but another person. However, he could not remember who else for a while. Sure enough, after Fong Tian heard the beautiful woman's words, his expression was a little complicated. Ruosh, don't call my name. You don't deserve it. The beautiful woman, should be Wang Ruoshui, coldly interrupted Fong Tian's words. Fong Tian was choked by Wang Ruoshui's words and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth halfway, not knowing whether to continue or to shut up. Sister, it's good that you're back. Let's not talk at the door. Since you're home, let's go in. Wang Songhan was particularly excited. His sister, who had been missing for decades, whose fate was unknown, had suddenly appeared in front of him at this moment. This made him both surprised and afraid that he was dreaming. I came back because I heard that my niece is getting engaged. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back in my life. Wang Ruoshui didn't even look at Fong Tian, as if he didn't exist in front of her. Fong Tian stood there and suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. His old face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but Wang Ruoshui simply ignored him. However, Yang Ming found it a little funny. This Wang Ruoshui obviously could not forget Fong Tian. Otherwise, she would not have swore solemnly that Fong Tian should come out and greet her. However, now that Fong Tian had come out, Wang Ruoshui, as a woman, couldn't put down her pride. It was reasonable to leave Fong Tian aside for a while. Yang Ming didn't believe that Wang Ruoshui came back this time just for her niece's engagement. If she wanted to see her niece, she could come and see her at any time. Why did he have to choose this time? Besides, if he wanted to see her, why did he ask Fong Tian to come out and greet her? If it was really just to see her niece, it didn't matter if Fong Tian was here or not. It could be seen that Wang Ruoshui still couldn't let go of Fong Tian in her heart, but she was embarrassed to come up directly, so she used her niece as an excuse. If he could think of this, Fong Tian could think of it too. This old guy was very smart. He might be a loss now, but it was also because he suddenly saw Wang Ruoshui. He believed that after a while, he would be able to figure out the key to the matter. This is my niece's fiancé. Wang Ruoshui followed Wang Songhan into the butterfly castle. When she turned around, her eyes fell on Yang Ming. At this time, the most surprised people were Wang Kejiao and the disciples of the butterfly family. They never thought that the legendary sister of the family master would actually appear today. Then, those disciples who were knocked down by Wang Ruoshui were not wronged. How could they be Wang Ruoshui's opponent? This is my disciple, Yang Ming. Fong Tian didn't wait for Yang Ming and Wang Songhan to speak. He took the initiative to greet them and said with a smile. Come to think of it, he also understood the reason. Yang Ming somewhat admired Fong Tian's IQ. He was indeed very powerful. He understood the key in such a short time and seized the opportunity to take the initiative to please Wang Ruoshui. However, people at the level of Fong Tian and Wang Songhan were not good at emotions as assassins. Although they were extremely fanatical and excited when they saw that Wang Ruoshui was not dead, they had already calmed down at this moment. Fong Tian even thought of the reason why Wang Ruoshui came back this time. If Fong Tian was not smart, he could not become the king of assassins, so he quickly guessed Wang Ruoshui's mentality at this moment. Fong Tian was secretly delighted. This time, Wang Ruoshui would probably not leave his side again after she came back. However, this process would probably take a lot of twists and turns. Although they were in love at this moment, Fong Tian had abandoned her in the past. If they reconciled easily now, where would Wang Ruoshui's face go? Women always need a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, Fong Tian was very happy to create such a way out. He already felt guilty in his heart. This time, he held this idea and was prepared to not fight back and not talk back. He would do whatever Wang Ruoshui said. Anyway, Fong Tian's face was much thicker now than when he was young. He didn't care about anything at all. Of course, his disciple, Yang Ming's face was even thicker. He was better than his master. Previously in the room, the conversation with Yang Ming had already evoked his longing for Wang Ruoshui and his nostalgia for the relationship when he was young. Now that there was such a good opportunity to revive, how could Fang Tian miss it again? Looking at Wang Ruoshui in front of him, although she was already in her 40s, she looked like a woman in her 30s. She did not look old. Fang Tian was even more delighted. This time, he had made up his mind to finally embrace the beauty. This disciple of yours is not bad. Wang Ruoshui didn't turn a deaf ear to Fang Tian's words this time. Although her tone was still not very good, and her words were a bit harsh, it also showed that she didn't really want to ignore Fang Tian. But I really don't understand. How could such a disciple be taught by a trash master like you? Fang Tian laughed twice and didn't refute. Instead, he followed Wang Ruoshui's meaning and said, "It's just good luck, hee. However, although this disciple of yours looks good, who knows if he's just a good-for-nothing?" Wang Ruoshui said and looked at Yang Ming. "If you want to marry my niece, then you must have real ability. Whether you are qualified or not, you must first pass me." Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Wang Ruoshui inexplicably. Could it be that she still doesn't know that I broke off the engagement? Let's compete. If you win against me, you can marry a woman from our Wang family. Wang Ruoshui looked at Yang Ming and said, "If you can't win against me, then you can only blame your stupid master for not teaching you well." After Yang Ming listened to Wang Ruoshui's words, he thought, "Isn't this sowing discord? Fortunately, I don't really want to marry her niece. Otherwise, after I lose, I might really listen to Wang Ruoshui's words and complain about Fang Tian." "Senior, you made a mistake." Yang Ming felt that it was better to explain clearly. It wouldn't be good to continue with this misunderstanding. Made a mistake? What did I make wrong? When Yang Ming's words came out, Wang Ruoshui was also somewhat inexplicable. "Senior, I'm actually not here to get engaged with your niece. I'm here to break off the engagement. Senior Wang Songshan and Master Fang Tian can testify for me about this. They all know about it." Yang Ming explained. "What did you say? You want to break off the engagement?" Wang Ruoshui listened to Yang Ming's words, and her face suddenly became gloomy. A sharp, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. "Do you know who I hate the most in my life?" Chapter 1380. Yang Ming didn't expect Wang Ruoshui to turn hostile without any warning beforehand. He was stunned, but when he saw Fang Tian and Wang Songshan, who were smiling bitterly, Yang Ming knew why Wang Ruoshui was so angry. He was here to break off the engagement, and wasn't she also broken off by Fang Tian in the past? Therefore, in her heart, she already hated this broken engagement. So when he said that he was here to break off the engagement, Wang Ruoshui became so angry. What is this? Originally, the broken engagement was successful, and Wang Songshan had already agreed. Now, the fiancé's aunt came out. It seemed that she still had a lot of resentment for him breaking off the engagement. This made Yang Ming very helpless. "Senior Wang Ruoshui, you may have misunderstood. Your niece and I are not the same as you and Master Fang Tian. The two of you have feelings for each other. Your niece and I have never even met. How can we be confused?" Yang Ming knew that he couldn't compromise at this time. Although the woman in front of him looked very powerful, Yang Ming would be hesitant if he really fought with her because of her identity. After all, this person had the potential to become a master's wife. But even so, even if Yang Ming didn't attack, he still had the ability to protect himself. He wouldn't be harmed by Wang Ruoshui, so he braced himself and said the above words. "What do you mean by feelings for each other?" Wang Ruoshui's expression changed. Being mentioned by a junior about the matter between her and Fang Tian made her feel very embarrassed. It was as if a sharp thorn had been stabbed into her heart. She immediately became a little unhappy. Of course, marriage is arranged by the elders. Back then, he and I also met under the arrangement of our parents. Yang Ming was stunned and scolded in his heart. I thought that these two people had feelings naturally and freely fell in love, but I didn't expect that they only had feelings after a blind date. What is this? Why did Fong Tian, this old, undying old ding, leave mercy everywhere? He already had a wife at home, but he could still develop feelings for her through blind dates. He was really something. Then you two eventually developed feelings for each other. But I haven't even met your niece, so how can we talk about feelings? Yang Ming spread his hands and said with a wry smile, Senior Wang Ruoshui, you better not get involved in this matter. It's because we haven't seen each other that I can't take it anymore. Aren't you looking down on our Wang clan too much? You didn't even look at my niece and rejected her. You are really arrogant. Wang Ruoshui sneered. Although that Fong fellow didn't agree to this marriage back then, he still looked at me. Hee. It's not that I'm belittling myself, but that niece of mine is much more beautiful than I was back then. Wang Ruoshui didn't finish her words, but the meaning was obvious. Yang Ming could also hear it. That was, although Fong Tian said that he didn't agree to this marriage, he also had feelings for her at first sight. Now, her niece was more beautiful than her. He didn't even see her and wanted to break off the engagement. How could the Wang clan endure this? Although this theory was a bit messy, Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with Wang Ruoshui. This kind of person who had been emotionally hurt had reached an unimaginable level of stubbornness. Yang Ming didn't think that he could persuade her to change anything. Senior Wang Ruoshui, this junior is not arrogant, but you just came back, and there are some things you don't understand. It's best to ask your niece first and see what she thinks. Can you blame this junior again? Yang Ming laid out facts and reason, but Wang Ruoshui didn't listen. He could only let her personally verify it with her niece. So, this is the intention of both parties to break off the engagement. Wang Ruoshui frowned after listening to Yang Ming's words. She turned her gaze and looked at Wang Songshan. She was not an unreasonable person. When she heard that Yang Ming wanted to break off the engagement, she was furious. However, when she heard Yang Ming's words, there seemed to be more to it. So she asked Wang Songshan first before making a conclusion. Sister, of course, I want to be in-laws with Fong Tian. I asked Yang Ming many times before, but he refused to marry my daughter. I can't do anything about it. Wang Songshan shrugged and said with a distressed look. Wang Ruoshui's appearance had disrupted Wang Songshan's original acting plan, but he didn't mind letting Wang Ruoshui get involved. This kind of interference could only make this scene more interesting and exciting, so he could see that it was a success. Looking at Wang Songshan, who was very talented in acting, Fong Tian could only smile bitterly. This time he really played big. After Yang Ming listened to Wang Songshan's words, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. What the hell is this? Isn't this overstepping my authority? Wang Ruoshui asked if your daughter agreed or not, but you downplayed it to me not agreeing. Isn't this distorting the facts to cover up the truth? This is great. It's getting more and more chaotic. Sure enough, Wang Ruoshui's face sank. She looked at Yang Ming coldly. Our Wang family has no intention of breaking off the engagement. You're the one who broke off the engagement, right? This. Yang Ming looked at Fong Tian helplessly, but he didn't expect this old man to tilt his face to the side without any loyalty. He didn't look at Yang Ming's eyes at all. Obviously, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Yang Ming scolded in his heart, but he also knew that this matter now involved Wang Ruoshui. Even if this old man had two guts, he wouldn't dare to stand up for him. This trip to Europe, Yang Ming thought that breaking off the engagement would be very smooth. Fong Tian had also said before that both parties would agree to just meet and talk. Then, the engagement could be broken off. Previously, it was indeed proceeding according to this step. Wang Songshan found him a talk and finally agreed to break off the engagement. But who would have thought that halfway through, Wang Songshan's sister, Fong Tian's old lover, Wang Ruoshui, actually came back? My luck is too strong. I can even encounter this kind of thing. Yang Ming had to admire himself. No wonder I can get special abilities. This kind of luck is hard to come by in 1,000 years. I can encounter all kinds of strange things. What's wrong? You have nothing to say? Wang Ruoshui snorted coldly and stared at Yang Ming as if she wanted to eat him up. Heartless man, still looking for so many reasons. Let's meet in the arena tomorrow morning. After Yang Ming listened to Wang Ruoshui's words, he really didn't know what to do. Senior Wang Ruoshui, I have already broken off the engagement. Do I still want to compete? Who agreed to you breaking off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui's eyes were cold. She looked at Wang Songshan and said, Did you agree? How could I agree? I tried to dissuade it before. Wang Songshan shook his head. So did you agree? Wang Ruoshui's gaze turned to Fang Tian again and asked faintly. Fang Tian looked at Yang Ming and looked at Wang Ruoshui again. He lowered his head and whispered, I didn't. Motherfucker, fuck your mother. Yang Ming really wanted to point at Fang Tian's nose and scold him. This old man has learned to lie with his eyes wide open. He even betrayed his disciple for his lover. It's just too fucked up. Wang Ruoshui's gaze finally turned back to Yang Ming. Although she didn't speak, the meaning was obvious. That was, you are lying. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Now he felt that he had become an outsider and isolated by this group of people. Fang Tian had become Wang Songshan's brother-in-law in the blink of an eye. Naturally, it was impossible for him to help him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come. If he had stayed in Songjiang, no matter how powerful the butterfly family was, it was impossible for them to travel half of the world to find him. What do you say? Wang Ruoshui saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, so she asked impatiently, Are you going to compete or not? What if we compete? What if we don't compete? Yang Ming had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, Let's compete. Let's meet in the ring tomorrow. Wang Ruoshui paused when she said this. She had a playful expression on her face. If you don't want to compete, then you will live here until you want to compete. Is there a difference? It's just a matter of time. This woman is unreasonable. I really don't know how Fang Tian can stand it. Yang Ming sighed. Although he didn't go tit for tat, his words were very firm. If I don't want to compete, can you force me to compete? Even if I can't beat you, can I run? I don't have the confidence to win, but I have the confidence to escape. Run. Wang Ruoshui smiled faintly, as if she had heard a very funny joke. She stretched out her white finger and pointed at Wang Songshan and Fang Tian. Even if you have inherited the teachings of the surnamed Fang, do you think you still have the possibility of running away under the siege of the three of us? Chapter 1381. After listening to Wang Ruoshui's words, Yang Ming's expression suddenly became colorful. It was as wonderful as it could be. Wasn't this clearly bullying? Do you think it's poker? 3 against 1? Yang Ming was confident that his skills were not inferior to any of Fang Tian, Wang Songshan, and Wang Ruoshui. In a one-on-one battle, even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat. But now, with the 3 people attacking together, Yang Ming didn't even have to try. This was not a fair fight at all. The possibility of him retreating was slim. At this moment, Yang Ming understood that it was wishful thinking to reason with this woman. It was simply playing with his life. What made him particularly annoyed was Old Man Fang. Looking at Fang Tian's cowardly appearance, Yang Ming felt wronged. He originally thought that having the King of Assassins as a master would be awesome and mighty. Thinking back to when Yang Ming said that his master was the King of Assassins in front of Old Charles immediately withered. But now his master, whom he was proud of, actually changed sides at the last minute. For his old lover, he colluded to harm his apprentice. This made Yang Ming really want to cry. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Although there were thousands of dissatisfaction in his heart, he had to bow his head under the eaves. Yang Ming had no way at all. He hesitated for a while and finally said, Well, then let's have a competition. If you had this awareness, I wouldn't have talked so much. Wang Ruoshui was very satisfied when she saw Yang Ming yield. So if I win, I can go, right? After Yang Ming knew that this battle had to be fought, he couldn't care much. Even if Fang Tian's face was not good, he still had to win against Wang Ruoshui. Win? Wang Ruoshui waved her hand. I have said before that if you want to marry my niece, you must pass through me first. If you win, you can naturally get the beauty. Hey, Yang Ming's eyes widened. If I win, I still have to marry your niece? What kind of competition is this? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What if I lose? If you lose, it means that you're not skilled enough. Wang Ruoshui said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you and my niece aren't that old. There's no hurry to get married. In other words, if I lose, I can leave? Yang Ming was overjoyed after hearing Wang Ruoshui's words. Did I say that you can leave? Wang Ruoshui asked. Then, Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened. Could this Wang Ruoshui still have some other scheme? After you lose, stay in the butterfly castle and continue to train hard with your master, who is also that Fong guy. When you feel that you can beat me, we'll compete again. Wang Ruoshui said, there are many rooms in our butterfly castle. You will live well here. I didn't set a limit on the number of times you can challenge me. Don't worry, I will tolerate your repeated defeats as a senior. Yang Ming wanted to cry after hearing this. What was the difference between this and house arrest? And what was the point of this competition? If I win, I will marry your niece. If I lose, I will stay in the butterfly castle and continue to train until I can beat you. You can't play with me like this, right? Yang Ming sighed. He also knew that in this current situation, he couldn't change anything at all by being in a stalemate with Wang Ruoshui. Wang Ruoshui was very stubborn, and Yang Ming didn't expect to change anything. He could only slowly think about this matter before making a plan. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said, Senior Wang Ruoshui, please allow this junior to consider it. Okay, you can consider it. Wang Ruoshui was quite satisfied with Yang Ming's performance at the moment. Yang Ming returned to his room very gloomily. Old Man Fong, Wang Song's Han, and Wang Ruoshui were all gone. Obviously, they had gone to catch up. Yang Ming didn't want to get involved in the grievances between them. I hope that Wang Ruoshui and Fong Tian can reconcile quickly. When Old Man Fong pushes Wang Ruoshui down and intercedes for me, maybe this competition will be canceled. Yang Ming thought evilly. However, there was no other way. Yang Ming could only pin his hopes on Fong Tian. If this old guy didn't help him, he would have no hope at all. He would be trapped in the butterfly castle for the rest of his life. The scene turned back to Songjiang. Although Su Xiaobin was in a dilemma, he couldn't change anything. Lu Zhenan's words had already represented the final conclusion of this matter. Since the contract had been signed, it couldn't be changed. Su Xiaobin picked up the phone and dialed Jing Xiaolu's number. Su Xiaobin's voice sounded a little negative. Vice President Jing, this is Su Xiaobin. President Su, how is it going? Is there any latest progress? At this moment, Jing Xiaolu was also at a loss. Although she knew what means Lu Jifei used to sign the contract, it was useless even if she knew. It couldn't change the status quo at all. She could only pin her hopes on Su Xiaobin. She hoped that under his maneuvering and coordination, she could sign a new contract. Vice President Jing, I'm sorry. Su Xiaobin sighed. I have tried my best, but Vice President Lu Zhenan of the group does not agree to change the contract. What happened? Jing Xiaolu was startled, and her heart suddenly became anxious. If this contract is not changed, isn't it a foregone conclusion? I also stated the stakes of the matter to Vice President Lu, including our cooperation relationship and the future development of the newly established company. Su Xiaobin said, moreover, after Vice President Lu heard it, he promised to help me deal with it. However, after I returned to Songjiang, I received a call from Vice President Lu. Vice President Lu said that he had reported to the President and the Chairman. The people above did not agree to change the contract because the company has no precedent to change the contract after signing it. In this way, if this rule is broken and other companies find the group to change the contract, then it will be a mess. How can this be compared? Jing Xiaolu said anxiously. President Su, is there no way to remedy it? Vice President Jing, I have tried my best, but... Su Xiaobin sighed. But my words carry no weight in the group. The board of directors will not listen to me. Jing Xiaolu also knew that Su Xiaobin was telling the truth. His position in the group determined his right to speak. Although Jing Xiaolu was annoyed with the Jiangyan group's approach, she also knew that this matter had nothing to do with Su Xiaobin. She naturally could not vent her anger on him. What's more, Su Xiaobin could help her deal with it. Jing Xiaolu was already very grateful for this. All of this was done by Lu Jifei. It could be said that she and Su Xiaobin were both victims. Su Xiaobin finally won this cooperation contract, and his promotion to the general manager of the branch was imminent. It could be said that his future was unlimited, but this kind of thing happened. The cooperation between the two sides was destined to be impossible to proceed smoothly. The lifespan of this branch was also obvious. President Su, what do you think is the probability of success if we go through legal procedures for this matter? Jing Xiaolu also had no other way. If it really didn't work, she could only go through legal procedures. Vice President Jing, to be honest, I also thought about this, but we have no evidence. Even if I testify in court, Lu Luyo and a series of people are on Lu Jifei's side. The possibility of us winning is very small. Su Xiaobin sighed. Yeah, the key is that there is no evidence. Jing Xiaolu also knew that evidence was the key. If there was no evidence, everything was empty words. Right? Didn't your girlfriend record what Lu Jifei said? That recording, can it be used as evidence? That recording, Su Xiaobin said this and felt a little helpless. President Su, I know that you are afraid that your girlfriend's matter will be exposed, but I can guarantee that with our Mingyang securities connections in Songjiang's political and legal system, this case will definitely not be heard in public. You don't have to worry about it. Jing Xiaolu thought that Su Xiaobin was afraid that the recording would be exposed, which would make him and Wang Lixia lose face. Chapter 1382. Vice President Jing, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Su Xiaobin sighed. This is a long story. I took the recording to the group's Vice President Lu. I wanted Vice President Lu to decide for me, but after Vice President Lu listened to the recording, he deleted it. I wanted to stop it, but it was too late. What? Deleted? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. How can you simply ask someone to delete such an important thing? I didn't want to. How would I know that Vice President Lu would delete the evidence on his own accord? Su Xiaobin said helplessly. I went to him to ask him to decide for me, so I gave him the phone recording. You are. Jing Xiaolu didn't know what to say. She said somewhat resentfully. Don't you know how to be on guard? Can this Lu Jianan be trusted? Does he want to favor Lu Jifei? Su Xiaobin didn't feel anything at first, but after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words, his heart tightened. I didn't think so much before. This Lu Jianan don't really favor Lu Jifei. After all, everyone's surname is Lu, and I'm an outsider. Now that I think about it, it is indeed like what Jing Xiaolu said. Could Lu Jianan be intentional? Otherwise, why would he be so anxious to delete the evidence? This thing is a deterrent to Lu Jifei if I keep it in my hands. Moreover, I am not related to Lu Jianan. This is the first time we meet alone. Why did he say so much to me? It seems like he is very concerned about me. Now that I think about it carefully, Lu Jianan has no reason to care so much about me. I'm just a relative of his, a low-level employee in the company. Why would he care about me? If I ask him to surrender, then it is reasonable for him to help me, but I have never shown any intention to be close to him. Can he still help me? Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Now it seems that there is really a problem. Maybe Lu Jianan is really intentional. AI, what can I say about you? Jing Xiaolu was also angry. Originally, Su Xiaobin's private affairs had nothing to do with her, but this kind of thing that could be used as auxiliary evidence was lost by him. How could Jing Xiaolu not be anxious? I'm really sorry, Vice President Jing. Su Xiaobin also knew that what he did was a bit stupid, but since it had already happened, there was no other way. Forget it. Jing Xiaolu couldn't blame Su Xiaobin, so she had to give up. I can't blame you for this. You didn't expect this consequence. It's my fault for being careless. I was so angry that I didn't use the cable to back up the recording on my computer. Su Xiaobin said reproachfully, it would be great if the mobile phone could restore the data like a computer. Yeah, wait. Jing Xiaolu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. President Su, Is your phone that recorded the conversation still in your hands? Yes, but the recording has been deleted. Su Xiaobin still didn't understand what Jing Xiaolu meant. I have a good friend who is a master of computers. She may be able to restore the deleted recording on the phone. Jing Xiaolu thought of Zhou Jejia. Last time, Zhou Jejia helped her find the person who posted online to slander her. Jing Xiaolu admired Zhou Jejia very much. She thought that restoring data was not too complicated. At least many computer repair shops had this business. Zhou Jejia was a master hacker, so it was naturally not difficult for her. Oh, really? That's great. Su Xiaobin also wanted to back up the recording as evidence. Lu Jianan deleted the recording. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he still regretted it in his heart. Even if he didn't expose the recording now, it would be a fatal blow to Lu Jifei at the critical moment. However, he didn't think much about it when he thought that Lu Jianan had deleted it. But now, since Jing Xiaolu said that she had a friend who was good at this, his heart began to become active. Then I will send the phone to you now. Okay, come to our company directly. I will wait for you at the company, said Jing Xiaolu. After hanging up the phone, Jing Xiaolu fell into contemplation again. From Su Xiaobin's words, Jing Xiaolu already knew that it was basically impossible to expect the Jiangyan group to change the contract. At this point, Jing Xiaolu didn't have any hope. It seemed that she had to rely on herself. At present, the only feasible way was to solve the problem through legal procedures. It was still not feasible to solve it by violence. This matter was now not just directed at Lu Jifei alone, but at the Jiangyan group behind Lu Jifei. The Jiangyan group's connections were not worse than Ming Yang's, and they even had a stronger foundation than Ming Yang. She believed that it was impossible to use violence to threaten the other party to change the contract. It was estimated that the other party would call the police as soon as she went. Of course, the use of violence also depended on what kind of violence and who was using it. Bao Sanli's people obviously had no deterrence to the Jiangyan group. It was just a group of punks. She believed that the Jiangyan group would not be afraid. But if it were Yang Ming, the Jiangyan group would probably give in. In the face of absolute strength, even Lu Jiangyan would choose to retreat. After all, an assassin and a punk were different. These were two heavyweight figures. Lu Jiangyan would not easily offend such a person, even if he was stupid. Jing Xiaolu made a cup of coffee for herself and sat quietly at the desk. She frowned slightly and looked at the contract in front of her. If she wanted to go through legal procedures, she still had to start with the contract. However, this contract was clearly written in black and white, and it was signed and sealed by both parties. It was simply impeccable. It was almost impossible to find a loophole in it. This contract had been drafted by Lu Luyo and Wang Hongxia, two contract experts. Only a few of the clauses had been changed. Everything else remained the same. It seemed that if she wanted to have a breakthrough, she had to start from other aspects. If the normal way was not working, she could start from some neglected details. Jing Xiaolu closed her eyes and began to recall the entire process of signing the contract, hoping to find something from it. She didn't know how long it took, but the internal phone on the desk rang. Jing Xiaolu recovered from her contemplation and picked up the phone on the desk. Hello, Vice President Jing. I am Xiao Zhang at the front desk. There is a Mr. Su Xiaobin from the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang office who wants to see you. The voice of Xiao Zhang at the front desk came from the phone receiver. Let him come directly to my office. Jing Xiaolu heard that Su Xiaobin had arrived and said quickly, Okay, Vice President Jing, I will let him go up, said Xiao Zhang. Not long after hanging up the phone, there was a knock on the door of the office. Jing Xiaolu knew that Su Xiaobin was coming, so she stood up and walked over to open the door. President Su, you are here. Vice President Jing, I brought the phone. It has been turned off. I didn't dare to do anything else. I was afraid that it would affect the data recovery. Su Xiaobin handed the phone in his hand to Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu took a look at it and carefully put it in her bag. She was going to find Zhou Jejia in a while and ask her to help recover the recording data inside. If the recording can be recovered, our lawsuit will be easier. Jing Xiaolu looked at Su Xiaobin gratefully. President Su, I'm really sorry. I want to sue your company, and you're still helping? Su Xiaobin waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Vice President Jing, don't say that. If Lu Jifei didn't do too much, I wouldn't stand in your position. I just want to be fair and just in our cooperation. However, this evidence alone is not enough. This is only auxiliary evidence. It can prove the possibility that Lu Jifei used incense to commit the crime, but it is not certain. Jing Xiaolu said, I still need to find some other evidence. I can't do anything about this. Su Xiaobin said apologetically. However, if Vice President Jing needs any help, you can contact me at any time. I have done my best to help you. I'm already very grateful to you. Jing Xiaolu said sincerely. As for the rest, I will find my own way. Chapter 1383. After sending Su Xiaobin away, Jing Xiaolu did not stay. She took the mobile phone sent by Su Xiaobin, went downstairs, drove the car, and went straight to the school. While waiting for the signal light on the road, she called Zhou Jiejia. Jiejia, this is Xiaolu. Are you at school? Asked Jing Xiaolu. Xiaolu, I am at school. What's the matter? Zhou Jiejia and Jing Xiaolu were already very familiar. Moreover, she probably guessed some of Jing Xiaolu's thoughts in her heart. Zhou Jiejia did not have any bad feelings for her. When she saw Jing Xiaolu, she thought of herself in the past, so her attitude toward Jing Xiaolu was still very kind. There is something. I want to ask you for help. I don't know if you have time? Asked Jing Xiaolu. There will always be time. You tell me what it is first, and see if I can help you. Zhou Jiejia smiled. This is the case. I have a mobile phone here. There is a very important recording in it, but it was deleted. Can you restore it? Asked Jing Xiaolu. This is the case. After the recording was deleted, did the phone record again? Asked Zhou Jiejia after listening. No, the phone was turned off after deleting it. There was no other operation, said Jing Xiaolu. That's easy. It's very easy. You can bring the phone to school, said Zhou Jiejia. Do you have time now? Jing Xiaolu was very surprised when she heard Zhou Jiejia say that it could be restored. It won't take much time. It will be solved in 10 minutes. Zhou Jiejia smiled and said, This is not complicated. Just use the software to restore it. It is just like restoring the data in a USB drive. It is not difficult. That's good. I am on the way to school. I will be there in a while. Jing Xiaolu hung up the phone. Although she was somewhat happy in her heart, there was also some faint sadness. The women around Yang Ming didn't seem to be vases. She really didn't know how this Yang Ming found them. Take Zhou Jiejia as an example. Her talent and achievements in computer science were not what others could reach. Originally, he also wanted to be a person who could help Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that he would fail in his first business negotiation and fall into the contract trap. It would be fine if he could solve it perfectly. Otherwise, what would Yang Ming think of him? Wouldn't he think that he was a big idiot? Jing Xiaolu's BMW was exceptionally dazzling in the school, attracting the attention of many materialistic girls. If it was in the past, Jing Xiaolu would have enjoyed this feeling of pride. But now, Jing Xiaolu's mind was not on this at all. She hurriedly parked the car in front of the computer teacher building. Jing Xiaolu got out of the car and quickly ran in. At the door of the laboratory on the top floor, Jing Xiaolu called Zhou Jiejia. This was an experimental base. Without an IC card, one could not enter, so Jing Xiaolu could only wait for Zhou Jiejia to pick her up. It didn't take long for Zhou Jiejia to run out with the phone. When she saw Jing Xiaolu, she waved to her. Xiaolu here. As Zhou Jiejia spoke, she opened the iron door of the laboratory with an IC card and let Jing Xiaolu in. Jing Xiaolu could enter this first door, but there was an identity verification checkpoint in the laboratory inside. Even if Zhou Jiejia could enter, she would not bring Jing Xiaolu in. After all, the laboratory had regulations that did not allow non-project team members to enter. Zhou Jiejia took Jing Xiaolu to her in Xiaoqing's room and apologized. You can't enter the laboratory. You can only stay here. It's good that I can come in. Jing Xiaolu smiled. Ordinary people can't come in here, right? Zhou Jia saw that Jing Xiaolu was not displeased, so she didn't say much. What about the cell phone? Let me show you. Here. Jing Xiaolu quickly handed Su Xiaobin's cell phone to Zhou Jia. Where's the data cable? Asked Zhou Jia. Yeah, I forgot to ask for it. Do you still need a data cable? Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jia's words and said, why don't I call now and ask someone to send the data cable? Then don't bother. I will take a look first. Zhou Jia waved her hand and stopped Jing Xiaolu from making a call. Since Zhou Jia said that she would take a look first, Jing Xiaolu did not call directly, but she also held her cell phone in her hand and was ready to contact Su Xiaobin at any time. Zhou Jia turned on the cell phone and then entered the settings menu. After looking at the storage path of the recording, she nodded slightly and turned off the cell phone again. She opened the back cover of the cell phone, removed the battery, and carefully took out a memory card under the battery. She said with a relaxed expression, the cell phone setting is to directly store the recording file into the memory card, not into the cell phone's memory, so there is no need for a data cable. It's fine as long as there is a card reader. Jing Xiaolu was very novel about these things. She nodded as if she understood. She watched Zhou Jia find a card reader, insert the memory card, and connect it to the laptop. Seeing Zhou Jia skillfully open a data recovery software, Jing Xiaolu was a little envious. It seems that I should also learn some computer knowledge. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will suffer in the future. Jing Xiaolu secretly made up her mind. After this matter was successfully solved, she would buy a few computer magazines to learn. Okay, it's done. Zhou Jia exported the recovered recording file, saved it on the computer desktop, and clicked the play button. Lu Jifei's clear voice came from the computer speaker. You think about it. You have become my lover. Can I treat you badly? What is this? Zhou Jia asked after listening to a few words. Jing Xiaolu was also a little embarrassed. Listening to the two people's explicit dialogue, her face couldn't help but blush. An evidence. Oh, Zhou Jia didn't ask much. She was still a virgin like Jing Xiaolu. She didn't have any substantial relationship with Yang Ming, so after listening to these things, her face was not much better than Jing Xiaolu's. It's very clear. There is no problem. Then I will turn it off. You brought something like a USB flash drive. I will copy it for you. I didn't bring. Jing Xiaolu secretly scolded herself for being an idiot. Looking for Zhou Jia to recover the data, but I didn't even bring a copy medium. AI, this computer knowledge really needs to be crammed. Then I will copy it into this memory card first. Zhou Jia said, and copied the audio file into the memory card. Right, you can send another copy to my mobile phone's mailbox. Jing Xiaolu said, just in case. Okay, what is your mobile phone's mailbox? Zhou Jia nodded and opened the mailbox software. Okay, I sent it over. Zhou Jia clicked the mouse a few times and said to Jing Xiaolu, Jia, thank you so much. Jing Xiaolu said sincerely. If she didn't know Zhou Jia, she really wouldn't have thought of the data recovery. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Zhou Jia smiled. Jia, are you free? I will treat you to a meal. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said, you helped me a lot last time. I didn't have time to thank you. This time you helped me again. Eat. Zhou Jia hesitated. It's only 3:00 in the afternoon. Isn't it a bit early to eat? It's not early. Let's go out and find a restaurant. It's almost time to eat. Jing Xiaolu said quickly. Well, I will go and ask for leave from Sister Shaoqing. Zhou Jia could vaguely guess Jing Xiaolu's thoughts about Yang Ming, so she wasn't willing to reject Jing Xiaolu. Zhou Jia wasn't sure whether she could be together with Yang Ming in the future, but at least she didn't hate her. Since there was this opportunity now, it was fine for the relationship between the two people to be better. And I will wait for you. Jing Xiaolu nodded and walked out of the room with Zhou Jia. Although the company's contract matter made Jing Xiaolu very upset, it wasn't a solution that could be found in a short time. She could have a meal with Zhou Jia and relax. Maybe she could think of some solutions. Chapter 1384. Zhou Jida entered the laboratory and briefly told Xiao Qing that a friend was looking for her. The two of them went out to eat. Xiao Qing looked at the time. It was basically time to get off work, so she didn't say anything. She agreed to Zhou Jiajia's leave and just told her to pay attention to her safety. Let's go. Zhou Jiajia walked out of the laboratory and said to Jing Xiaolu, who was in a daze, I have applied for leave. Oh, okay, let's go. Jing Xiaolu recovered and looked at Zhou Jiajia with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I was distracted. Xiaolu, you seem to have something on your mind. Zhou Jiajia noticed when Jing Xiaolu came. There seemed to be a trace of worry between Jing Xiaolu's eyebrows. Although Jing Xiaolu tried not to show it, Zhou Jiajia still noticed something. Now that she saw Jing Xiaolu's absent-minded look, she was more sure that Jing Xiaolu seemed to have something on her mind. On nothing, Jing Xiaolu shook her head. What she encountered now, even if she told Zhou Jiajia, it would be useless. Instead, it would make Zhou Jiajia worry about her. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu didn't say anything, Zhou Jiajia no longer pressed. Then let's go. Let's go. Jing Xiaolu nodded and went downstairs with Zhou Jiajia. Your car. Zhou Jiajia was a little surprised to see Jing Xiaolu take out the remote control and open the BMW door. This car was the same as Yang Ming's car, but the license plate was different. Zhou Jiajia naturally wouldn't think that it was Yang Ming's car. Yang the company. Jing Xiaolu blushed and suddenly felt embarrassed. Previously, she wanted to say that Yang Ming gave it to her, but saying in front of Zhou Jiajia seemed to be showing off. Jing Xiaolu knew that Zhou Jiajia was Yang Ming's girlfriend, and she wasn't, so she quickly stopped and temporarily changed it to the company's. She didn't want to attract Zhou Jiajia's disgust for no reason. Zhou Jiajia was smart. When she heard the word Yang before Jing Xiaolu's words, she roughly understood that this car was most likely given to Jing Xiaolu by Yang Ming. However, Zhou Jiajia wasn't jealous of anything. It was just a car. In contrast, Yang Ming's feelings for her were far more than a car. Zhou Jiajia was grateful for Yang Ming's friendship of bringing her father out of the Charles family. Yang Ming bought it for you? Zhou Jiajia smiled slightly. She didn't want to play any riddles with Jing Xiaolu. Since he had already seen through something, there was no need to hide it anymore. Us. Jing Xiaolu just wanted to deny it, but she felt that she shouldn't lie to Zhou Jiajia, so she forced herself to admit it. No. Zhou Jiajia didn't pay attention to Jing Xiaolu's ambiguous tone. She thought that Jing Xiaolu was nervous because she mentioned Yang Ming. When she heard Jing Xiaolu stutter and say no, Zhou Jiajia was a little puzzled for a while. Did I guess wrong? No, yes. Jing Xiaolu quickly added. What? Zhou Jiajia was confused by Jing Xiaolu. Xiaolu, what are you talking about? This car was given to me by Yang Ming, but it was for the company. It was just that I drove it, said Jing Xiaolu. Hee, do you like Yang Ming? Zhou Jiajia smiled and asked suddenly. Jing Xiaolu was stunned and looked at Zhou Jiajia. She didn't know how Zhou Jiajia saw through her thoughts. For a while, she suddenly felt perturbed. She didn't know how Zhou Jiajia was going to deal with her. Jing Xiaolu was like a mistress who was discovered by the legal wife. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Zhou Jiajia. She couldn't figure out why Zhou Jiajia would ask this. If Yang Ming gave her a car, it should be Yang Ming who likes her, not the other way around. Isn't it because she likes Yang Ming? From a common point of view, this was what anyone would think. However, Zhou Jiajia was the opposite. Although what she said was true, Jing Xiaolu couldn't guess how Zhou Jiajia knew this. Did I see it wrong? Zhou Jiajia saw Jing Xiaolu's shocked and frightened look. How could she not be sure? However, she deliberately teased her. How did you see it? Jing Xiaolu was inexplicably surprised. She thought that Zhou Jiajia knew something from Yang Ming, but she didn't expect Zhou Jiajia to see it by herself. Since Zhou Jiajia saw it, then did Qin Mengyan and Lin Jian also see it? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu suddenly had a cold sweat. Don't worry. Zhou Jiajia saw Jing Xiaolu's cautious look and chuckled. Only I can see it. Sister Mengyan and the others don't know. Who? Jing Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief. but she was even more puzzled in her heart. Since Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiun didn't see it, then how did Zhou Jia see it? Could it be that she had some sort of special ability? Let's talk about it in the car. Zhou Jia looked at Jing Xiaolu, who stood stupidly beside the car, and was a little amused. However, Zhou Jia wouldn't laugh at Jing Xiaolu. Now, Jing Xiaolu was very similar to her past self. Wasn't she also paranoid and worried about personal gains and losses? Okay. At this time, Jing Xiaolu also found that she stood stupidly in front of the car, which had attracted some students' attention. Originally, the BMW was more eye-catching on campus. Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jia were pure and beautiful. Two beautiful women standing beside the luxury car always made some people's imagination run wild. Jing Xiaolu naturally felt these gazes and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She quickly opened the door of the driver's seat and sat in. Zhou Jia also smiled slightly and sat in the front passenger seat. "Where are we going?" After Jing Xiaolu got in the car, she started the car and asked Zhou Jia nervously. Zhou Jia was stunned and immediately said, "Didn't you want to treat me to a meal?" Meal? Yes, I want to treat you to a meal. Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed and remembered her purpose. "What do I want to eat?" "I will eat whatever you treat me to." Zhou Jia was amused by Jing Xiaolu. She seemed to be a very smart person. How could she be so stupid and confused? However, Zhou Jia immediately stopped laughing at Jing Xiaolu. "Wasn't I the same? When I fell in love with Yang Ming, I was no less stupid than Jing Xiaolu." "Oh, then I know a special Cantonese restaurant that has just opened. It is full every day. Let's go there." Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said, when this Cantonese restaurant opened, it sent a flyer to the company and gave a lot of vouchers to Ming Yang. Jing Xiaolu happened to have some in her bag. With the status of Ming Yang security in Songjiang, these restaurants would naturally try to please them when they opened. This was not strange. Jing Xiaolu just remembered it, so she planned to try it. Okay, Zhou Jia was not picky about the taste of food. Although she was born in a rich environment, her father was a butler in the Charles family, and her mother's company was very busy. Therefore, Zhou Jia ate what she could since she was young. She did not have the habits of those young ladies. Jing Xiaolu nodded, started the car, and drove to the newly opened Cantonese restaurant. Seeing a row of cars parked in front of the Cantonese restaurant, Jing Xiaolu knew that the rumors of her colleagues in the company were not false. This Cantonese restaurant was really popular. There were so many people eating here. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was not the official mealtime yet, but there were already many diners. Jing Xiaolu parked the car and entered the restaurant lobby with Zhou Jia. The people who came here to eat were endless. The previous few people asked for a private room and then went upstairs with the waiter. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and felt that her conversation with Zhou Jia involved some private things. Although there were only 2 people, they should also have a private room. So, she said to the waiter at the front desk, "We also want a private room." The waiter looked at Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jia. When he saw that there were only 2 of them, he was a little unhappy. It was almost mealtime. The private rooms were not enough. These 2 people had to occupy a private room. It was too wasteful. Moreover, the other party was 2 women. They definitely would not order too many dishes. As for cigarettes and alcohol, it was even more impossible. Chapter 1385. Thinking of this, the waiter asked, "How many of you?" "Just the 2 of us." Jing Xiaolu didn't notice the waiter's intention. She still said very kindly, "A small private room is fine. Sorry, if you want a private room, you need to make an appointment in advance." The waiter confirmed that there were only 2 of them, so he didn't intend to give them a private room. There was no minimum charge in the restaurant's private room, so it was not cost-effective to give it to just the 2 of them. Therefore, he found such an excuse to make an appointment. "Then let's sit in the hall." Zhou Jia didn't mind. She didn't think much when she saw the popularity here. On the other hand, Jing Xiaolu was mischievous. She used to be a waiter, so she had some understanding of the minds of these waiters. When she saw the flickering gaze in the waiter's eyes and thought of the previous group of guests, Jing Xiaolu understood. The few people before us didn't make a reservation. Why do they have a private room? They made an appointment. The waiter rolled his eyes. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so difficult to deal with. She actually noticed these details. Did they make an appointment? Jing Xiaolu sneered. Why did I hear them just ask if there were any private rooms, and you gave them one? They're the boss's friends. The waiter frowned and thought, this little girl in front of me is very observant. She even found out about this. However, he had already made up his mind not to give Jing Xiaolu a private room. If it were another male waiter, seeing Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Judge's beauty, he might not even be able to please them. How could he make things difficult for them? However, this waiter was an auntie in her 40s. She was a laid-off worker. The factory owed her a fixed salary, and her husband had an affair with a little vixen who took away the family savings. Therefore, she inevitably had a bit of a cynical and twisted mentality. She came here to work because she was related to the boss. Therefore, for these two little girls who dressed like rich people, this old woman was even more deliberately difficult. Are you contradicting yourself? You said that they made an appointment, and you said that they are the boss's friends. What is it? Jing Xiaolu looked at the waiter with a smile. Why don't you call the boss out, and I will ask him. Hearing that they were going to call the boss, the waiter's face suddenly changed. Although she was the boss's relative, she knew that the restaurant had just opened and the boss was busy with social activities every day. He didn't have time. Since the conversation had already reached this point, the waiter didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He snorted and said, Then let me see if there are any available rooms. That's more like it. Jing Xiaolu now remembered Yang Ming's words. She wouldn't cause trouble casually, but not causing trouble didn't mean that she was afraid of trouble. She still had to have these things to fight for. Jing Xiaolu took out the coupons from her bag. Previously, Bao Somli gave her a stack of coupons. She didn't look at how much it was and just threw it in her bag. At this moment, she took it out and was ready to count how much it was so that she could order the dishes according to the amount. Jing Xiaolu also thought about it. The service attitude of this restaurant really needed to be observed. After coming here once, she didn't plan to come a second time. She would just finish the voucher in one go. There's no one in room 602. Originally, the waiter was going to find a small private room for Jing Xiaolu, but when she looked up and saw the voucher in Jing Xiaolu's hand, her face fell again. The restaurant had just opened, and these vouchers were really given out a lot. Shopping malls, parks, newspapers, and so on were all given out. These vouchers were equivalent to losing money. So when the waiter saw Jing Xiaolu take out the voucher, he was immediately unhappy. He said with a straight face, There are no more private rooms. You can eat in the hall. No more. Didn't you just say that there are more? Jing Xiaolu frowned. She didn't know why this woman suddenly changed her mind. If you use the voucher, there will be no more. Originally, the waiter thought that Jing Xiaolu was using real money to spend, so he didn't want to offend her too much, so he finally agreed to give her a private room. But now, since she used the voucher, then he didn't have to be nice to her at all. If she wanted to eat here, then she could eat. If she didn't want to eat, then she could leave. It was best to leave immediately, and then she wouldn't need to spend the voucher. Jing Xiaolu was in a bad mood. When she heard the waiter's words, she knew that the waiter was deliberately looking for trouble. She frowned. Where does the voucher say that I can't eat in the private room? Security. Someone is making trouble here. Since the waiter already knew that Jing Xiaolu was using the voucher to spend, he wasn't afraid that she wouldn't eat here. Seeing that she was still arguing here, he was a little impatient and directly called the security. For the security here, the waiter was quite confident. It was said that the boss invited them from the Mingyang Security Company. Both the black and white sides of Songjiang City were very respectful. With these people suppressing the scene, the people who came to make trouble would basically be silent. A few days ago, there was a group of little punks who wanted to eat dinner and didn't want to pay. As a result, they found the security of the Mingyang Security Company. When the little punks heard the name, they were so scared that they paid and left. Therefore, The waiter directly classified Jing Xiaolu as a troublemaker and wanted the security to drive her out. Xiao Li was the security captain here. He knew that the old woman at the front desk was a relative of the restaurant manager. Her words had some weight, so when he heard her shout that someone was making trouble, he didn't dare to neglect and quickly ran over. However, before he walked to the front desk, Xiao Li saw a familiar figure standing at the front desk arguing with the old woman. Xiao Li took a closer look. How could he not know this person? Isn't this the company's vice president, Jing Xiaolu? I heard that even Bao Sanli has to be polite to her. Her man is someone who even Bao Sanli is afraid of. Although Xiao Li didn't know about the high-level matters, he had heard the general rumors, especially the news from Mingyang Entertainment. It said that Jing Xiaolu's man was the company's chairman. Even Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan were working for him. Therefore, after seeing Jing Xiaolu, Xiao Li didn't dare to neglect. He even forgot what the old woman said before. He ran to Jing Xiaolu and greeted her respectfully. Vice President Jing, hello. Welcome. Jing Xiaolu looked at Xiao Li and asked with some amazement, You are? Do you know me? I am an employee of our company. My name is Li Jixing. I am responsible for the security work here. Li Jixing said quickly. Ah, it turns out that you are a person from the Mingyang Security Company. Jing Xiaolu mainly worked at Mingyang Entertainment. However, because of the recent cooperation with Bao Sanli in the new company, she had the title of Vice President in Mingyang Security Company. In fact, she didn't know many of these employees. But she didn't know these employees. It was impossible for these employees not to know the Vice President in the company. Sister Zhang, this is our company's Vice President Jing. Why don't you arrange a private room for her? Li Jixing wasn't stupid. He heard this old woman called Sister Zhang shouting that someone was making trouble, so he ran over. On the way, other waiters told him about the situation here. It was nothing more than a guest asking for a private room, but Sister Zhang wasn't willing to give it to her. So, both sides had a disagreement. Seeing that the guest who was making trouble was actually Vice President Jing, Li Jixing immediately began to think about how to resolve the situation while greeting her. Although this Sister Zhang wasn't a good person, she was a relative of the restaurant owner after all. Although Li Jixing was under the management of Mingyang Security Company, he still had to work in other people's territory. It wasn't good to offend this Sister Zhang too much. Therefore, Li Jixing directly pointed at Sister Zhang. He wanted to see if she knew how to behave. If she was still so ambiguous, then he could only report the situation to the boss. This Sister Zhang would probably be kicked out of the door. He believed that between Vice President Jing and his relative, the boss would know how to choose. Although this Sister Zhang's heart was twisted, she wasn't a fool. When she heard Li Jixing pointed out Jing Xiaolu's identity, she was immediately scared. Never mind her, even her relative boss also wanted to have a good relationship with the boss of Mingyang Security Company. Chapter 1386. Usually, people don't even come when you invite them to a meal. If you give them a voucher, they won't even look at you. Now that a vice president of the company was willing to come here for a meal, I actually offended her. Sister Zhang regretted it. This restaurant isn't mine. Why do I have to worry so much? What's wrong with using a voucher to eat in a private room? Thinking of this, Sister Zhang immediately changed into a smiling face. She was the typical type of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so scared after her boss delayed her salary. Now that she was the front desk receptionist of a super popular restaurant, she felt that she had some authority. She liked to make things difficult for some customers who didn't seem to have high spending standards. This time, she didn't expect to kick an iron plate. She actually offended someone who even her relative boss didn't dare to offend. Vice President Jing, I'm sorry about that. I'll prepare a private room for you. Sister Zhang said to Jing Xiaolu with a smile. Her previous poker face instantly turned into a blooming flower. 602. No, VIP room, $9.99. It's the most luxurious private room on the top floor of our hotel. Jing Xiaolu listened to Sister Zhang's words. She was both angry and amused. Looking at Sister Zhang's current appearance, Jing Xiaolu couldn't even think of being angry with her. Her identity had changed, and so had her mentality. Perhaps if it were her previous self, she might have said a few words to vent her anger. But now, she really didn't have such thoughts. However, she was still a little proud of Sister Zhang's change in her heart. However, Jing Xiaolu also knew that the reason why Sister Zhang was so respectful now was entirely because of her identity as the vice president of the Ming Yang Security Company. Without this identity, how would Sister Zhang know her? All of this was thanks to Yang Ming. Without Yang Ming, she wouldn't be able to get to where she was today. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu's heart was even more worried. There was such a big mistake in the contract signing. If it wasn't resolved, even if Yang Ming didn't say anything, she wouldn't have the face to continue to be the vice president. There is no need for a luxurious VIP room. An ordinary one is fine. Jing Xiaolu didn't come here to put on airs. She just wanted to find a quiet place to talk to Zhou Jia. Since Zhou Jia had already guessed that she liked Yang Ming, although she didn't know how she guessed it, Jing Xiaolu felt that Zhou Jia was not hostile, and the relationship between the two seemed to be closer in an instant. Jing Xiaolu had the urge to complain to Zhou Jia. After the contract trap incident, Jing Xiaolu wanted to find someone to talk to and discuss with. She wanted to tell someone about her troubles. However, it was impossible for such a person to exist in the Ming Yang Company. It was impossible for Bao Sanli to exist. After all, Jing Xiaolu and him had not reached the point of opening their hearts to each other. Jing Xiaolu could not tell him her thoughts. As for her subordinates in the company, it was even more impossible. Jing Xiaolu couldn't talk to them at all. Now, she met Zhou Jia. In this case, Jing Xiaolu wanted to tell Zhou Jia about her troubles and worries. Even if Zhou Jia couldn't help her, Jing Xiaolu would feel better if she told her. Vice President Jing, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Please don't take it to heart. Sister Zhang was shocked after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words. She quickly said, I really didn't mean it before. Please forgive me this time. Forgive you for what? Jing Xiaolu was inexplicable when she heard it. She was stunned. What are you talking about? This. Sister Zhang looked at Jing Xiaolu's surprised look at the moment. It didn't seem to be fake. She suddenly had some doubts. I gave you a VIP room, but you don't want it. You want a small private room. Aren't you angry with me? After listening to Sister Zhang's words, Jing Xiaolu was really dumbfounded. What does this have to do with being angry? It's just the two of us. We just want to find a quiet place to talk. You could just find a small and quiet private room. I don't need a luxurious private room or anything like that. Li Jixing also heard that Jing Xiaolu was not angry to make things difficult for Sister Zhang. She really wanted a small private room, so he quickly gave Sister Zhang a look. Sister Zhang, our Vice President Jing, said that she wants a small private room. You should quickly find one. Why are you talking so much? Yes. Sister Zhang woke up and quickly found a private room at the end of the corridor. There should be no one to disturb them here. So she said, then let's go to private room 330. It is quieter there. I will find a waiter to take you up. No need, Sister Zhang. I will accompany Vice President Jing up. Li Jixing waved his hand to Sister Zhang and stopped her from finding a waiter. Okay. Sister Zhang nodded quickly. She had offended Jing Xiaolu. Now, she was still counting on Li Jixing to say a few good words for her. However, Jing Xiaolu didn't seem to care about Sister Zhang at all. Her previous argument was just that she wanted a quiet place to talk. As for the size of the private room, Jing Xiaolu didn't care at all. Under Li Jixing's guidance, Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jia came to private room 330 on the third floor of the restaurant. This was the innermost private room on the entire third floor. There was no one else in the private room next to it, so it was very quiet. It was a good place to talk. Vice President Jing, please. Then I will go downstairs. Li Jixing sent Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jia to the private room and said respectfully, Okay, little Li, you go ahead. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand, indicating that he could leave. After Li Jixing turned and left, a waiter from the restaurant came in to help take orders. Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jie had never eaten here before. Today was their first time here, so they let the waiter take charge and recommend a few specialties here. After the waiter left, the atmosphere in the private room suddenly became strange. Jing Xiaolu had something on her mind. She lowered her head and didn't speak. Zhou Jie seemed to be waiting for Jing Xiaolu to speak, so for a while, the private room was terrifyingly quiet. Xiaolu, why aren't you talking? Zhou Jie also felt the dull atmosphere, so she spoke first. Jie, you said before, you can see. I like Yangming. How did you see it? Jing Xiaolu took a deep breath. Although she felt that she was a bit abrupt, she was still very curious about how Zhou Jie saw through her thoughts. Hee, you were talking about this. Zhou Jie smiled slightly after listening. It turned out that Jing Xiaolu had been worried about this matter. Xiaolu, in fact, it's nothing. I'm not sure how I can see it, but it's just a feeling, an intuition. Ah, doesn't that mean that Sister Meng Yin and the others can also see it? Jing Xiaolu was surprised. She was surprised by Zhou Jie's unusually keen intuition. That's not it. Zhou Jie shook her head. The reason why I can feel it is because I have also been in the same period as you and had the same problem as you are now. Oh? What do you mean? Jing Xiaolu's eyes lit up. She seemed to feel something. Is Zhou Jie going to give me some advice? Whether it is Chun Mengyin or Lin Jiun, they and Yang Ming are all together naturally. There is a feeling of success when the conditions are right. Zhou Jie sighed, and my situation is similar to yours. We are all chasing after Yang Ming, so I can feel that your current mood is very similar to mine. However, others may not have this experience. It turns out to be like this. Jing Xiaolu's eyes widened. She didn't understand how Yang Ming and Zhou Jie were together. Now that she heard Zhou Jie's explanation, she suddenly had a feeling of sympathy. No wonder Zhou Jie could see some clues. This is also because she has a similar experience with me. So you're admitting that I guessed it right? Zhou Jie looked at Jing Xiaolu's stunned expression and asked. Jing Xiaolu blushed and nodded. Since Zhou Jie had already guessed her thoughts, it was useless for Jing Xiaolu to hide it. Besides, she didn't want to hide it. The more this kind of thing was hidden, the more disadvantageous it was for her. It was better to just admit it. Looking at Zhou Jie's current appearance, it didn't seem like she wanted to make things difficult for her. I have been secretly in love with him for a long time, Jing Xiaolu whispered. However, it seems that there is no progress. Chapter 1387. Jing Xiaolu's words made Zhou Jie somewhat puzzled this time. No progress? How can there be no progress? Didn't he give you your car and the company's vice president position? Zhou Jie said curiously. If he doesn't trust you, how can he entrust you with such a heavy responsibility? This, how should I say it? It's a freak combination of circumstances. Jing Xiaolu didn't hide it. I insisted on getting the car from him. You also know that Yang Ming is a very generous person. He and I are good friends. It is normal for him to ask for a car. Zhou Jie nodded and suddenly realized that it was Jing Xiaolu who took the initiative to ask for the car. She also knew Yang Ming's character. He didn't care about some external financial matters, so it was not a big deal to give a car out. However, Zhou Jie didn't say much, but quietly listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, waiting for her to continue. As for the position of vice president, as Jing Xiaolu spoke until here, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This position of vice president is purely a freak combination of circumstances that I said before. Bao Sanli thought that I was Yang Ming's woman. So he proposed to Yang Ming to promote me to the company's vice president. You also know that even if I am an ordinary friend of Yang Ming will not object, so he acquiesced. Then I became the vice president in a daze. Although Zhou Jie heard Jing Xiaolu say, that this matter was a freak combination of circumstances, she noticed that something was unusual. When Jing Xiaolu finished speaking, Zhou Jieji was completely dumbfounded. Is there such a funny thing? Now it seems that I really misunderstood. It seems that there's really no progress between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. However, even so, there were some things that Zhou Jieji couldn't help with. Xiaolu, although I think of my previous self when I see you, I can't help you even if I want to. There is no possibility of reference or replication between Yang Ming and me, so you can only rely on your own efforts in matters of love. Oh, Jing Xiaolu was slightly disappointed. She thought that she could learn from Zhou Jieji. Even if she couldn't, she could learn some experience, but Zhou Jieji didn't seem to be willing to tell her these things. Zhou Jieji's eyes were also sharp. Since she could detect that Jing Xiaolu liked Yang Ming, how could she not notice her disappointment at the moment? Looking at Jing Xiaolu's appearance, Zhou Jieji smiled slightly. Xiaolu, if you're willing to listen, then I will tell you what happened between Yang and me. If you can get any inspiration, that is good. If you can get any inspiration, then it is naturally good. If you think it's useless, don't blame me. Originally, Jing Xiaolu didn't have much hope for this. After all, this was a private matter between Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming. Who would be willing to publicize it to others? Jing Xiaolu thought, the things between me and Yang Ming, I'm afraid I don't want to talk to others casually, right? But what she didn't expect was that Zhou Jieji was actually willing to tell her. This made Jing Xiaolu suddenly feel surprised and inexplicably flattered. Jieji, you are so nice. Jing Xiaolu said happily. Thank you for telling me so much. Zhou Jieji shook her head. She helped Jing Xiaolu purely because she felt that Jing Xiaolu's current situation was somewhat similar to her previous situation. She struggled in the whirlpool of love every day and couldn't extricate herself. Zhou Jieji deeply experienced this feeling of anxiety, so she was so friendly to Jing Xiaolu. Zhou Jieji was not a jealous person. In the beginning, didn't Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun sincerely accept her? Therefore, Zhou Jieji felt that after she got the happiness she wanted, there was no need to hinder and make things difficult for others. On the contrary, if she could contribute a little, it would make her feel grateful. Yang Ming and I were classmates in junior high school. At that time, Zhou Jieji opened her mouth and slowly talked about the process of how she and Yang Ming met and fell in love. There was a fascinated expression between her eyebrows. She seemed to be immersed in this sad and beautiful love story. Jing Xiaolu originally thought that there was a thick wall between Yang Ming and herself. But now, after listening to the initial relationship between Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu suddenly felt that the thick wall between her and Yang Ming was nothing. Between Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming, there was simply a huge gap. What kind of perseverance does this girl have to finally grasp her own happiness? Jing Xiaolu was impressed and curious. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhou Jieji without blinking. She listened to the story she was telling. When Zhou Jieji said that she blocked the bullet for Yang Ming and was unconscious, Jing Xiaolu was completely shocked. For your lover, you can give up your life. How much courage does this require? Jing Xiaolu asked herself, if I were in Zhou Jieji's position, would I block the bullet for Yang Ming? Maybe, maybe not. Would I or not? Looking at Jing Xiaolu's unpredictable expression, Zhou Jieji seemed to guess what she was thinking. She smiled and said, Xiaolu, are you thinking that if it were you at that time, would you block the bullet for Yang Ming? Jing Xiaolu was completely impressed by Zhou Jieji at this moment. This girl not only had an amazing talent in computing, but she was also like a computer. She could guess and calculate the thoughts of others accurately. She was no less than a computer. I won't hide it from you. Jing Xiaolu lowered her head. In fact, from the bottom of my heart, I felt that I would block the bullet for him, but I was scared. When I thought that the other person had a gun in his hand, I was afraid that my legs would go soft. This is normal. After Zhou Jieji listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, she did not make fun of her. In fact, even if it was me, I'm a little timid when I think about it now. But in the situation at that time, it was an instinctive action. It was a subconscious action without thinking about it. I didn't know how to be afraid at that time. After doing it, I knew that the gun in the other person's hand was powerful. Ah? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. Originally, I thought that you were very bold. No. Zhou Jiejia's face was red. If I really had to think about it carefully, I'm afraid that even if I wanted to block the bullet, I wouldn't have the courage. Yeah. Jing Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Just now, I asked myself if I would block the bullet for Yang Ming if I were him. At first, I firmly believed that I would. But after a while, I was a little shaken. I was afraid. In fact, we are all the same. Zhou Jieji said, if you had this momentary decision and thought at that time, you would have already decided what you wanted to do. How would you still have the mind to be afraid? That's true. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Jieji, at first, I misunderstood you. I thought that you didn't want me to learn from your experience with Yang Ming. But now it seems that it won't be so easy for me to find another opportunity to block the bullet for Yang Ming. Nonsense, Zhou Jieji said. How would you take the initiative to block the bullet? Xiaolu, let me tell you, even if there is such an opportunity, don't be stupid. With Yang Ming's skill, we don't need to block the bullet at all. If we go up, we will be making unnecessary sacrifices. Jing Xiaolu certainly wouldn't think that Zhou Jieji didn't want her to succeed in being with Yang Ming out of some dark heart. Since she said so, then it must be so. Moreover, Jing Xiaolu was also very familiar with Yang Ming's skill, so she didn't doubt what Zhou Jieji said. Moreover, if Zhou Jieji really didn't want her to be with Yang Ming, then she wouldn't have this attitude now. How would she sit here calmly and talk to me so much? Jing Xiaolu originally had some disappointment in her eyes, but at this time, there was a flash of hope. At least, my starting point is much better than Zhou Jieji's. Yang Ming hated Zhou Jieji at the beginning, but she was separated by a mountain, and she could finally dissolve it. What was the thick wall between her and Yang Ming? Chapter 1388. The waiter quickly sent the dishes that had just been ordered into the private room. Li Jixing must have informed the kitchen to process the dishes in Jing Xiaolu's private room first. Otherwise, with the restaurant popularity at the moment, it was impossible to prepare so many dishes in a short time. Seeing the waiter coming in to serve the dishes, Zhou Jieji and Jing Xiaolu also stopped the previous topic. This topic could only be discussed privately between two people. It was not good if outsiders heard it. So both of them tacitly chose to shut up at the same time. Jing Xiaolu's heart was in a mess at the moment. She wanted the waiter to finish serving the dishes quickly so that she could ask about Yang Ming. However, the waiter seemed to be endless. After the dishes were served, the waiter kept bringing dishes into the private room. Jing Xiaolu was surprised and quickly stopped the waiter who was serving the dishes. "Wait a minute. Hello, what's the matter?" asked the waiter politely. Although she didn't know what kind of powerful person was sitting in this private room, Li Jixing had already told her that the service must be good, so the waiter didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. It didn't take long for the restaurant owner to call and ask her to make sure that the guests in the private room were satisfied. This time, the waiter was surprised. Why would the restaurant owner call such a small waiter like me? She didn't think that the restaurant owner would save the mobile phone number of a waiter like her. This must be found through the front desk. However, although the waiter was surprised, she didn't dare to have any objections. She quickly assured the boss that she must not neglect the guests. Then, the boss said that he had asked the kitchen to add a few special dishes and asked her to serve first. The boss immediately rushed back from outside. "We didn't order so many dishes. We only ordered 4 or 5 special dishes. Why are there 7 dishes?" Although Jing Xiaolu didn't remember what dishes she ordered, when the waiter introduced the dishes before, she casually ordered 4 or 5 special dishes here. She still remembered the number clearly. It was impossible for the difference to be so much. "Hello, madam. This is our boss's order to give you the special dishes for free," replied the waiter politely. "Free?" Jing Xiaolu's expression was a little weird after hearing it. We can't eat so much for free. Okay, you tell her not to serve anymore. That's fine. The waitress hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Although the boss had told the kitchen to add a few more dishes, the boss had also told her to serve the guests in the private room well. Since it was a request from a guest in the private room, she decided to give priority to the guest's request. Even if the boss found out later, he wouldn't blame her because everyone's starting point was the same, which was to make the guests in the private room happy. As a matter of fact, her decision was correct and had laid a good foundation for her. A person who could understand the boss's intentions in time and know how to be flexible would be a promising talent no matter where he was. Of course, this place was no exception. After the waiter Xiaobai left, he quickly instructed the kitchen not to make any more dishes. The kitchen staff thought that it was the boss's idea, so they listened Xiaobai and stopped working. Seeing that there were no more dishes, Jing Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief. But then she looked at the table full of food with a bitter smile. Jia, are you hungry? Let's eat as much as we can. Zhou Jia looked at so many dishes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if I'm hungry, I can't eat so much. Xiaolu, have you encountered any trouble recently? Zhou Jia saw that no waitress came to disturb them again, so she continued the topic with Jing Xiaolu. Previously, when Jing Xiaolu came to the school to find her, she had a worried look on her face, as if she had encountered some trouble. What she asked her to do was so strange, so it was inevitable that people would be suspicious. So it was reasonable for Zhou Jia to think so. Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jiajia's words and sighed. I did encounter some trouble, and it is a big trouble. Big trouble? What the hell is going on? Zhou Jia was shocked and looked up at Jing Xiaolu. You tell me and see if I can help. If I didn't guess wrong, the phone recording you asked me to help you recover should be related to this trouble, right? Zhou Jia looked at Jing Xiaolu with some doubts. What kind of trouble can be called a big trouble? In Zhou Jiajia's view, many troubles were nothing in the eyes of Yang Ming. Even if her father was trapped in this matter, Yang Ming would not show weakness in the face of the Charles family and could easily solve it. What trouble could Jing Xiaolu not solve? You guessed it? Jing Xiaolu looked at Zhou Jia with some surprise and nodded. Yes, this recording is related to this matter. This is a key piece of evidence, but I don't know if it is useful. Xiaolu, what the hell is going on? Zhou Jia listened to Jing Xiaolu's unclear words and was anxious, but she didn't know the reason. This kind of anxious feeling was very uncomfortable. I was deceived. I got into trouble. Jing Xiaolu had a headache when she thought about what she had encountered. The fraud she encountered was unprecedented. She couldn't find similar cases on the internet. Xiaolu, although I didn't hear what you were saying, if you encounter trouble, I think you should talk to Yang Ming first. He should help you solve it. You can't keep it in your heart. Since the last time Yang Ming rescued Zhou Jiajia's father from the Charles family, Zhou Jia had a blind trust in Yang Ming. She felt that no matter what, as long as Yang Ming made a move, there was nothing that could not be solved. Jing Xiaolu opened her mouth and was about to say something, but there was a knock on the door. Jing Xiaolu frowned. I want to scold someone. Can you let me talk for a while? However, she took a deep breath and didn't get angry in the end. Instead, she said plainly, Who is it? Please come in. The door of the private room was pushed open, and a fat man with a smile walked in. Xiao Bai, the waiter who served in the private room before, and Sister Zhang, the front desk attendant downstairs, followed by him. Vice President Jing, and this beautiful lady, I'm sorry to disturb you. The fat man smiled at Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jia flatteringly, which extinguished Jing Xiaolu's anger of having her conversation with Zhou Jia interrupted. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. This fat man's smiling face was about to bloom, so Jing Xiaolu naturally couldn't speak ill of him. Moreover, he came at this time with no malice. If Jing Xiaolu guessed correctly, he brought Sister Zhang, the front desk attendant, to apologize to her. Previously, Sister Zhang had some unpleasantness with her because of the private room. Although Jing Xiaolu didn't take it to heart, the restaurant owner didn't treat it as a trivial matter. He brought Sister Zhang to apologize. After all, it was also a kind of humble attitude. Jing Xiaolu had no way to vent her anger on them. I'm the owner of this restaurant. My name is Zhou Huijian. The fat man came over with a smile. Vice President Jing, my sister-in-law's third uncle's eldest sister-in-law, offended you before. Please don't take it to heart. So, I brought her to apologize to you. What the hell? Sister-in-law's third uncle's eldest sister-in-law? What kind of messy relationship is this? Jing Xiaolu was directly confused by Zhou Huijian, but she didn't need to understand these relationships. She glanced at Zhou Huijian, then looked at Sister Zhang, and then smiled faintly. It's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. Xiaobai, pour the wine. Zhou Huijian glanced at the waiter named Xiaobai next to him, and then instructed her. Yes, boss. Xiaobai respectfully poured 3 glasses of white wine that had been prepared before and brought it to Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang didn't say anything. She picked up the wine glass and raised it in front of Jing Xiaolu. Vice President Jing, I toast to you. Please forgive me. Wait. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand and said to Zhou Huijian and Sister Zhang, sorry, I don't drink. Vice President Jing, you don't have to drink. This is little Zhang's apology to you. Zhou Huijian quickly explained. Jing Xiaolu nodded. When Sister Zhang saw Jing Xiaolu nodding, she quickly poured the white wine in her hand into her stomach. She drank 2 more glasses in succession. A total of 3 glasses of wine went down her stomach, but her face didn't change. She was still very sober. Vice President Jing, please don't take the previous matter to heart. If you don't like me, I will resign tomorrow. Please don't make things difficult for President Zhou. I've already said that it's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand. Okay, you can go out. I still have something to do here. Okay. Zhou Huijian saw that Jing Xiaolu's expression really didn't seem like she was going to hold him accountable, so he was relieved. He quickly took Sister Zhang and Xiaobai out of the private room. Chapter 1389. After gently closing the door of the private room, Zhou Huijian's smiling face sank. He glared at Sister Zhang, his relative. You, what can I say about you? Okay, you don't have to be the receptionist tomorrow. Go to the purchasing department. You can only deal with those suppliers who come to ask for payment with your face. Okay. Sister Zhang thought that she was destined to be fired this time, but she didn't expect to be assigned to the purchasing department. Although she was now the lobby manager, when she went to the purchasing department, Zhou Huijian's intention was to arrange an ordinary staff position for her. Even so, Sister Zhang was already very happy. As long as she kept this job, she would not starve to death. In fact, Zhou Huijian couldn't help it. His relative was in her 40s. She was laid off from the factory, and she couldn't get a buyout. Her husband also took away her savings. She was left alone to raise a high school child. If she didn't have a job, she couldn't survive. So no matter how much he hated Sister Zhang in his heart, she was still a relative. He couldn't let her fend for herself, right? Just put her in the purchasing department. Her character was not suitable to be a leader at all. If she was an ordinary staff member, she could only show her ugly face to those suppliers. Presumably, those suppliers could only accept it. As for the vacant lobby manager position, Zhou Huijian's eyes turned and stopped on Xiaobai. Xiaobai had told Zhou Huijian what happened here before. Initially, Zhou Huijian was a little annoyed by Xiaobai's unauthorized behavior of stopping the kitchen from serving food. However, when he came back and saw Jing Xiaolu, he really saw that Jing Xiaolu didn't want to be disturbed. When they went in to apologize, although Jing Xiaolu didn't seem to be too impatient, her expression was definitely not very welcoming. Especially when she finally said that she still had something to do and didn't want them to disturb her. It highlighted this point. If they insisted on sending food in, not only would it not please Jing Xiaolu, but it would also make her hate them. Therefore, Zhou Huijian's impression of Xiaobai suddenly improved. Seeing that she was quite clever, he turned his head and asked, Xiaobai, right? Are you used to working in the restaurant? President Zhou, I am very used to it. Xiaobai didn't understand why Zhou Huojian suddenly asked such a question, but she didn't dare to neglect and quickly replied, "It's good here." That's good." Zhou Huojian nodded. "How about this? You will take over little Zhang's position tomorrow. You will be the lobby manager." Me? Xiaobai opened his mouth wide in shock and looked at Zhou Huojian in disbelief. "Director Zhou, I'm just a waiter." Although Xiaobai felt that as long as she worked hard, she would be noticed by the boss sooner or later and be put in an important position, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. She also didn't expect that she would be put in the position of lobby manager directly. Xiaobai originally thought that if she did a good job as a waiter, she would at most be a vice foreman. If she was good, she would be able to become a foreman. However, she did not expect to be promoted to a lobby manager. That was a level higher than a foreman. "What's wrong with the waitress?" Zhou Huojian didn't think much of it. "I see that you're quite smart and flexible. If you're in this position, I'm relieved. Do your best, and I'll get someone to make you a costume later." "Yes, General Manager Zhou." Xiaobai was extremely excited and nodded happily. Jing Xiaolu, who was in the room, watched Zhou Huojian go out and close the door. Then, she breathed a sigh of relief. These people really came at the wrong time. Aren't they causing trouble? Hee, Xiaolu, don't be ungrateful. If it were an ordinary guest, this manager wouldn't take the initiative to apologize. Zhou Jejia said with a smile. This also shows your identity and status. If it were me, I would most likely go to the hall to eat. How can I get a private room? The more Zhou Jejia said this, the more uncomfortable Jing Xiaolu felt. She blushed and said, "Jejia, don't say this. All of this is actually because of Yang Ming. If it weren't for Yang Ming's company, who would other people know who I am?" Zhou Jejia listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and didn't argue, because what Jing Xiaolu said was indeed the truth. She smiled slightly and said, "So, sometimes when you encounter trouble, you don't have to bear it yourself. You have to know how to take advantage of others." "Take advantage of others?" Jing Xiaolu repeated Zhou Jejia's words. "Yes, it's taking advantage of others." Zhou Jejia said, "Let's continue our topic. This matter may be a trouble and a disaster for you, but for Yang Ming, it may be a piece of cake." "Jejia," Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. "My situation is actually different from what you said. I can't ask Yang Ming for help, and I can't—" "What's the reason?" Zhou Jejia was puzzled. "Jejia, I won't hide it from you. A while ago, I was busy talking about a business cooperation. This was the first business cooperation I was responsible for after I was promoted to vice president, so I couldn't be more careful. I put all my energy into it," said Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu said, "Since I am sitting in the position of vice president due to a strange combination of circumstances, I have to show some results. I want to prove to Yang Ming that I, Jing Xiaolu, am not here to dawdle, but to be a person who can help his career." Zhou Jejia listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and nodded. Yes, not only did Jing Xiaolu have this idea, but even Zhou Jejia herself had it. The reason why she went into the tiger's den to find evidence of Wang Jitao's family's crime was to help Yang Ming. She wanted to be a woman who was useful to Yang Ming and help him in his life and career, so she understood Jing Xiaolu's idea. After Jing Xiaolu explained this, Zhou Jejia gradually understood why Jing Xiaolu was unwilling to ask for help from Yang Ming. "So, you want to solve this problem on your own so that he can see your ability, right?" asked Zhou Jejia. "Yes." Jing Xiaolu nodded, but she looked a little dispirited. "Even if I am so careful, there is still a problem with this cooperation. I fell into the other party's contract trap. If I ask Yang Ming for help at this time, will Yang Ming think that I am useless?" Zhou Jejia sighed softly. Although she felt that maybe Yang Ming would not think so much, if she were Jing Xiaolu, she might not want to trouble Yang Ming because of this matter. She would want to solve it herself. This was different from her father being trapped in the Charles family. Her father was trapped because she could not solve it with her own strength, so she had to trouble Yang Ming. However, Jing Xiaolu's matter was entirely because she fell into the other party's trap due to carelessness in the business cooperation. It was reasonable for Jing Xiaolu to want to solve it by herself. Zhou Jie knew that it was useless to persuade her. She could only help her in other ways. Xiaolu, tell me the ins and outs of this matter. Let's see if I can help you. Okay. Even if Zhou Jie didn't ask, Jing Xiaolu was prepared to tell her everything. This matter had always been in her heart, and it was like a thorn pricking her nerves. Perhaps she would feel better if she confided it to someone. She had seen Zhou Jie's cleverness. If Zhou Jie could help her analyze it, it would be a good thing. So, Jing Xiaolu pondered for a while, organized her own words, and began to talk about her experience. Chapter 1390. Jing Xiaolu did not hide anything from Zhou Jie. Instead, she talked about how she had a grudge with Lu Jifei. Although this history was not glorious, Jing Xiaolu did not want to lie to Zhou Jie. After all, they might become sisters in the future. Therefore, if Jing Xiaolu lied at this time, Zhou Jie would definitely look down on her when she knew the truth. Moreover, although this history was not glorious, it was not too outrageous. At least, she still maintained a bottom line and did not really sell her body. She believed that Zhou Jie could also understand her difficult situation. Sure enough, after Zhou Jie listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, she did not show much disgust in her expression. Instead, there was a dumbfounded expression. Obviously, she sympathized with Jing Xiaolu at that time, but she did not comment on what Jing Xiaolu did. Jie, do you think that I was a bad girl in the past? Although Jing Xiaolu saw that there was no look of contempt in Zhou Jie's expression, she was still worried and asked, "Bad girl? That's not really true. It's not easy for you to be able to keep yourself clean in that kind of situation." Zhou Jie sighed and shook her head. "But I don't agree with what you did. No matter what, it is illegal. But, AI, you are a girl alone. It is not easy for you to make money to support your family without any background or backing." Although Zhou Jie did not agree with Jing Xiaolu's way of cheating people, she also knew that Jing Xiaolu would not do this if she had other ways to make a living. Everything she did was completely out of helplessness. Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jie and felt a lot better in her heart. She did not expect Zhou Jie to agree with her previous practice. If Zhou Jie said that she agreed with what Jing Xiaolu did, then Jing Xiaolu would not believe it, because that was too ridiculous, right? Now, although Zhou Jie did not agree, she also realized her helplessness, so Jing Xiaolu was very grateful to Zhou Jie. At least, Zhou Jie did not dislike her at her heart. Jing Xiaolu nodded. "Jie, thank you for understanding me. Not only me, but I believe that Yang Ming also understands you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become good friends with you and help you out when Lu Jifei found trouble with you." Zhou Jie smiled. Since Yang Ming didn't mind, what else did he have to mind? Moreover, Zhou Jie's character was still somewhat conservative. She believed that a woman should be faithful to one man. Since Jing Xiaolu could maintain her chastity, Zhou Jie naturally wouldn't have any opinions about her. However, if Jing Xiaolu had a relationship with another man before, Zhou Jie's attitude might not be as good as it was now. She didn't want Yang Ming to touch her after touching such a woman. "Then I'll continue to talk about the contract." Jing Xiaolu said, "In fact, this contract trap is the result of Lu Jifei's revenge. I guess that it should have something to do with him. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spent so much time talking about the grievances between you and him." Zhou Jie nodded. Jing Xiaolu sighed at Zhou Jie's cleverness, but it was no wonder. If this matter had nothing to do with Lu Jifei, why did she have to spend so much time talking about it? Jing Xiaolu told Zhou Jie in detail about how she fell into the contract trap. When she talked about the incense, Zhou Jie couldn't help but be surprised. There is actually such a thing? Yeah, if I had thought about it earlier, I wouldn't have fallen into this contract trap. However, this kind of contract fraud technique is unheard of. Whether it is on the internet or elsewhere, I can't find a similar case. So, I was fooled unknowingly. Jing Xiaolu sighed. If this is the case, then it's not your fault. Zhou Jijia waved her hand. This kind of thing only appears in novels. Who would have thought that it would exist in reality? I think that even if it were anyone else, it would be impossible to guard against it. After listening to Zhou Jijia's words, Jing Xiaolu's heart was relieved. In fact, how could Jing Xiaolu not understand this truth? It was not wrong for her to fall into this kind of unheard of method. As Zhou Jijia said, this kind of method was impossible for anyone to guard against. Su Xiaobin and the Liu family have already discussed it, but the negotiation failed. The Jiangyin group does not intend to change the contract. Jing Xiaolu said helplessly. In this case, if they continue to cooperate, what benefits will it bring to the Jiangyin group? Could it be that their president's brain is flooded with water? Zhou Jijia frowned and said, I think it is impossible for them not to see it. If they cooperate in this situation where both sides are hostile, what is the use of a contract? I'm also wondering about this. Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. However, according to Su Xiaobin, the Liu family is worried that once there is a precedent of changing the contract, there will be more people looking for the Jiangyin group to change the contract. So, they will not set this precedent. They would rather continue like this. This doesn't seem to be comparable to an ordinary contract, right? Zhou Jijia said, they are completely different in nature. I'm also very skeptical, but now the Jiangyin group clearly wants to favor Liu Jifei, said Jing Xiaolu. So, the only thing I can think of is to go through legal procedures. I can only fight to change the contract through legal means. The previous cell phone recording is the evidence you collected, right? Asked Zhou Jijia after listening. Yes, thank you, Jijia. Jing Xiaolu had thanked her more than once. But if it weren't for Zhou Jijia, there might not be this evidence. Don't be so polite to me in the future. Zhou Jijia waved her hand. If you're really with Yang Ming, we are family. Moreover, I'm helping you now, which is equivalent to helping Yang Ming. After all, this is a company matter. Jing Xiaolu looked at Zhou Jijia with some surprise. She didn't expect her to say such a thing. For a while, Jing Xiaolu was excited. Zhou Jijia, did you accept me? Jing Xiaolu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and joy. Although Zhou Jijia's weight was obviously not as important as Chun Mingyan's, at least she was the first woman to show support for her Yang Ming. It was significant. Jing Xiaolu also took the first step to success. In any case, with Zhou Jijia as a supporter to give advice and pass the message, she was in an invincible position. But immediately, this joy was diluted by the endless sorrow in her heart. In front of her, there was still a difficulty that had not been overcome. If the contract was not dealt with properly, it was meaningless to talk about other things. AI. Jing Xiaolu sighed softly. If it were other times, she might have screamed ecstatically when she heard what Zhou Jijia said to her. But now, she couldn't be happy. Xiaolu, is there any other evidence in your hands besides this cell phone recording? Asked Zhou Jijia. Other than that, Jing Xiaolu hesitated, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Other than that, there's nothing else. Jijia, you also know that the other party's behavior is too strange. In this case, it is difficult to find any key evidence unconsciously. Since this is the case, Zhou Jijia frowned after listening. Xiaolu, you have to be mentally prepared. I'm not pouring cold water on you, but this evidence is not key evidence at all. If you use this evidence to sue Liu Jifei for raping Wang Lixia, you may still win. But if you use it as the basis for changing the contract, it is a bit far-fetched. Jijia, I actually understand what you said, but now, it seems that I really don't have any other trump cards in hand. Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. How could she not understand what Zhou Jijia said? The odds of winning this time were very small, even if the Ming-Yang Security Company's social relations in Songjiang were very strong, and the Ming-Yang Security Company was a company affiliated with the police station. With this relationship, it could be said that Jing Xiaolu was not afraid of a lawsuit in Songjiang. But even with such a strong network, if she did not have strong evidence in her hands, it would be difficult to win this lawsuit. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was a little discouraged. Am I really going to lose this time? Chapter 1391. Xiaolu, don't be discouraged. Zhou Jie saw a flash of decadence on Jing Xiaolu's face. She was afraid that Jing Xiaolu would be discouraged, so she quickly persuaded, think about the whole signing process again. See if there are any details that can be used as key evidence. Details that can be used as key evidence that were ignored? Jing Xiaolu's eyes lit up and then dimmed again. Jie, I have thought about this signing process many times, but although Jing Xiaolu didn't finish her words, Zhou Jie could also understand that there was nothing that could be used as evidence. However, Zhou Jie wasn't discouraged. Instead, she said, Xiaolu, although I don't know much about these business contracts, there are many things that can be thought through. Let's take my computer hacking skills as an example. No matter how good a hacker is, when they commit a crime, they will more or less leave some clues that can be used as evidence. Even if they are erased in the eyes of hackers of the same level, there are still traces to be found. Although most of them are very difficult to investigate, it does not mean that there are no traces of crime. Oh, Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jie's words and became a little interested. There was a flash of light in her mind. She seemed to have thought of something, but this idea was very vague, and she could not grasp it for the time being. Of course, I'm just giving an example. Any crime will leave traces. I believe that the contract trap you encountered is no exception. Zhou Jie said, I don't believe that Lu Jifei is a criminal master. I think he thought of this contract fraud on the spur of the moment. It's just that the criminal technique is too strange, so we can't find a breakthrough with ordinary means. But if you pay attention, you may find something. After Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jie's words, she couldn't help but fall into contemplation. She wanted to grasp the previous flash of inspiration, but it was somewhat vague. After a long while, Jing Xiaolu finally shook her head slightly. Indeed, any crime will leave traces, but I was one step too late. When I found out that something was wrong with the contract, I rushed to the conference room of the Huihai Business Club where the contract was signed. Everything there had been cleaned up by Lu Jifei's people. Even the windows were opened. The residual smell of incense in the conference room was completely removed. There was no trace at all. Nothing was left behind in the meeting room. There is nothing, but not necessarily. Zhou Jie lowered her head and thought for a moment. Isn't there still the fake contract that was changed? Isn't the contract in our hands? The contract. That's right, the contract. Jing Xiaolu patted her smooth forehead. She finally caught the glimmer of light from before. That's right. What she thought of before was the contract. There seemed to be a voice in the dark telling him that this contract would be the key to victory or defeat this time. It would become his final trump card. Contract. Jing Xiaolu's voice was a little surprised. Jie, thank you. Xiaolu, have you thought of a solution? Seeing Jing Xiaolu's happy expression, Zhou Jie was a little stunned. She thought that Jing Xiaolu had found a breakthrough, so she quickly asked. Not yet. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. Although she hadn't thought of how to use the contract, she had a firm belief in her heart. Zhou Jie was right. Any crime would leave traces. Whether she could find this key trace depended on this move. But I have a feeling that this contract will be the breakthrough of this matter. That's good. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu had regained her confidence, Zhou Jie was happy for her from the bottom of her heart. She was really afraid that Jing Xiaolu would give up on herself. Jie, I have to go back. I want to take a good look at the contract. Let's eat here first. When the matter is solved, I will treat you to a big meal. How about it? Jing Xiaolu couldn't wait to go back to the company. Her confidence had never been so full. She firmly believed that she would be able to find something this time. Okay, Zhou Jie's appetite was not big. In fact, she had almost eaten when they were chatting before. She also knew that Jing Xiaolu must be focused on the contract now. She had no time to continue eating, so she did not stop her, Next time, I will treat you. I can't always let you treat me, right? That's good. It's a deal. Jing Xiaolu did not refuse. In fact, it did not matter who was treating between her and Zhou Jiejia. Both of them were not sure of money now. Eating together was nothing more than promoting the relationship between both parties. Jing Xiaolu naturally would not be entangled in these small details. Zhou Huijian did not expect Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jiejia to finish eating so quickly. Jing Xiaolu just said that she had something to talk about. Zhou Huijian thought that Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jiejia would talk for a few hours, but they walked out of the private room in less than half an hour. President Zhou, how much is it in total? Jing Xiaolu saw Zhou Huijian standing in the lobby, so she opened her bag and took out the voucher. Vice President Jing, is there anything you're not satisfied with? When Zhou Huijian saw that Jing Xiaolu finished eating so quickly, he thought that she was dissatisfied with the restaurant. When he saw that she wanted to pay the bill, he was even more in fear and trepidation. His previous attitude had already made it clear that this meal was his treat. There was no need for Jing Xiaolu to spend money, but now Jing Xiaolu wanted to pay the bill. What did this mean? Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned by Zhou Huijian's words. Then she asked, President Zhou, why do you say this? I am already very satisfied with your service. Is there anything I am dissatisfied with? Then, you're leaving so soon, and you want to pay the bill. Zhou Huijian saw Jing Xiaolu's stunned look. It did not seem to be fake, so he felt a little strange. Jing Xiaolu raised her eyebrows, and her face suddenly showed a very strange look. She was a little dumbfounded. President Zhou, this mealtime is decided by the guests themselves, right? I eat quickly, so I naturally leave quickly. As for the bill, it seems to be natural to pay the bill after the meal, right? Do you want to eat and dash? What Jing Xiaolu said was the normal truth. How could Zhou Huijian not understand it? But at this time and place, Jing Xiaolu's normal approach made Zhou Huijian think that Jing Xiaolu was dissatisfied with him. Vice President Jing, so you're really not angry? Although Zhou Huijian saw that Jing Xiaolu's face did not have the slightest anger, he still asked with concern, why would I be angry? Jing Xiaolu looked at Zhou Huijian helplessly. President Zhou, I just came here to have a meal. I have to go back to the company. Did you misunderstand something? At this point, Zhou Huijian was completely relieved that Jing Xiaolu really did not have any dissatisfaction with the hotel. So he said, Vice President Jing, I'm sorry. Blame me for thinking too much. Then, as an apology, I will treat you to this meal. It was no wonder that Zhou Huijian would be like this. Before he opened this restaurant, he opened a Cantonese restaurant in Mount Jing. He was a southerner who did business in the north. He had no backer and foundation. He could expand his business entirely by his own efforts and diligence. However, because of a small matter, he offended the local tyrant of Mount Jing, the Sui family. He thought it was a trivial matter, so Zhou Huijian did not take it to heart after he apologized. As a result, trouble came one after another. First, the supplier who had worked with him for many years refused to pay on credit. He had to pay in cash. This was nothing. With Zhou Huijian's current strength, he did not lack this money. However, there were some officials who came to the store every day to check. Although Zhou Huijian had already bribed them before, these people still came to the store at this moment to pick and choose. Fortunately, Zhou Huijian's store did not have any major problems, so these people could not find any flaws. After 13 rounds of trouble, they all left. Chapter 1392. However, this was just a prelude. It was nothing. The big trouble was still to come. These were all normal means, so Zhou Huijian couldn't find any reason. After all, whether it was the raw material supplier's request to settle the payment first or someone investigating the hygiene situation in the store, these were all within the normal range. But what happened next was beyond the normal range. Every day, a group of migrant workers came to the store and filled the hall. Each person asked for a cold dish and began to drink beer. A bottle of beer and a plate of cold dishes were drunk from the opening of the restaurant in the morning to the closing time in the evening. Even if the hall was only filled, the private rooms were empty. However, many people who came to the restaurant to eat directly turned around and left when they saw this situation. No matter how Zhou Huijian explained, the customers no longer came. It couldn't be helped. Zhou Huijian could only persuade these men to stop eating here. After all, they came to eat. Although they ate less and took a long time, it was not illegal. Zhou Huijian really couldn't do anything to them. He could only beg for mercy. In fact, Zhou Huijian also faintly understood that these people had the Sui family behind them, but couldn't be helped. The Sui family had a big business in Mount Jing. Zhou Huijian, an outsider, couldn't afford to offend them. Under good persuasion, these migrant workers finally spilled the truth. They came here to work because they were hired. They didn't need to work and get paid. They could make money just by sitting for a whole day. Who didn't want to do this kind of work? In desperation, Zhou Huijian had to find the Sui family's people to intercede. He didn't expect that just because he offended the second generation of the Sui family, it would cause such a big trouble. However, the Sui family's people didn't let go at all. They obviously wanted to kill Zhou Huijian. Provoking the Sui family's prestige in Mount Jing made the Sui family have the intention of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. So, no matter what Zhou Huijian said, they didn't change their original intention. Zhou Huijian couldn't be helped. He had to end the restaurant's business, sell the house, and leave Mount Jing. This matter ended with the Sui family's victory. Zhou Huijian left Mount Jing sadly and opened a restaurant in Songjiang. Zhou Huijian inquired in advance. This place was not under the Sui family's sphere of influence. This was Bao Sanli's territory, so Zhou Huijian was relieved to reopen the restaurant here. Moreover, in order to prevent the recurrence of the tragedy, as soon as Zhou Huijian's restaurant opened, he went to the Mingyang Security Company. Zhou Hua. Although the Mingyang Security Company was a big company, they might not be interested in his vouchers. In fact, no senior executive of the Mingyang Security Company had taken these vouchers to the restaurant for a long time. This made Zhou Huijian slightly disappointed. However, Zhou Huijian felt that as long as he tirelessly delivered vouchers every now and then, even though it wasn't enough to make people look at him in a different light, at least he could get familiar with him. This voucher was not worth a lot of money, but it was not a bad thing to be too polite. Zhou Huijian was a person who had suffered a big loss in Mount Jing's Sui family. As the saying goes, you learn from your mistakes. For the big forces in these cities, Zhou Huijian didn't dare to neglect. Otherwise, if he repeated the same mistake, he wouldn't even know how he died. However, before Zhou Huijian came to Songjiang to do business, he also inquired and understood a few of Songjiang's local friends who had a good relationship with him. He knew the background and reputation of the Mingyang Security Company very well. The boss of the Mingyang Bao, an industrial company, Bao Sanli, used to be a big gangster in Songjiang. However, he later turned over a new leaf and engaged in a proper industry, establishing this Mingyang Security Industrial Company. However, this person's influence in Songjiang's underworld was quite shocking. If one wanted to do business here in Songjiang, it was impossible to offend Bao Sanli. However, the reputation of the Mingyang Security Company was exceptionally good. He learned from a few business friends that although the fees of this Mingyang Security Company were more expensive than other small security companies, it was indeed worth it. The bosses of the entertainment industry in Songjiang City had a bill in their hearts. Although the cost of the security personnel hire by the Mingyang Security Company was higher than the ordinary scattered security personnel, once there was a problem, they would really solve it for you. Before the Mingyang Security Company security personnel were hired, these entertainment industry bosses also recruited some security personnel themselves. The salary was indeed low, but these people were typical masters who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Usually, when they saw the weak, they dared to say a few words. If they really encountered the gangsters, they immediately became timid and hid in the side and didn't dare to make a sound. After changing to the Mingyang Security Company's security personnel, this situation was gone. As long as it was a small gangster in Songjiang, No one dared to make trouble in front of the Mingyang Security Company's people. As long as the Mingyang Security Company's people were present, no matter how fierce they would immediately be honest. Therefore, the amount of money needed to hire security guards was negligible. If it weren't for these people, the gangsters would have destroyed more than this amount of things. After learning this news, Zhou Huajian went to the Mingyang Security Company to hire 20 security personnel before his restaurant opened. It was reasonable to say that this was a restaurant, not a nightclub or an entertainment city. He didn't need so many security personnel. 10 were enough. However, Zhou Huajian didn't lack this money. In his opinion, this was nothing. When he opened the shop in Mount Jing, not to mention giving gifts to the Sui family, even dealing with the local bullies on the streets cost more than this amount. So even so, Zhou Huajian's heart was not at ease. As a matter of fact, although he hired a lot of security personnel, they were also working for him formally. Therefore, Zhou Huajian still felt that he should build a relationship with the Mingyang senior management. He had suffered a loss before, so this time he felt that he should be careful. As long as he built a relationship, even if he accidentally offended them later, he believed that they wouldn't be as ruthless as the Sui family. After all, with a friendship, it would be easier to talk. It was just that Zhou Huajian didn't have the opportunity to contact the senior management of the Mingyang Security Company. He was an outsider who was unfamiliar with the place. How could he build a relationship? Just as he was worried, he didn't expect a ready-made opportunity to come to him. However, what made his intestines turn green with regret was that before he could build a relationship with them, his sister-in-law's third uncle's sister-in-law had offended a vice president of the Mingyang Security Company. Although a vice president of a company might not be able to set off any waves, this matter should be resolved under his apology. But what made Zhou Huajian shocked was Jing Xiaolu's age. In Zhou Huajian's opinion, Jing Xiaolu was at most 25 years old. It was a bit strange to sit in the position of a vice president at this age. At this time, there were only two things in Zhou Huajian's mind. One was that this Jing Xiaolu was a rich second generation, and the other was she might be the lover of a big boss in the Mingyang Security Company. So, when Zhou Huajian thought of this, he didn't dare to neglect. His attitude became more respectful, so Zhou Huajian didn't do anything while Jing Xiaolu was eating. Since Jing Xiaolu didn't want him to disturb her, then he would wait for her in the hall. After she finished eating, he would say a few good words. Most probably, this matter would come to an end, right? Zhou Huajian sighed in his heart. If my sister-in-law didn't have an affair with me, why would I care about her third uncle's sister-in-law? It's really harmful. I have to teach my sister-in-law a lesson when I go back tonight. I won't let her introduce just anyone to me. Seeing that Zhou Huajian insisted on treating her to a meal, Jing Xiaolu had a headache. President Zhou, this voucher is also issued by you. I will use this voucher to pay the bill. It's also your treat, right? This. Of course. Zhou Huajian saw that Jing Xiaolu insisted, so he couldn't say anything more. He turned to Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, why aren't you calculating for Vice President Jing? Okay. Xiaobai nodded quickly. He tapped a few times on the computer and said, Vice President Jing, you spent 316 yuan. After the discount, I will charge you 300 yuan. Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly and handed over the 300 yuan voucher. Xiaobai quickly took it respectfully and put it into the wallet of the cash register. Zhou Huajian gave Xiaobai an appreciative look. In fact, there was no discount when using the voucher, but Zhou Huajian didn't want to trouble Jing Xiaolu for a long time because of 16 yuan because there were only 100 denomination vouchers. There was no small amount. If he wanted to pay, he could only pay another voucher. But in that case, it would inevitably make people feel that there were some overbearing terms. Although it was nothing for ordinary diners, since the voucher was free anyway, Zhou Huajian was very concerned about Jing Xiaolu's thoughts. Chapter 1393. Little White, Give another 1,000 yuan of vouchers to Vice President Jing. Zhou Huojian instructed Little White. Little White did not doubt at all. He opened the drawer, took out 10 vouchers, and handed them to Jing Xiaolu together with a previous bill. Vice President Jing, this is your bill and vouchers. Give me another 1,000? Jing Xiaolu looked at the vouchers handed over by Little White and suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just ate 300 yuan worth of food, and what I spent was also the vouchers. Now, he gave me another 1,000 yuan of vouchers. The more I eat, the more I get. Jing Xiaolu felt a little funny when she thought about it. Vice President Jing, don't misunderstand. I'm not forcing you to eat. I just think that it is our honor that you can come to the restaurant to eat. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Zhou Huojian quickly explained. Vice President Jing, just take it. You won't look down on me, right? President Zhou. Jing Xiaolu shook her head helplessly and had to accept it, but she still said, President Zhou, I will remember your enthusiasm. Let's do it this way. I will leave you a business card. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. Okay. Zhou Huojian was overjoyed after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. He was so excited that his tone changed. He took the business card that Jing Xiaolu handed over with trembling hands and carefully put it in his jacket pocket. He also handed over his business card with both hands. Vice President Jing, although there are very few places that you can use me for, I will definitely do everything for your relatives and friends, such as a gathering, a wedding banquet, or a meal delivery during the New Year's festival. Then I may really need to trouble President Zhou in the future. Jing Xiaolu smiled and nodded to Zhou Huojian kindly. At this point, Zhou Huojian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that what he had done before finally had an effect. Jing Xiaolu not only did not hate him because of Sister Zhang's previous matter, but she also had a relationship with him. Of course, although Jing Xiaolu was beautiful, Zhou Huojian did not dare to have any improper thoughts. He did not dare to touch this kind of woman. If he had time, he should go home and touch his sister-in-law. Although it was a far cry from Jing Xiaolu, Zhou Huojian was already very satisfied. Right, Vice President Jing, my brother opened a resort in Donghai. You can fish in the summer and ski in the winter. If your company wants to organize a fellowship party or something, I can help to contact you. Zhou Huojian hesitated and said, in terms of cost and service, it will definitely be the best. Zhou Huojian also knew that if he said that he didn't want money, Jing Xiaolu would definitely not agree. From the previous matter, it could be seen that Jing Xiaolu was not willing to take this kind of small advantage, especially in the company's matters. There was no need to take this kind of advantage and owe a favor. As long as the price was good and the service was good, she could win the favor of others. All right, if we have any requests in this regard, we will definitely contact you, Director Zhou. Jing Xiaolu nodded. General Manager Zhou, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Let's talk some other time. Okay, Vice President Jing, I will send you off. Zhou Huojian said quickly and accompanied Jing Xiaolu out of the restaurant. After getting in the car, Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly and breathed a sigh of relief. Jia, you also saw that these are brought about by Yang Ming's power. If I don't work hard, the gap between him and me will get bigger and bigger. That's true. Then I wish you to solve the trouble in front of you as soon as possible. Jia said, Xiaolu, you quickly go back to the company and think about the contract. I will take a taxi back to school. Don't. I will send you off. Jing Xiaolu grabbed Jia, who was about to get out of the car. It's so late. How can I let you take a taxi back? If something happens to you, Yang Ming will kill me. No need. When the time comes, you can compensate Yang Ming with yourself. 1 for 1. I believe he will accept it. Jia teased. Come on. I know what position I have in his heart. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and started the car. After sending Jia back to school, Jing Xiaolu did not stay. Instead, she quickly drove to the company alone. Jing Xiaolu wanted to seize the opportunity while she had the inspiration in her mind. Maybe she could really find something. When she came to the company, she unexpectedly found that Bao Sanli had not left. His office was still lit. When she passed by, Jing Xiaolu knocked on the door. After hearing Bao Sanli's "Please come in," she pushed the door open. She saw that not only did Bao Sanli not leave, but Ho Junhan was also here. The two people were sitting in front of the sofa, looking at several documents on the coffee table. "President Bao, President Ho, you are all here." After Jing Xiaolu entered the door, she nodded to the two of them. "Xiaolu, why did you come to the company again?" Bao Sanli was a bit baffled. "I'm studying the contract with Old Ho to see how we can fight back against the Jianyan group." "I'm sorry, President Bao. This is all my fault." Hearing that the two of them were still studying the contract so late at night, Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed. "How can I blame you for this?" Bao Sanli waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "This contract was signed under my nose. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for not closing it properly. It has nothing to do with you." "President Bao, that contract is in your hands?" asked Jing Xiaolu. "Do you mean the original or the copy?" "The original is locked in my safe. The copies are all on the coffee table. You could just take one." Bao Sanli pointed to the documents on the table. Jing Xiaolu nodded. At this time, there was not much difference between the original and the copy. Jing Xiaolu took a copy, sat on the opposite sofa, and read it carefully. This was a contract that she had read more than 100 times. It was impossible to find any loopholes in it. She believed that Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan had also tried. If there was something wrong, the three of them would not be here with a sad face. After Jing Xiaolu read the contract in her hand, she gave up the idea of continuing to read it. This was useless. Even if she did it 100 times, she could not find any flaws in it. If you want to find something unexpected, you can't start from an ordinary point of view. Any crime would leave traces. Lu Luyo secretly changed the contract midway, so he would definitely leave some traces. Jing Xiaolu closed her eyes and carefully recalled the details of Lu Luyo's change of contract. The contract that Wang Hongxia and I got for the first time must be the real contract. There was no problem after reading it. These few data that I and Wang Hongxia paid attention to were imprinted in my and Wang Hongxia's minds under the effect of the incense. Lu Luyo took the contract and signed it for Su Xiaobin. Then Su Xiaobin stamped the contract and finally handed it back to her. However, in this process, Lu Luyo had an opportunity to turn his back to her, and only this opportunity could secretly change the contract. She believed that Lu Luyo must have replaced the inner page of the contract that Su Xiaobin had signed with a modified inner page prepared in advance. Because the last page had Su Xiaobin's signature, this page could not be replaced. Lu Luyo only replaced the content in the middle. After the replacement, he stamped the contract seal. Although she had doubts at the time, under the effect of the incense, she did not see any flaws in the contract that was obviously tampered with. Wang Hongxia was the same, so she signed and stamped in confusion. After that, she handed the contract back to Su Xiaobin. Before Su Xiaobin could get it, Lu Luyo snatched it. "Right?" Jing Xiaolu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1394. At this moment, Jing Xiaolu had a feeling that she couldn't help but want to shout out loud. In her heart, an unprecedented sense of comfort immediately filled her whole body. Her previous helplessness was replaced by a touch of joy. She said to Bao Sanli excitedly, "President Bao, where's the original copy of the contract?" "Original copy? Why are you?" Bao Sanli looked up and saw the joy in Jing Xiaolu's eyes. His heart moved. Could it be that Jing Xiaolu has thought of a breakthrough? Thinking of this possibility, Bao Sanli's breathing became rapid. "Xiaolu, have you thought of a way to deal with the Jianyan group?" "It's just a preliminary guess. Whether it is useful or not, it needs to be confirmed." Jing Xiaolu raised her eyebrows beautifully. Although she was not very sure, her words were full of confidence. Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The two people had been discussing here for an afternoon, but there was no progress. Jing Xiaolu found a solution so quickly. The contract in their hands had been studied more than 100 times. During this time, they had also consulted several legal experts in addition to Wang Hongxia. The conclusion they got was that there were no loopholes in the contract. It was almost impossible to make an issue out of the contract. However, Jing Xiaolu saw some clues in it. This shocked the two people. However, in addition to the shock, there were some doubts. In fact, from the bottom of their hearts, they did not believe that Jing Xiaolu found anything so quickly. After all, so many experts did not find anything. How could Jing Xiaolu find anything? Moreover, for Jing Xiaolu, the vice president, they were very clear in their hearts. It was entirely because of her relationship with Yang Ming. Moreover, because Liu Chan and Chu Daming absconded with the funds, the position of vice president was vacated. Jing Xiaolu could be promoted smoothly. As for how capable Jing Xiaolu was, Bao Sanli didn't believe it himself. It wasn't that he looked down on Jing Xiaolu, but even if Jing Xiaolu was talented, she was just a 20-year-old college student. Just from looking at their age, they were somewhat inexperienced. However, it didn't mean that they couldn't achieve anything at a young age. In those large families, many young masters and young mistresses in their teens and 20s would be placed in important positions. However, there was a fundamental difference between them and Jing Xiaolu. The reason why these children of big families could be entrusted with important tasks at the age of 20 was because they were nurtured as talents since childhood. They heard about it from a young age and grew up unknowingly. But Jing Xiaolu was different. She had been working in the company for less than a year. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to compare with those young masters and young ladies from big families. The original copy of the contract is in the safe here. Shall I get it for you now? In any case, whether Jing Xiaolu had thought of a solution or not, Bao Sanli did not dare to neglect. It was good to have a glimmer of hope at this moment. No need. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand. It's useless to take it out now. President Bao, do you still need to be involved in this matter? Me? Little Jay, what's going on? Can you tell me in detail? Bao Sanli was confused by Jing Xiaolu's words and looked at her with some puzzlement. Oh yes. Jing Xiaolu touched her forehead and smiled apologetically. I haven't told you the key to solving the problem. I was too anxious, so I neglected this. Bao Sanli nodded slightly. It seems that Jing Xiaolu really thought of a solution, but I don't know if it will work. President Bao, it's like this. Jing Xiaolu hesitated and said, let me tell you first. This morning, the whole process of us signing the contract, President Ho did not personally experience it, and there may be some details that you did not notice. Okay. Bao Sanli nodded. Although he did not understand why Jing Xiaolu had to repeat the signing process, his intuition told him that Jing Xiaolu would definitely not be inexplicably speaking without thinking. There must be a reason for saying this. That is, the signing process may have some subtle connection with the solution. President Bao, President Ho, what happened at that time was like this. Jing Xiaolu said slowly. After both of us sat down, the people of the Jiangyan group printed 2 contracts that we had drafted in advance. They were handed over to me, Su Xiaobin, Lu Luyo, and Wang Hongxia for review. After the review, Su Xiaobin and we signed the contract separately. Then Lu Luyo took the contract and stamped the contract's special seal on it. After stamping the contract's special seal, he handed the contract back to me. However, in the process of stamping the contract's special seal, Lu Luyo had an opportunity to turn his back to us. Only this opportunity could he secretly change the contract. I believe that Lu Luyo must have replaced the inner page of the contract signed by Su Xiaobin with a modified inner page prepared in advance. Because the last page had Su Xiaobin's signature, this page could not be replaced. Lu Luyo only replaced the content in the middle. After the replacement, he stamped the contract special seal. Although I had doubts at the time, under the influence of the incense, I did not see any flaws in the contract that was obviously tampered with. Wang Hongxia was the same, so we signed and stamped it in confusion. After we stamped it, we were ready to hand the contract back to Su Xiaobin. At that time, Su Xiaobin had not yet gotten it, but Lu Luyo snatched it. This is the whole process of our signing. I don't know if President Bao found anything from it. What did you find? After Bao Sanli and Wang Jinhan listened, they both frowned at the same time. The two looked at each other helplessly. Although this signing process was narrated by Jing Xiaolu, it had been narrated by Wang Hongxia many times before this. Xiaolu, you said it very carefully, but we didn't find anything wrong. Even if we know that Lu Luyo secretly changed the contract behind our backs, what can we do? We don't have evidence. All this is speculation. President Bao, what I mean by finding something is not the step where Lu Luyo turned around and secretly changed the contract. Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly. This key point is in the last step of this signing process. After we stamped the contract with a special seal, we handed the contract back to Su Xiaobin. Before Su Xiaobin could get it, Lu Luyo snatched it. What does this mean? Lu Luyo snatched the contract probably because Lu Jifei did this behind Su Xiaobin's back. Since the contract was changed, Lu Luyo was also afraid that Su Xiaobin would see any flaws on the spot after taking the contract, so he snatched the contract first. This doesn't mean anything. It only means that Su Xiaobin didn't lie to us. He didn't know before, and he was also tricked by Lu Jifei. Yes, Lu Luyo snatched the contract because he was afraid that Su Xiaobin would see the contents of the contract. It also proves that Su Xiaobin didn't see the changed contract. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said with bright eyes. Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan looked at Jing Xiaolu, who was full of confidence. They didn't understand why she was so confident, but the two of them didn't find anything unusual in these things that Jing Xiaolu said. Su Xiaobin was innocent. This point could be confirmed through their own arguments. Otherwise, even if Su Xiaobin participated, he didn't need to deny it. After all, the contract had been signed like this. It had reached the point of shedding all pretense of cordiality. It didn't matter whether Su Xiaobin admitted it or not. Since he still denied this at this moment and helped to deal with it in the middle, it could only mean that Su Xiaobin really didn't know before, and he was also tricked by Lu Jifei. Xiaolu, forgive me, an old ho's IQ, for not being able to keep up. Bao Sanli smiled bitterly. Why didn't the two of us feel that Su Xiaobin's attitude helped solve the whole thing? Chapter 1395. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. It was not that she deliberately kept them in suspense. The reason why she described the signing process in such detail was that the solution she was going to talk about was directly related to this signing process. President Bao, President Ho, don't worry. Listen to me. Jing Xiaolu said calmly. Since we can be sure that Su Xiaobin is innocent, then the whole thing has become simple. In other words, Su Xiaobin has not seen the page number of the contract that was replaced by Lu Luyo. This is for sure. Bao Sanli nodded in agreement. That's right. Jing Xiaolu's tone couldn't suppress her excitement. Since Su Xiaobin has not seen this page, then there are no fingerprints of Su Xiaobin on this page. If Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are on the other page numbers, but Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are not on this problematic page, what does this mean? Yeah. Ho Jinhan listened to Jing Xiaolu's analysis and suddenly exclaimed, Xiaolu, I didn't expect you to even think of this. Indeed, Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are on the other page numbers, but not on this problematic page. This can't help but show that there is a problem with this page. At this moment, Bao Sanli also nodded in realization. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? In this way, as long as we carry out a forensic identification of the fingerprints on each page of the contract, as long as there is a result, coupled with Su Xiaobin's testimony, we have the confidence to win this case. Yeah, with evidence, what are we afraid of? Ho Jinhan also let out a sigh of relief at this moment. Xiaolu, you're the vice president. You didn't get this position by relying on relationships. You are better than both Baozi and me, and you consider the problem more thoroughly. Jing Xiaolu pursed her lips and smiled, but she was ashamed in her heart. If it weren't for Zhou Jiejia's reminder that any crime will leave evidence, Jing Xiaolu wouldn't be able to look at this matter from another perspective. Maybe this key step would be overlooked. However, in any case, Zhou Jieji only played the role of inspiration. The key was all thought by Jing Xiaolu herself. This also indirectly proved Jing Xiaolu's personal ability. Although Jing Xiaolu felt ashamed, she was very happy that both Bao Sanli and Hou Jinhan thought highly of her at the same time. Previously, although they respected and awed her, Jing Xiaolu knew that it was all because of Yang Ming. If there was no relationship with Yang Ming, what was Jing Xiaolu? Would Bao Sanli and Hou Jinhan greet her with a smile? However, at this moment, Jing Xiaolu knew that she could hold her head high. Her ability was finally recognized by the two big shots in the company. Jing Xiaolu wanted to become a person who could help Yang Ming's career. She didn't want to be a flower vase, so she first had to get the recognition of these two hardcore men of Yang Ming. Only when they really recognized her, they would help and support her in her future career. Then, she could go further. Otherwise, although she had the title of Yang Ming's woman, Hou Jinhan and Bao Sanli wouldn't let her mess around in the company. If Jing Xiaolu wanted to expand her business, she would be greatly hindered. Now, this problem did not exist. If Jing Xiaolu had any suggestions in the future, Bao Sanli and Hou Jinhan could really pay attention to it. But Bao Sanli's originally happy face slowly sank. Xiaolu, what if the other party said that we deliberately erased Su Xiaobin's fingerprints on this page? Hou Jinhan listened to Bao Sanli's question and frowned. Perhaps he also had this question. However, Bao Sanli, who seemed to be a rough man, could find the problem first. It was not simple. It showed that this guy was now completely different from the Bao Sanli of the past. After doing business, he had also become rough but delicate. Erase? Jing Xiaolu waved her hand indifferently. She seemed to have considered this in advance. You know, on this page, there are not only Lu Luyo's fingerprints, but also Mai and Wang Hongcha's fingerprints. Most of these fingerprints overlap at the footer of the contract. How can we erase Su Xiaobin's fingerprints alone? With this kind of difficulty, it is possible to put it in the computer and Photoshop it, but to operate it on paper, I think even those skilled craftsmen who can carve a boat on a walnut would find it difficult to do it, right? That's true. Bao Sanli nodded slowly. Of course, even if the other party thinks that we have a skilled craftsman who can do this, it doesn't matter. The key is that there is also a contract in the other party's hands. As Jing Xiaolu said this, she snorted proudly. Their contract can also be used as evidence. Their contract? Oh yes. At that time, Lu Luyo snatched the contract. In other words, the same loophole exists in the other party's contract. Bao Sanli said, their contract has a problem. Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are not on that page. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Bao Sanli was not stupid. He thought of this at once, but he still ignored another key point. I'm afraid this won't work, right? Hou Jinhan frowned. If the other party's contract has a problem without Su Xiaobin's fingerprints on the page, isn't this too risky? What if Lu Liu also thought of this and gave the contract to Su Xiaobin to look through again? Isn't it? After Bao Sanli listened to Hou Jinhan's words, his face changed. Yeah, this won't work. I have to call Su Xiaobin and remind him. AI, maybe at this time, he has inadvertently put his fingerprints on the contract. What should I do? Of course, only Jing Xiaolu's face did not change. She still had a smiling expression. Bao Sanli and Hou Jinhan also noticed Jing Xiaolu's expression at the moment, and they were stunned. Xiaolu, do you already have a way to guard against it? Bao Sanli was not stupid. Since Jing Xiaolu's face did not change, it showed that she already had a complete means. President Bao, President Hou, you have misconsidered, Jing Xiaolu said. In fact, the contract in Lu Luyo's hand, it doesn't matter whether Su Xiaobin looks at it or not, and whether his fingerprints are on it. For us, the most favorable evidence is not whether Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are on the page with a problem in Lu Luyo's contract, but whether President Bao's fingerprints are on it. My fingerprints? Bao Somli was stunned, but immediately there was a look of realization on his face. He gave a thumbs up to Jing Xiaolu. Amazing, Xiaolu. I have no choice but to accept it. Although Ho Jinhan did not personally attend the signing of the contract, he had listened to the signing process many times. At this moment, when he heard Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, he also understood a bit. You mean, when Bao Zi signed before, he also touched the contract, but after signing it, he did not touch the contract again before the contract was stamped? Yes. Bao Sanli nodded. Although the contract review was done by Jing Xiaolu and Wang Hongcha before I signed, I also roughly browsed the terms of the contract one by one. Although I don't know if there are any problems with the description of those terms, I still have to read the general idea of the contract before signing. I believe that my fingerprints are on every page, but only on the page that was replaced, there are no fingerprints. This is great. Ho Jinhan reached out and slapped the armrest of the sofa on the side. With this, we are not afraid of the Jiangyan group saying that we tampered with the fingerprints on the contract. At that time, their contract will also not have my fingerprints. Let's see how they explain it. Bao Sanli smiled and said, that's right. Will they say that they took the initiative to erase it? But isn't that just admitting that they are trying to hide something? Jing Xiaolu nodded. Her whole body leaned completely on the sofa. The tight muscles of her whole body were relaxed in an instant. This feeling was really good. Without relying on Yang Ming, she could also solve the first obstacle on her business path with her own ability. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a big trouble. Tomorrow, I will find someone to do a forensic evaluation, Bao Sanli said with a dignified expression. Our Mingyang Security is also a subordinate company of the Songjiang Police Station. Tomorrow, I will ask Bureau Chief Chen for help. Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly. She naturally knew Chen Fei's identity. As for who the real owner of Mingyang Security was, she believed that Chen Mingyan had also mentioned it to Chen Fei. How could he not help his son-in-law's company? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.